Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51, Speculations on the Gate of Cognition X First Sighting of a Joker. Chapter 51, Speculations on the Gate of Cognition X First Sighting of a Joker. The driver slammed on the accelerator, bursting through the encirclement of flashing lights and speeding away. Gotha handed Roy the file he had prepared. Roy read through it carefully. This Dr. Bennett from the Provincial General Hospital was indeed impressive. He had studied abroad in the Minbo Republic in his youth, and upon returning, had spent over a decade specializing in pulmonology. He had recently been promoted to chief physician, focusing on tuberculosis and respiratory diseases, and had accumulated a wealth of clinical experience. As it turned out, Gotha had chosen the right person. Upon arriving at the hospital, Roy met Dr. Bennett. After hearing about Tanjiro's condition, the doctor quickly proposed a treatment plan, a 4-drug combination therapy using isoniazid, rifampin, pyrazinamide, and ethambutol. He stated that with a consistent, full course, and properly dosed regimen, there was a very high probability of a complete cure. He also said it would be best to bring the patient here for a direct diagnosis before prescribing the medication. Young master, what do you think? Should we schedule another appointment with him? On the way to the airport after leaving the hospital, Gotha organized the medical plan Dr. Bennett had provided and cautiously asked for Roy's opinion. Roy, resting with his eyes closed, knew exactly what Gotha was thinking. He was simply curious about who the patient was. However, as this concerned Tanjiro and the Gate of Cognition, Roy would naturally not reveal a single detail. But Dr. Bennett's words had inadvertently given him an idea. Since he couldn't send medicine into the Gate of Cognition through deconjuration, could he, by reversing the logic, bring people out of that world through conjuration? If that was possible, not only could Tanjiro's illness be solved, but even Seikanji Urokadake, and all the other powerful individuals he might meet in that world could be brought into the hunter world through conjuration, becoming his loyal allies. That left only one core question. Could a living person withstand the process of being conjured? And more importantly, was there any precedent for it? It was a question worth deep consideration and investigation. 1,000 thoughts swirled in his mind. Roy pondered in silence for a moment before directly refusing Gotha. We'll see. You had to eat your meals one bite at a time and walk your path one step at a time. He hadn't even mastered the 4 major principles yet. Thinking too far ahead would only bring unnecessary trouble. Vroom. The driver hit the gas, and the car sped off. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the airport. Gotha opened the car door for Roy first. The boy ducked as he stepped out, glanced up at the terminal entrance, and then signaled for Gotha to use Zetsu along with him. They retracted the aura naturally leaking from their bodies, disguising themselves as ordinary people. The airport was crowded and full of prying eyes. Learning to blend in was a mandatory course for any professional assassin. For this trip down the mountain, both Roy and Gotha were dressed as civilians. The boy wore a tracksuit and sneakers, carrying a hiking pole in his hand, looking every bit the part of a kid on an outdoor trip. Gotha's disguise was even simpler, a baseball cap, a plaid shirt, jeans, and flat shoes, carrying 2 suitcases. He looked like a university student returning home, who had earned a little extra cash from a part-time job and was now taking his younger brother on a trip to see the world. After concealing their auras, the master and servant pair entered the terminal. They split up, one went to get the tickets while the other found an empty seat and sat down. Next to him sat a mother and child. The mother was patiently teaching her child to read. Seeing Roy look over, she gave him a small smile in greeting. Roy nodded back and saved a seat for Gotha. When the university student returned with the tickets, the two of them waited quietly to check their luggage and board. The airport in the hunter world was no different from the one in his previous life. The terminal was filled with shops selling food, snacks, local specialties, clothing, and duty-free goods. It was a bustling and lively scene. Bang! A loud pop attracted the attention of many travelers. It turned out to be a newly opened candy store, holding a grand opening promotion. The pop was just a confetti cannon set off by an employee dressed in a plush toy costume. Colorful ribbons fluttered through the air. The little girl next to him immediately lost interest in her reading lesson and began clamoring to go see. Her mother, unable to refuse, gave in and took her over. As they passed Roy, she gave him an apologetic smile and asked if he could watch the plastic bag they had left on the chair. It just contained some books, a water bottle, and snacks, nothing too valuable. Roy didn't mind, it was a simple favor. He watched the mother and daughter leave, and as his gaze swept the area, he noticed something among the employees at the promotion. One was dressed as a clown, with a teardrop and star painted on his face, a red nose, a pointed red hat, and pointy clown shoes. Roy's gaze instantly sharpened. Young master, something is wrong. It wasn't just Roy. Gotha had also noticed the strange employee. He leaned in closer, whispering in Roy's ear, "There's something off about that guy. All the candy samples he's handing out are imbued with aura. To imbue an object with Nen, 10 could accomplish that. But to imbue an object and have the Nen remain after it left your hand was not 10. It was an advanced application of it. Shu, the technique of enfolding an object held in one's hand with their aura, using the principles of 10 to enhance the object's properties. Clearly, the man was a seasoned Nen user who had already developed his own Hatsu ability, connecting that with his clown costume. Roy and Gotha exchanged a look, both thinking of the same person, the terrorist who had committed heinous crimes in the Minbo Republic. Joker. What is he doing here in the Padokia Republic? Gotha discreetly reached for his pocket, where he kept several coins, but Roy gently pressed his hand down, shaking his head. Gotha paused, then followed Roy's gaze. Roy tilted his chin toward the terminal entrance. A black car had pulled up, and several tall figures filed in through the doors. They were also dressed in plain clothes, disguised as ordinary travelers, but their eyes kept darting toward the Joker, betraying their true identities. Hunter Association. I don't know. After spotting the anomaly, Roy and Gotha switched to reading lips, communicating silently. This has nothing to do with us. Don't ask questions. Find a chance, go to the restroom, and change our tickets to the next airship. Roy didn't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble. It seemed his grandfather, Zeno, was in for a wasted trip. For a mobile terrorist to be able to slip out of the Minbo Republic, the security over there was looser than an old lady's waistband. Young master, should we notify Master Zeno? Grandfather Zeno had just left that morning on Subone. He couldn't have gone too far. Roy considered it for a few seconds. Send him a text message. Yes, sir. Gotha stood up and left to carry out the order. There were still 40 minutes until boarding. There was enough time to change their tickets. After he left, Roy sat alone, pretending to be nonchalant as he closed his eyes to rest. He never expected. The mother and daughter from the next seat returned, and they brought him a huge surprise. Here, big brother, have some candy. 52, Chapter 52, The Joker's Gaze X The Unavoidable Trap. Chapter 52, The Joker's Gaze X The Unavoidable Trap. The candy, imbued with aura, lay quietly in the little girl's hand. The little girl's smile was so sweet that any normal person would find it impossible to refuse. But Gotha was not a normal person. He returned just in time, and true to his duty, he took the blade for Roy. Big brother has a toothache, so he can't eat candy. Thank you, sweetie. Really? The little girl tilted her head, looking at Roy. Roy smiled and gave her a nod. The girl's mother, a gentle-looking woman, tugged her daughter's hand at the right moment. Aina, don't bother the nice young man. She then gave Roy and Gotha an apologetic smile. Roy and Gotha exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. However, before they could fully exhale, that breath caught in their throats, and the tension returned, refusing to leave. Right before their eyes, the employee dressed as a clown was walking over. He was surrounded by a group of children, scattering candy as he walked. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was getting revenge on his employer for his low wages. Every seated passenger along his path was given a piece. Soon, he arrived in front of Roy and Gotha. Candy, chocolate-flavored, delicious, have one. A deathly pale hand reached out. The clown, with his comical red nose, grinned at Roy. His garishly bright red lips curled into a smile that stretched to his ears. Roy looked up, meeting his gaze. The clown's smile was even sweeter than the little girl's. Roy's eyes passed over the clown's shoulder, landing on the tall figures guarding the terminal entrance in the distance. He couldn't figure it out. What was the Hunter Association's reasoning? Why haven't they made a move yet? Did they not notice the problem with the candy? Impossible. Since they are Nen users, they would have detected the aura attached to it. The only reason they would stand by and watch so many people eat the candy was likely to avoid causing a panic, which would allow the Joker to escape in the chaos. But did the lives of ordinary people not matter? Without an exorcist, the Nen imbued in the candy would not be easily removed. Or perhaps they were confident they could kill the Joker in a single blow before he activated his ability. Roy's mind raced. He directly refused the clown's offer. Sorry, I have congenital diabetes. I can't eat sweets. Oh, you poor little thing. Luckily, Uncle has some sugar-free candy right here. The clown flipped his hand and pulled another piece of candy from the large pocket on his chest, holding it out. Roy. He shook his head. I don't eat sugar-free things. They have additives. This is all natural, no additives. You can eat it without worry, the clown said, his smile growing even sweeter. No additives means no flavor. It wouldn't taste good. Don't worry, it's full of flavor. Eat as you please. He said he doesn't want any. Gotha shot to his feet, his tall frame forming a wall in front of Roy. Whoa, whoa. The clown acted startled, hastily raising his hands and taking 2 steps back. The candy in his pocket spilled out, causing several children to scramble for it. Ding, ding, ding. Attention passengers. Airship Flight K3284 to the Heavens Arena is now boarding. Please proceed to Gate G4 for boarding. Ding, ding, ding. Attention passengers. Just then, the airport broadcast began. The crowd surged forward, separating them from the clown. He stood amidst the people, pushed back by the throng. His crimson eyes remained fixed on Roy. Noticing that the figures blocking the terminal entrance had begun to move, he reached into his pocket and tossed a handful of candy into the air. It rained down, causing the crowd to scramble once more. In the chaos, he blended into the masses and disappeared. He's on the airship. Gotha had kept his eyes locked on him, and he saw it clearly. The moment he stood up, he had deactivated his Zetsu and used Gyo. The young butler adjusted his glasses. It's a good thing you had the foresight, young master, and instructed me to change our flight in advance. Foresight? Roy watched as the members of the Hunter Association pushed through the crowd in pursuit, and he fell into a thoughtful silence, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Beside him, the little girl had picked up several more pieces of candy and was happily eating them. She swung her short legs back and forth. "Mommy," she said to the woman, "it looks like that big brother is on the same flight as us." The woman gave Gotha an awkward smile. Her answer was a cold glance from the butler, who then sat down without a word. Half an hour later, Flight K3284 took off, carrying the Joker and the Hunter Association members into the sky. Hearing the roar of the engines, Roy looked out the window, a chill rising in his heart. It was obvious. The Hunter Association and the police were willing to hold an entire airship of passengers hostage to deal with the Joker. High in the sky, with no land in sight, there was nowhere to run. Even if the arrest plan failed, the fall would kill him. But in that case, the poor passengers would be forced to become sacrifices. "I saw the dark side of the Hunter Association years ago, when I accompanied the master on missions," Gotha said silently, seeming to read Roy's thoughts. "Many of them don't really operate on a sense of justice. More often than not, they're just like us, taking money to execute a mission. However, the master, and Master Zeno, at least have some consideration for ordinary people. They..." Gotha gave a cold smile. "When they get radical, they're not even human." The Hunter Association mostly took on jobs from governments or corporations, which were then outsourced to its licensed hunters. For hunters who accepted these missions, the association guaranteed a certain payment based on the risk and difficulty, regardless of success or failure. In other words, the will of the state superseded the association itself. Perhaps the higher-ups in the Minbo Republic, enraged by the loss of face, secretly made some kind of deal with the Padokia Republic, Roy mused. He suddenly thought of Netero's close friend, Jed, who had served as the association's shadow in his early years, carrying out Netero's dirty work. It was no wonder he had harbored such a powerful grudge after his death. "Are you two talking?" The little girl, chewing on her candy, looked curiously at Roy and Gotha. Their frequent, silent communication had clearly piqued her interest. "Aina, I told you not to bother the nice young men." "It's fine," Roy said with a smile, waving his hand as he saw the woman grab her daughter's pigtails in frustration. His gaze lingered for a second on the candy she was chewing. He hoped the people from the Hunter Association were competent enough to prevent a young life from being snuffed out. At 3:20 in the afternoon, the airport broadcast announced that Airship Flight K3285 was now boarding. Gotha, who had been waiting for some time, stood up and followed Roy, joining the flow of people onto the airship. As fate would have it, even after changing their tickets, they were seated directly across from the woman and the little girl. With the sudden ticket change, the airline couldn't arrange a VIP cabin. "I'm afraid you'll have to make do in a standard cabin, young master. There's tea, pastries, and familiar faces. There's nothing to make do with." "That's right, big brother. This time the snacks aren't sweet and have no additives, so you can eat them without worry." Just as Gotha sat down next to Roy, the little girl's mouth stretched into a smile that reached the back of her ears. Roy and Gotha froze. The cold muzzles of two pistols were pressed against the backs of their heads. "Don't move." 53, Chapter 53, The Zoldyck Reputation x the Runaway Illumi. Chapter 53, The Zoldyck Reputation x the Runaway Illumi. Joker, real name Jay White. No prior records. He first appeared on the Yorbian continent 3 years ago when he killed a truck driver and stole his vehicle, believed to have originated from Meteor City. During this period, he moved between several continents, committing over a dozen crimes of varying scales. He managed to elude the police each time, which suggests he has developed an ability suited for escaping. 1 month ago, he surfaced in the Minbo Republic, where he committed the infamous 711 pirate ship incident. Half a month ago, he hijacked a cargo ship traveling from the Padokia Republic to the Kakan Empire, killing the captain and 173 crew members, and stealing 17 ancient artifacts. It is suspected that he is working with a group. What we can confirm now is that he himself is likely a manipulator. His ability is suspected to be possession, allowing him to take control of a body through physical contact. Additionally, according to the latest information from Dwight, customs at the scene found no evidence that he was carrying any prohibited items such as firearms. Therefore, we can conclude he has at least one accomplice with a spatial ability, likely a conjurer or transmuter. On Kukuro Mountain, half an hour after Roy's departure, Silva had finished dealing with Kikyo. He casually draped a blanket over himself and reclined on a tiger-skin sofa, listening to a butler's report while sipping red wine, lost in thought. The butler reporting to him was Tsubone's son, a veteran in the household. He had grown up with Tsubone on the Zoldyck estate, progressing from an apprentice butler to a full-fledged one, and then to a squad captain. When Roy was born 20 years ago, he had even served him for a time, until Gota took over. After that, he was assigned to the intelligence division, responsible for information gathering and analysis, reporting directly and solely to Silva. He held a stack of documents and spoke in a steady voice. When he saw Silva raise a hand, he immediately fell silent. "Hall, your wife is due soon, isn't she? The due date is October 11th. Thank you for your concern, Master." Hall was taken aback, but a blissful smile spread across his face. "Have you chosen a name?" "Not yet." Hall seemed to sense what was coming, and he looked at Silva with anticipation. The man swirled the wine in his glass and mused, "Let her name be Canary." Hall bowed deeply. "On behalf of my daughter, Canary, I thank you for this gift, Master." "So, it's a girl." Silva stared out the window, his gaze distant. After a long silence, he waved his hand, signaling for him to continue. Hall nodded. "Young Master Roy discovered Joker at the airport. It is suspected he intends to hijack the airship, replicating the 711 pirate ship tragedy. Master Zeno has been notified and is on his way back. But I'm concerned he may not make it in time." At this, Hall cautiously sought permission. "Master, should we dispatch more personnel to support young Master Roy? If the target is working with a group, Gota alone may not be able to handle the situation." Silva said nothing, swirling the wine in his glass. The crimson liquid looked like blood, a startling sight. The air in the room seemed to freeze. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, which was then thrown open to reveal Luke's panicked face. "Master, it's terrible. Young Master Illumi has run away." Silva's hand froze. Wine sloshed over the rim of the glass, staining the freshly cleaned and dried carpet. In the garden, separated by a window, the human head was gone, leaving only a pit in its place. At the edge of the pit, Miluki was straining to defecate into it, his fat face flushed red. At one point, his foot slipped, and he tumbled in headfirst, causing his little attendant to rush over in a panic, only to come up empty-handed. Whoosh! The clouds were torn apart, rolling back on either side of the K-3285 airship as it flew toward the heavens arena. With guns pressed to the backs of their heads, Roy and Gota calmly watched the little girl. She giggled, looking just like the sweet girl next door, as she held out a hand to him. "Big brother, if you won't eat the candy, you can at least have some tea and pastries, right?" A cup of tea and a plate of pastries could certainly relieve the fatigue of a journey, but poison was far more potent. "We're all just kids here, so let's drop the act, Mr. Joker." The cane was right beside his knee. Roy understood the situation and blew the little girl's cover, while simultaneously signaling to Gota with his eyes not to make any sudden moves. Gota understood, his right hand hovering just an inch from his pocket as he silently calculated the timing. The little girl flew into a rage. "Act. Who's acting? The gun or the candy, take your pick." Then, with no discernible movement, a pistol suddenly appeared in her small hand. She aimed it at the woman beside her mother and blew her head off with a single shot. Smoke drifted from the muzzle. Through it, they could see a large hole in the woman's forehead. Her body went limp, sliding straight off the seat. Roy and Gota's gazes hardened. Before they could figure out why she would kill her own accomplice, the cabin door opened, and another woman walked in, sitting down right next to the little girl. Her expression was identical to the woman who had just collapsed. The skin has changed, but the core hasn't. The woman is a manipulator, the girl is a conjurer, or has a spatial ability that can store weapons. Roy made an instant assessment. Ignoring the gun at the back of his head, he leaned back against the sofa with an air of deliberate laziness. "Let me guess. That clown at the airport was also a nen beast under your control, wasn't he? If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have tried to feed me candy 3 times. So, what are you afraid of?" Roy clasped his hands over his cane, looking directly at them. "Are you afraid of my identity?" The expressions on the woman and the girl shifted. "Just as I thought," Roy confirmed internally, growing even more confident. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. "It seems our Zoldyck name still carries some weight in the world, enough to make even terrorists like you hesitate. The young master is right. You should know what happens to those who offend the Zoldyck." Having observed the situation, Gota had also figured it out. What made terrorists terrifying was their lawlessness, their lack of fear. If it were him, he wouldn't have bothered with candy or pointless chatter. He would have just fed them a couple of bullets from the start to get it over with cleanly. "I know my ass." The little girl couldn't take it anymore. She snapped, aiming the gun at Roy and firing. "I hate arrogant bastards like you more than anything. Zoldyck this, Zoldyck that, all of you can just go to hell." Anger. Good. Anger leads to a loss of reason. And that exposes weaknesses. "Gota, now." Roy kicked the table over and drew his cane sword. Bang. Bang! Several shots rang out. The cabin erupted into chaos. Suddenly, a dinner fork flew through the air, grazing Roy's cheek and heading straight for the girl. Following it was a little ghost with vacant, empty eyes. I knew you guys couldn't handle it without me. 54, Chapter 54, Illumi the Superfluous X the Flying Slash. Chapter 54, Illumi the Superfluous X the Flying Slash. Young Master Illumi. Focus. A brilliant flash of a blade sliced through the air, splitting the bullet aimed at Gotha perfectly in two along its tip. Clatter, the shell casings hit the floor. Roy, holding the cane sword in one hand, gave it a flourish. Without pausing, he lunged forward again in a thrust, aimed directly at the woman's face. Gotha, momentarily distracted by Illumi's sudden appearance, cursed himself for his foolishness. To be saved by the young master at such a critical moment. Enraged, he pulled a handful of coins from his pocket, flicked his thumb against his index finger, and launched them. The coins, enveloped in aura, shot out in a mad fusillade. In less than 2 seconds, the entire cabin was riddled with holes like a sieve. The terrorist disguised as a passenger fell, leaving only the girl, who tilted her head to dodge the steel fork Illumi had thrown. That one's my prey. His first attack having missed, Illumi kicked the door open and strode in. Brushing past Gotha's shoulder, he formed a hand blade and thrust it viciously toward the girl's chest. Slow, too slow. Beyond 7 steps, a gun is fast. Within 7 steps, a gun is faster and more accurate. Let's see if I don't blow you to bits. The girl conjured another pistol in her left hand and unleashed a crazy barrage at Illumi. A torrent of bullets rained down, the sheer pressure giving Illumi no opportunity to get close. The boy was forced to retract his hand blade mid-attack, diving behind the overturned table for cover. This is. You can't handle it without me. If only your strength was as big as your talk. A thrust, practiced 30,000 times a day, pierced the woman's brow like a thunderbolt. Roy's figure flickered, moving with a speed that far surpassed Illumi's, and he slaughtered the Joker's manipulated body. So fast. The Joker didn't even have time to react before activating his Nen ability again, manipulating dozens of children to swarm Roy. Roy Zoldyck, we had no intention of making an enemy of you. You're the one who showed up and ruined our plans. Be smart and leave on your own, or I'll kill them all. The Joker's possession had 2 levels, deep and shallow. Deep possession destroyed the consciousness, while shallow possession was a temporary takeover that left the host unharmed. The Zoldicks had a worldwide reputation for rarely harming innocents outside of their targets. The terrorist, Brandon, was banking on this very psychological trait, using ordinary people as human shields. But a shield is only useful if it can actually block the blade. Coating his eyes with a layer of aura, Roy saw it clearly. All the children had eaten the candy and were being moved like marionettes by thin Nen threads. Tracing them back, he found their source, the upper deck of the airship. Sun breathing, first form, dance. The cane sword in his hand ignited as it cut through the air, creating a circular ring of fire that seared the atmosphere and incinerated the Nen threads. Roy swung his arm in a full circle, and without looking back, he took 2 long strides, blade in hand, and rushed out of the cabin, heading straight for the deck. He left Gotha behind to furiously unleash a storm of coins against the girl's bullet rain, providing cover fire. Illumi watched this from behind the table, a sudden sense of bewilderment washing over him. And me, what can I do? It seems like there's no need for me here anymore. Bang, 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 bullets against coins, conjuration against emission. Young Master Illumi, if you're not going to do anything, you could go to the cockpit and protect the pilot. Gotha's voice drifted over. Illumi froze for 2 seconds, wanting to refuse. But then he saw his grandfather, Zeno, walk in with his hands clasped behind his back. He's not needed. The cockpit is being guarded. Having expended 1/10 of his aura, Zeno had finally arrived, riding Tsubone at full speed. He had left Tsubone to guard the pilot and prevent the airship from crashing. He had cleaned up the small fry on his own and come up. Illumi. He stood frozen, like a deer in headlights. Zeno walked past his shoulder and asked a heart-stabbing question, "Where's Roy?" He raised a hand and fired a Nen bullet, hitting the girl and blowing her head into a bloody mist. Thump! The girl's body slammed heavily onto the floor, blood spraying everywhere. Gotha let out a breath of relief and pointed toward the deck. The 2 of them left the cabin, one after the other, leaving the boy alone amidst the wreckage, unable to process what had just happened for a long time. After a moment, he found a clean corner, slid down against the wall, and hugged his knees, melting into the shadows. In the not-so-distant future, a certain fruit-loving magician once made an assessment. Enhancers are simple-minded and straightforward. Transmuters are whimsical and prone to deceit. Emitters are impatient and hot-tempered. Manipulators are logical and do things their own way. And so, as a manipulator, the moment Brandon realized his side was losing, he attempted to persuade Roy with logic. Unfortunately, his opponent's blade was too fast and too sharp, giving him no opportunity to be persuasive. That only left one option: fight. Vum. The propellers shredded the air, kicking up a fierce wind. On the upper deck of the airship, Brandon stood ready. He watched Roy approach at a steady pace, cane sword in hand. He gave up on manipulation, recalling all the Nen he had invested in his other puppets. He flicked his thumb against his index finger, firing a Nen bullet. A manipulator's adjacent Nen types are emission and specialization. With dedicated training, they can achieve 80% of an emitter's power. This Nen bullet was fast and sharp, flying straight for Roy's heart. Ting! With a crisp sound, the Nen bullet was split in two by Roy's aura-enveloped blade. Then came another, and another, and another. Ting, 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 ting. The sword moved with effortless grace. Brandon's Nen bullets grew weaker as his aura drained, while Roy, relying on his swordsmanship, handled them with ease, getting closer and closer. At a certain point, he stopped. Brandon followed suit, his expression tensing. Within 3 meters, your sword is faster. What's the matter? Has the noble Zoldyck finally decided to spare my life now that it's come to this? Brandon tore open his collar, baring his chest. Come on, he roared, stab me right here. He didn't seem like a logical manipulator, but more like an impatient emitter. Too hairy. I'm afraid it'll get my sword dirty. Brandon's chest hair was a dense, dark forest, an unsightly view. Roy rested his cane sword on the deck. I know what you're thinking, he said simply. You plan to take my strike, endure a serious injury, and then use my sword as a medium to possess me, right? So what if I am? Brandon showed no shame at having his plan exposed. He stared at Roy, his eyes burning. If you don't dare to come, I'll leave. 3 meters is the line. That's the rule I've set. As he spoke, Brandon slowly began to back away. He was completely unaware as a flying slash of energy flashed through the air. The next thing he saw was his own head flying, and a fountain of blood erupting from his neck. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. My blade's reach is longer than 3 meters. 55, Chapter 55, Resentful Men X the Stunned Xeno. Chapter 55, Resentful Men X the Stunned Xeno. An aura blade. Brandon's widening pupils reflected the image of Roy sheathing his sword. As his consciousness faded, a film of his life began to play. Scene after scene linked together, unreeling in his mind. Brandon saw the opening title, the final film. In a daze, he was transported back to the past, to the dark childhood he never wanted to speak of again. It was a dilapidated tenement building, crammed with hundreds of residents. The corridors were narrow, the ventilation poor. The smoke from coal stoves, the garbage piled by doorways, the stinking shoes and socks left on doormats, the stench was so overwhelming you had to pinch your nose just to pass through. Brandon's spirit floated past it all. He found the familiar little iron door. Before he could even get close, he heard his father, once again, tearing at his mother's hair and slamming her head against the wall. You worthless bitch. If you don't have money, then go sell yourself. I told you I was going to win it all back on the next hand. Why the hell won't you listen to me? The woman sobbed, grabbing the man's arm and pleading, you can't take that. That's our living expenses for next month. To hell with living expenses. When I win it all back, you'll be living in luxury. Bang! The man kicked the iron door open. He had a few bills clutched in his hand. Seeing Brandon, he raised a hand and slapped him across the face. Useless thing. You're the one who's been dragging me down from the start. Brandon held his cheek in silence, watching the man storm off. He suddenly thought of his classmate, Aaron. Aaron wasn't the bastard child of a gambler and a prostitute. He had loving parents, grandparents who picked him up from school every day, allowance to buy snacks, and everything he ever wanted. He was so jealous, so envious. One day, a wild thought occurred to him. If only I could become Aaron. The next day, he really did become Aaron. He wore new clothes bought by his mom and dad, ate little cakes from his grandma and grandpa, rode in a car, and lived a different life. Later, Brandon discovered that Aaron had his own troubles. His good friend, Mike, had a better life. So, Brandon became Mike. Not long after, he became Kelly, then Gibson, then Joshua. He became all sorts of different people. He enjoyed one different life after another. And now, when he still had so many more lives to enjoy, he was being forced to die here. I won't accept it. I really won't accept this. The flying head's eyes were wide with fury. The film of his consciousness was forcibly torn. Wisps of black aura connected Brandon's head to his neck, compelling his body to straighten up once more. Roy, who had just sheathed his sword, saw this, and his gaze hardened. With a sharp sking, he drew the cane sword again. He narrowed his eyes, his vigilance raised. He was uncertain. Is this Nen after death? No, that wasn't right. This is more like resentful Nen. Unwilling to perish, he had sold his soul to darkness in exchange for this, willingly allowing himself to be consumed by his grudge. This guy's potential in Nen was unexpectedly high. Roy was reminded of Jed. He, too, had been a being consumed by resentment, and in life, he had been an equal to Netero himself, a testament to his immense natural talent. Roy, Zoldyck, I want you. I want to become you. Fueled by the grudge, Brandon's head and body reconnected. He staggered, trying to stand, but then something unexpected happened. From within his corpse, hundreds of human figures suddenly emerged. They grabbed his waist, covered his mouth, wrapped around his arms, and tripped his legs. They held him down with all their might, refusing to let him stand, as if they had been waiting for this very moment. Roy watched in silence, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. It was just like when he had first met the spirit of hero Minamino. He could sense the distinct presence of souls. They are all the poor souls he innocently slaughtered. Tap, tap. Footsteps sounded from behind him. Zeno, his white hair flowing, walked to the boy's side with his hands behind his back. He calmly watched as Brandon was pulled, torn, and bitten, and said without expression, "The parasite is finally consumed by its hosts. Roy, your blade was too slow. When you kill, you must be so fast that the target doesn't even realize they are dead. Only then can you sever any possibility of them reviving through Nen or other rules." This was advice from a veteran assassin. The motto emblazoned across Zeno's chest, "A kill a day / active for life," was ironclad proof. Roy remained silent, quietly watching as Brandon wailed and reached a hand out to him, only to be dragged back by countless other hands. After a moment, he turned to Zeno. "When you pass on, grandfather, will you become like this?" Aside from Tsig's disappearance, not a single Zoldyck had ever died. Roy's question was like a hammer blow to Zeno's soul. The former head of the Zoldyck family, a man whose name alone could strike fear into the hearts of the world, was stunned for several seconds before letting out a strange laugh. "Ha ha ha. Well, that all depends on how filial you little brats are." Zeno stroked his beard. "If you make this old man unhappy, you'll certainly have it coming." "You're joking, grandfather." Roy could only imagine the terrifying scene of Zeno being consumed by resentful men. Would he just use Dragon Dive and blow up the family estate? He quickly put on a smile. "I'll leave it to my dad. He has primary responsibility." "Humph," Zeno grunted, glancing sideways at him before falling silent. "Arg, get off, let go of me. Roy Zoldyck, save me. I won't possess you, IWMMPH." The wretched screams came to an abrupt end. The black, resentful Nen dissipated. Brandon's body fell heavily onto the deck. His head detached and rolled to Roy's feet with a thud. Without hesitation, Roy kicked it with all his might, and it exploded into a mist of blood. His grandfather's reminder was correct. A kill must be swift. If not, you must remember to deliver the finishing blow. The poor souls of the innocent dead, now without a vessel, stood frozen for a moment. Some began to kneel and weep, some threw their heads back and screamed at the sky, some covered their mouths and sobbed, while others laughed hysterically. Their reactions were as varied as they were. Roy was not a ghost. He couldn't comprehend the feeling of liberation. It was just like when he had asked Hiro Minamino if he wanted to say a few more words to his daughter, Shizuka. The answer had been that he didn't want his family to feel sorrow for his passing again. "Thank you." Faintly, Roy heard a murmur. He looked up. The hundreds of figures bowed to him in unison, their faces filled with relieved smiles as they dissolved into points of light. The wind picked them up, and in an instant, they flowed into his body. Zeno shot him a surprised look. The boy did not refuse. He accepted it naturally, calmly. As if blessed with sudden insight, he closed his eyes, savoring the novel sensations that each life brought him. The sound of a notification echoed in his mind. "Detection complete. You have cleansed 123 remnant souls. By accepting their karma and their trust, they have voluntarily transferred their remaining energy to you. Notification, life energy plus 30. Host may freely allocate this energy to the physique attribute." 56, Chapter 56, Heaven's Arena X the Veteran Room Service Attendant. Chapter 56, Heaven's Arena X the Veteran Room Service Attendant. 1 life, 2 lives, then 3 and 4, they all fell into his heart and vanished without a trace. Roy opened his mind and accepted these gifts. In return, he was forced to experience 100 different lives. Sometimes he was Aaron, skipping to school with his backpack on, holding his grandparents' hands. Sometimes he was Mike, lauded as the most handsome boy in school, a carefree Casanova flitting from one romance to the next. Sometimes he was Joshua, a returning overseas student forced to inherit a multi-billion-dollar business, wielding immense power in the corporate world. But more often, he was the sanitation worker, sweeping the streets in the bitter cold at 4 in the morning. He was the assembly line worker, repeating the same motion from 8 to 8, his days and nights reversed. He was the balding, middle-aged man, over 40 with parents to support and children to raise, crushed by the weight of his mortgage and car loans. He was the elderly street vendor with no one to rely on, pushing a tricycle and hawking his wares along the road. He was the white-haired, empty nester who had cooked a grand feast for the holidays, desperately hoping for his children to return. Joy intertwined with pain, ease ran parallel with hardship. When the boy opened his eyes again, these past lives dissipated like smoke in the wind, vanishing between heaven and earth with his long, drawn-out sigh. Where the propellers shredded the air, the wind so strong it made one's skin feel tight. Zeno stood beside Roy with his hands behind his back, admiring the sea of clouds being parted by the airship, rolling away like great waves. At one point, he turned his head to look. The boy was shrouded in a peculiar aura, a mixture of world-weariness and innocence. He gave Zeno a slight smile, and for a moment, the old man was lost in a daze. "Grandfather, are you heading back? The mission target had been eliminated. Shouldn't I get half of the commission? After all, he was the one who did the work." "Ha!" Zeno snapped back to reality and turned to leave without a word. The little brat wasn't even fully grown and was already eyeing his retirement fund. In his dreams, With the terrorists eliminated, the cockpit no longer needed guarding. Subone came up to the deck, Zeno hopped on her back, and with a single leap, she transformed into a jet and flew away from the airship, speeding back toward Kukuru Mountain. Gotha, who had come up with Zeno earlier, now stood silently behind Roy. He suddenly heard him say, "Gotha, I have a task for you." He looked up to see the boy watching him with hopeful eyes. "Hire an apprentice butler. The requirements are, must be able to fly, swim, and go off-road. And they can't be any worse than Subone." Gotha. His head was spinning. He was just a simple butler, not the wish-granting creature Nanaka. He braced himself and said, "Yes, sir." Vum. In an instant, Subone and Zeno became a black dot on the horizon and disappeared. Roy watched for a moment longer. "Let's go," he said. He led Gotha to a different cabin and began to leisurely sip some tea. Half an hour after the commotion, the airship re-established contact with the ground control tower and resumed normal operations. An announcement informed the passengers that they were less than an hour and a half from the Heavens Arena and that they should prepare for questioning by the National Police Agency. After an incident of this magnitude, a trip to the police station for a statement was unavoidable. Roy had no desire to be tied down by such mundane affairs, so he decided to disembark before the airship landed. It seemed that being a Zoldyck meant you never took the normal route. Just as the airship began its final descent, a slender figure clinging to a window slid down, headfirst. The sight startled Roy, who nearly spilled his hot tea on the person's head. It was Illumi. He stared with his dead fish eyes, silent for a few seconds, before letting go and rapidly sliding down a rope he had thrown out. The rope was made of dozens of bed sheets tied together. Roy had no idea where he had gotten them all. He watched as Illumi landed, used Shadow Step, and vanished. Gotha cautiously asked Roy, "Young master, perhaps we should depart as well." Operating on the principle of waste not, want not, Roy didn't hesitate. He pushed open the window, grabbed the rope, and swung himself out. Gotha followed close behind. It wasn't until they were out of the terminal and in a taxi that he remembered their luggage was still in the cargo hold, inaccessible. "Young master, I'm afraid we won't be able to check into the hotel we booked." "Then let's go straight to the Heavens Arena. I have money and a room there." At the Heavens Arena, once you fought your way to the 100th floor, you were given your own private room. He had saved up a fair amount of allowance over the years. It was more than enough to handle an emergency. As for the luggage left behind, he could just arrange for another butler to retrieve it. "Take us to the Heavens Arena," Gotha instructed the driver. He paid the fare with the coins he had been prepared to use as weapons, then followed Roy into an elevator, heading straight for the 199th floor. The elevator attendant was dressed in a pink uniform, her hair a pretty, fiery red bob. She froze when she saw them, then pointed at Roy's nose and squealed, You're, that guy, what's his name?" "ELO. Right, ELO." ELO was the alias Roy had registered at the Heavens Arena years ago. Seeing the elevator attendant again after so long felt strangely familiar. Roy smiled and nodded at her. This time, he could much more clearly perceive the Nen aura emanating from her body. Evidently, you couldn't get by here without some skill. In the future, Gon and Killua would learn this the hard way when this very attendant shut the doors on them and taught them a harsh lesson. "Long time no see. A lot of people have been looking for you." The attendant reeled off a list of names as if she knew them by heart: Castro, Wing, and several other veteran Nen users from the 200s, all of whom had become star fighters at the arena in recent years. Roy was sure that news of his arrival would spread quickly without him needing to tell anyone. He exchanged a few pleasantries with her. He then led Gotha to his exclusive room, number 1991. Floor 199, room 1. Creaked the door opened. Roy took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the sofa, beginning to digest the gift from the souls of the dead. Out of professional habit, Gotha first checked the room for hidden cameras. Once he confirmed they weren't being watched, he informed Roy that he was taking his registration card to withdraw his prize money, which had been accumulating for years, and to purchase some new clothes and necessities. After he left, evening arrived. The sun began to set, casting a few final rays of light that illuminated the boy's sharp jawline, giving him a heroic air. Roy closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his system panel. He decided to add the 30 points of life energy to his physique in increments. With Hiro Minamino as a prior example, he knew better than anyone the excruciating pain that came with growth and exactly how intense it could be. Worried that adding too many points at once would make him pass out, he started by applying just 3. The process began. Hiss. He sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. The familiar, intense pain was like a swarm of ants tearing at his flesh. Skeletal muscles ripping apart, hematopoietic stem cells rapidly dividing, mitochondria multiplying, blood vessel walls thickening, hair falling out and regrowing. All these changes occurred in a single moment. The pain was so intense that Roy nearly lost consciousness again. But at that precise moment, the doorbell rang. The tender voice of a young girl, claiming to be from room service, sounded from outside. A flat-chested little loli pushed a small food cart into view, her 2 golden pigtails swinging back and forth with a lively, cunning energy. 57, Chapter 57, The Infatuated Maiden Biscuit x The Honest Kid Wing. Chapter 57 The Infatuated Maiden Biscuit x The Honest Kid Wing. Sir, your dinner has arrived. A sweet, feminine voice sounded from outside the door. Roy's brow furrowed, but he didn't answer. He was certain he hadn't ordered any food. And Gotha, out of caution, would never do so without reporting to him first. That left only one possibility. An uninvited guest. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again, and the voice repeated her line. The growth was reaching its peak. The tracksuit he was wearing couldn't withstand the expansion of his body and, with a rip, was torn to shreds, leaving him half exposed and revealing the handsome, powerful muscle definition underneath. Just leave it at the door, Roy said, gritting his teeth against the intense pain as he reached for his cane sword. He swore that if the person outside made another move, he would strike without the slightest hesitation. Fortunately, the noise outside stopped. The server replied sweetly, "Okay," and then she truly left. He could faintly hear her footsteps growing softer until they disappeared completely. Phew. Roy let out a breath and refocused on his breakthrough. About a minute later, he stood up. In the reflection of a full-length mirror in the corner, he saw a new version of himself. He had grown another centimeter taller and looked a bit broader. The newly grown hair was still thick and black, shining with a brilliant luster under the setting sun. Very good. The pain hadn't been unbearable, and the changes weren't so drastic as to arouse suspicion. He would continue with the plan of 3 points a day. Girl. His new body craved nourishment. His stomach rumbled loudly, reminding Roy that he needed to replenish his energy. The dinner the server had brought was just outside his door. The aroma wafted through the gap, tempting the hungry beast in his gut. But Roy had no intention of eating it. He picked up the phone on the nightstand, dialed Gotha's number, and told him to bring back extra food. Next, he activated Zetsu, silently approached the door using Shadow Step, and peered through the peephole. Seeing the hallway was completely empty, he cracked the door open for a bit of air. Who would have thought? Wow, it's a handsome young prodigy. An excited shriek came from above his head. 2 golden pigtails swung down, and their owner violently threw the door open, pouncing on Roy. In an advanced application of Zetsu, allowing a user to make their Hatsu invisible to their opponent by rendering their aura semi-transparent. Biscuit had been hanging from the ceiling, and she swung down gracefully. Her eyes were shining like light bulbs, nearly blinding Roy. Careless. Even with his recent gains, Roy couldn't withstand the powerful force of the girl's assault. His hands were pinned, and he was pressed to the floor beneath her. Ehehe. Biscuit stared at Roy with a silly grin, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Stripped bare held no appeal, yet fully clothed lacked mystery. This state half-covered, half-revealed, a tease of what lay beneath was the most alluring of all. Such incredible strength. I can't move at all. Roy glared coldly at Biscuit. Is this how the Shinjin-Ryu school treats its guests? Master, stop playing around. Wing walked in just then, giving Roy an apologetic smile as he pulled Biscuit off him. He pushed up his glasses and extended his right hand to Roy. It's been a long time, Roy. I apologize for the little joke. Please don't take it to heart. That wasn't a very funny joke. A figure appeared at the doorway, holding 2 large plastic bags. It was Gotha, returning from his shopping trip. His face darkened. He took out a newly purchased jacket and draped it over Roy, then stepped forward to stand in front of him. He had been gone for less than half an hour, and the young master's clothes had been torn to pieces. This was the greatest failure of his duty as a personal butler. Gotha couldn't accept it. A milky white aura exploded from him, his fury staining it red as it surged toward Wing. Such powerful Ren, Wing thought. His bangs were blown back, and he took a step backward, only to feel a small hand press against his back, steadying him. Biscuit had dropped her infatuated act and now put on a pitiful expression. Now, let's not fight, she pleaded. I know the loyal butler protecting his young master is a great dynamic, but he's just a little kid. Can't you forgive him for my sake? This old hag, playing the cute girl again. Roy placed a hand on Gotha's shoulder, signaling him to stand down. He completely ignored Biscuit, took 2 steps forward, and looked at Wing with cold eyes. You invited me, and I came. A joke is a joke, but you still owe me for the travel expenses. Every single Jenny. Of course. Wing smiled, and without wasting words, he pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. There are 2 million in there. The pin is XXXXXXX. 2 million Jenny was enough for Roy and Gotha to live lavishly at the Heavens Arena for a month. He had to admit, the offer was quite sincere. Roy took the card, tossed it to Gotha, and gave Wing one last deep look. Show them out. Gotha's face was a cold mask. He extended a hand toward the door. Please. Wing gave Roy another apologetic smile before pushing Biscuit out of the room. The door to room 1991 slammed shut. Master and student walked down the corridor, neither speaking for a time. Finally, the evening wind blew past, rustling Wing's bangs. The boy recalled his brief confrontation with Gotha and couldn't help but sigh. You were right, Master. There are no weaklings in the Zoldyck family. That butler, he gave off a very powerful feeling. I couldn't beat him. An honest kid speaks honest words. Biscuit truly worried that one day Wing would be sold and wouldn't even know it. But that was the price for the Shinjin-Ryu School's emphasis on character above all else when accepting students. The veteran fighter, swinging her lively pigtails, said noncommittally, "Don't sell yourself short. Your aura output is indeed less than his, but in terms of potential aura, you are stronger. Aura output is the amount of aura a NEN user has already developed and can fully utilize. Potential aura, as the name implies, is the total amount of aura a NEN user possesses, including both developed and undeveloped portions. The greater the potential aura, the higher a NEN user's ceiling, excluding special mechanics like vows and limitations." "Then what about Roy?" Wing pushed up his glasses and shot Biscuit a look. "You were the one who insisted I trick him into coming here. Now you've seen him." "I've seen him," Biscuit said, taking a deep breath. "He's a monster." "Wing, question mark." The girl frowned, clearly unwilling to say more. Her instincts were telling her. Just a moment ago, Roy's potential aura had suddenly increased by a significant amount. This meant that he had condensed 1, 2, even 3 or 4 years of growth into a single instant. It was the equivalent of him accomplishing several years of hard work in just 1 minute. Calling him a monster is an understatement. 58. Chapter 58. His strength is his own X. A letter from Jiyu Tomioka. Chapter 58. His strength is his own X. A letter from Jiyu Tomioka. He is worthy of being the opponent I've chosen. It was rare to hear such an evaluation from his master. Wing's expression was grave. From the first time I met him, I knew he was incredibly strong. An 81-win streak was the stuff of legends, even at the Heavens Arena. Besides Roy, there's another one named Illumi who is also quite formidable, Wing said, thinking of the boy with the vacant eyes. He looked to be 2 years younger than Wing himself, yet he had an 80-win streak and had recently taken out the emitter who had been blocking his path. His methods are just a bit cruel. He seems to enjoy killing. They're brothers. Huh. Wing looked at Biscuit in surprise, then after a moment, a look of understanding dawned on his face. No wonder they're so alike. The Zoldyck family is truly something else. If you know that, are you still going to challenge him? Biscuit stopped and turned to look at Wing seriously. As you are now, you might not be a match for Little Roy, you know. Little Roy? It seems Master really thinks highly of that guy. Wing's resolve was firm. I will. Why wouldn't I? Let him be as strong as he wants. It changes nothing for me. The young man broke into a smile. Follow your heart. Isn't that what you've always taught me, Master? He. Now that's more like a child of the Shinjin-Ryu school. Biscuit stood on her tiptoes and patted Wing's head. After you beat that guy named Morris, go and issue your challenge. You'll have a 90-day waiting period. I'll put you through special training. We'll be sure to give that Zoldyck a taste of what we can do. Thank you, Master. Silly boy, you're my student. What's with all the thanks? If you keep being so formal, I might just have to punch you, you know. Biscuit showed Wing her tiny fist. Wing shivered and immediately backed down. Yes, Master. Young Master, that girl is no simple matter. After Wing and Biscuit had left, Gota served Roy his dinner. He recalled how Biscuit had helped Wing resist his Ren with just one hand, and his expression grew serious. Roy chewed his pizza slowly and let out a chuckle. She's no girl. In terms of actual age, the two of us combined aren't as old as she is. In the original story, Biscuit was already 57 when she first appeared in York New City searching for the Blue Planet gem. 13 years before that, she would be 44 now. It wasn't an exaggeration to call her a middle-aged beauty. Gota was stunned. He trusted the young master's judgment and knew he wouldn't be deceived. That meant, her disguise was just that good. Could she be a transmuter? Aside from some rare specialists, only transmuters could freely alter their body shape to such a degree. Don't just stand there. You eat, too. Roy didn't elaborate, tearing off a slice of pizza and handing it to Gota in a way that brooked no refusal. In his heart, he knew the old hag was far more than a simple transmuter. If he had to give her a title, Roy would prefer to call her a warrior with a built-in healer. Biscuit was a martial arts master first and foremost, but her nen ability, magical esthetician, Cookie-chan, gave her access to a wide range of professional beautician skills, including the ability to completely eliminate fatigue and remove negative status effects. It was the perfect support ability. In the future, when she was training Gon and Killua to fight the Chimera ants, she would use it on Gon, massaging his body to erase his exhaustion and dramatically increasing his training efficiency. Chew. Gota took the pizza and ate it in small bites. It seems so. With her backing him, it's no wonder that Wing is so persistent. I expect he'll issue a challenge to you, young master, after his next fight. That will be 90 days from now. The 200th floor was a watershed. Above it was the realm of Nen users, below it was just newbies pecking at each other. The Heavens Arena had a rule: after every match between Nen users, there was a mandatory 90-day waiting period before another challenge could be issued. Roy drank his milk nonchalantly. He figured he wouldn't even recognize himself in 90 days. If Wing wanted to give it a try, then he was free to try dying. Roy finished his pizza, went to the shower, and then threw himself onto the large, soft bed and went to sleep. Too much had happened today: the hijacking, Biscuit's ambush, and the intense pain from his physical enhancement. The boy was mentally and physically exhausted. The day had felt longer than a lifetime, and he quickly fell into a deep slumber. Gota kept watch over him from the sofa, occasionally tucking in the corners of his blanket. Seeing him sleep so soundly, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Crash! The waves curled and broke upon the sand. After passing through the multicolored tunnel, Roy arrived at the familiar sea of cognition. He rolled up his pant legs and stood in the shallows for a while, clearing the distracting thoughts from his mind before pushing open the gate to the Demon Slayer world. His eyes opened to Makomo's beautiful gaze. The girl seemed to love watching him sleep, always curling up beside him. Noticing he was awake, she whispered to Sabito, who was leaning against a pillar, "Hey, I really think Iyakiro can see me. You're so close to him, you're practically in his arms. Unless Iyakiro is blind, of course he's going to be looking in your direction when he wakes up," Sabito thought, too tired to even retort. He watched Seikanji Urokadaki in the kitchen, busily slicing daikon radishes. During the Taisho era, the only vegetables available in winter were radishes and cabbage. Roy had been eating a lot of meat lately, and Seikanji, worried about his nutritional balance, was preparing some pickled radish to supplement his diet with fiber and vitamins. "You're awake. The porridge is almost ready." Porridge was warming on the heated table, with a few pieces of cured meat mixed in. The aroma drifted out, and Makomo's nose began to twitch again. Roy found this amusing and decided to stay in bed a little longer. He rolled over and looked out the window at the vast, white world of snow. It was quiet, desolate, and empty, creating a sense of serene detachment. "It's nice. If I could live here in seclusion long-term, reading and gardening every day, maybe with a cat and a dog to keep me company, that would be a good choice." The thought of retirement suddenly popped into his head, but Roy quickly dismissed it. Family matters aside, he was still young. He had things to do, sights to see, responsibilities to bear, and a wide world to explore. It was far too early to stop and rest. It was just as his father, Tanjiro, had told Tanjiro to tell him he, Roy, belonged to the world. He was destined not to be bound by a single mountain or a single scene. Bubble, bubble. The porridge was ready. Seikanji had also finished slicing the radishes, arranging them neatly on a plate. Roy ate his breakfast, insisted on washing the dishes, and then stepped out again, taking his training sword and disappearing into the snowstorm. His daily 10,000 swings had begun. Crunch, crunch. The boy walked on, his steps deep in the snow. Behind him, Seikanji Urokadake watched in silence. A cold gust of wind blew past, erasing his footprints, and with it came a crow, carrying a letter from home. The sender, Jiyu Tomioka. 59, Chapter 59, New Year's Memorial X The Eager Challengers. Chapter 59, New Year's Memorial X The Eager Challengers. A pot of tea was warming on the heated table, its steam curling lazily into the air and adding a touch of life to the small wooden cabin. Seikanji Urokadaka knelt in silence. He opened the letter from home and began to read the familiar chicken-scratch handwriting. Jiyu was a sentimental child, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He had a great talent for the sword, but his penmanship left much to be desired. Master Urokadake, I hope this letter finds you well. The end of the year is a busy time, with many missions, so it is inconvenient for me to return home. Please, pay respects to Sabito, Makomo, and all of our brothers and sisters in my stead. Tell them that Jiyu has never stopped striving to improve. I have now slain 137 demons. May their souls find peace in the heavens. A simple 100 or so words conveyed his recent situation. Seikanji Urokadake read to the end. Please, take care of your health as well, and I wish you continued excellence. I must close this letter in haste. Jiyu Tomioka. He folded the letter and sat in silence for a long time. Shinsuke, Fukuda, and the others had followed Roy deep into Sajiri Mountain. Sabito and Makomo, having seen the crow arrive, had remained behind, silently keeping the old man company. Jiyu is a good man. He is worthy of the title, Water Hashira, Sabito said, having read the letter. Watching the crybaby he once knew grow into a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps filled him with a boundless sense of pride. 137 demons, 137 letters. Jiyu-senpai really misses Master, doesn't he? Makomo nodded in agreement, then suddenly said, Hey, do you think Master will tell Jiyu-senpai about Iyakiro? The little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at Sabito. I'd love to see his jaw drop when he finds out about Iyakiro. 3 sessions of a 10,000 swings a day, that Iyakiro guy isn't human at all. Sabito knew what Makomo was thinking, she just wanted to see Jiyu lose his composure. But knowing Jiyu's cool demeanor, he would probably just put on an icy expression and pretend he didn't know a thing. He won't. He'll give him a couple of glances, at most. Besides. Sabito noticed Seikanji Urokadaka staring blankly at the letter. Master won't tell Jiyu, he said softly. The demon slayers live on a knife's edge. One wrong step, and they lose their lives. Master doesn't want to put any more pressure on him. As expected, Seikanji Urokadaka said nothing, just as he always did. He didn't write a reply, but simply and carefully placed the letter in the wooden box he kept by his pillow. The box was open just a crack, revealing the thick stack of letters already inside. Whoosh! The cold wind howled, whipping up a flurry of snow. After closing the wooden box, Seikanji Urokadaka's back seemed to stoop a little more. He stood in place for a long while before pushing the door open and stepping outside. Iyakairo, come with me. It was just after 4 in the afternoon. Having completed his 3 daily sessions of the 10,000 swings, Roy was still feeling energetic and was preparing to do another 2,000 when he heard Seikanji's call. He sheathed his sword and followed him through the dense forest to a wide open space. Before him were more than a dozen small, snow-covered mounds of earth. Seikanji Urokadaka stood before them, lighting the oil lamp in a small shrine. With his back to Roy, he offered a prayer. The year is ending. Come and pay your respects to your senior brothers and sisters. The dead were gone, now nothing but a handful of dust. With the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed, perhaps this was its own form of freedom. But, seeing the figures of Sabito, Makomo, and all the others standing silently behind Seikanji, Roy was quiet for a long moment. Then, he smiled. I think I'll pass. The boy gave his training sword a flourish with an air of indescribable freedom. I prefer to celebrate the new year with joy. When the time comes that I've avenged my brothers and sisters, I'll bring a cask of sake to their graves and drink with them. I'm sure, they wouldn't hold it against me. Whoosh, a ghostly wind swirled. The dozens of spirits all turned to look at him. For some reason, Shinsuke and Fukuda felt their eyes burn, and hot tears streamed down their faces. Iyakairo, you. Who would hold it against you? Who would dare? Makomo sniffled, tugging at the hem of Sabito's clothes. The boy beneath the fox mask looked deeply at Roy, his gaze passing over his shoulder and toward the sky. He was silent for a long time. In the vast, drifting snow, only the old man and his disciple stood opposite each other. Finally, the old man nodded in the silence. Then it settled. You still have 2,000 swings to go. Roy raised his hand and shouldered his sword. Under the watchful eyes of the many spirits, he walked back into the depths of the forest, his feet crunching in the snow. A short while later, a single slash sent a 4-meter-long blade of energy flying, instantly splitting the wooden post before him in two. Swordsmanship plus 30. Today's 10,000 swings were complete. Ha! He exhaled a cloud of white mist that froze in the air. Back in the cabin, after dinner, he took off his shoes and climbed into bed. Tonight, a few more ghosts had squeezed into the room to sleep beside him, joining Makomo. Roy saw this and a faint smile touched his lips. He closed his eyes and slept until dawn. The familiar sensation of falling. A single young master broke through the dream, pulling him back to reality. Away from the snowy world and without a chiming clock to wake him, Roy blearily opened his eyes. Gota had already prepared breakfast and placed it on the table beside him. This is not like home. The selection of fresh ingredients is too limited. You will have to make do, young master. Gota seemed very dissatisfied with the food at the Heavens Arena. He didn't mind putting up with it himself, but for the young master to be inconvenienced, when he was picking up the meal that morning, he had nearly slit the chef's throat. What time is it? 5:30 in the morning. I slept that long. Roy frowned as he got out of bed, pulled on his tracksuit, and started his run. The food could wait, it wasn't going anywhere. If it got cold, he could just microwave it. The morning run, however, could not be skipped. He took the elevator straight down and began to circle the Heavens Arena. On the floors above, several shadowy figures appeared, their eyes following his movements, their expressions varied. In room 1981, a certain little ghost with a deathly pale face and empty eyes, who slept in a large vat, suddenly opened his eyes, his hands gripping the rim. Across from him, in room 1989, a young man with long, grayish-white hair that fell to his waist stood by a floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at him. Two flames of divine fire ignited in his pupils, his fighting spirit condensing. On the 200th floor, the residence of Nen users, Wing was doing one-handed handstand push-ups, trying to gather Ren in his palm to launch himself into the air. On the sofa nearby, a certain flat-chested loli with twin pigtails was enjoying a massage. In this city that had not yet woken, some were already hard at work. Roy didn't use shadow step, running 10 kilometers at a normal pace. He went upstairs, ate his breakfast, and received several challenge notifications. Young master, we've just received a message from the arena. That fighter, Castro, has issued you a challenge. Gota served Roy his meal while organizing the information. Besides him, there is also Harrison, the meat grinder, Guy, the divine shot, and Kikuta, the ninja. It seems they are all waiting to ambush you. No, Wing. No, then accept them all. Start by killing the ones with the worst crimes. 60, Chapter 60, Castro's Fear X The Secret Art of Shinjin Ryu. Chapter 60, Castro's Fear X The Secret Art of Shinjin Ryu. 3 veterans, plus Castro. Gota went out to respond to the challenges and returned with the official fight schedule. As per your request, young master, your match against Harrison has been scheduled for after Wings. The divine shot, Guy has been pushed back by 1 day. I looked into Harrison's background. The man is cruel and enjoys torturing his opponents to death. Before coming to the Heavens Arena, he used his hunter license to work as an enforcer for the Mafia. He was later put on the dark web's wanted list for raping and murdering the boss's daughter. He's a professional hunter, too. 1/2, 3. The tip of the cane sword hovered just before Gota's nose. Roy finished a sequence of the sun breathing, took the towel from the young butler, and began to wipe down the blade. Notification. Physique plus 0.2. Without looking up, he asked, what about the other one? The last one, Kikuta, the ninja, lost out to Harrison and Guy for a spot. Gota, recalling the young man with waist-length hair he had seen at the reception desk, chose his words carefully. Young master, you've rejected Castro again. I suspect he won't take it well and will likely cause trouble. The butler pushed up the glasses on his nose. As I thought, it would be better to just kill him. Roy finished cleaning the blade. His eyes, the blade's tip, and the edge of the sword formed a single line. He admired the new blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. You're too late, he said noncommittally. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Gota's brow furrowed. He pulled the door open, revealing Castro's fair-skinned face. Why won't you accept my challenge? Why should I? Roy didn't even spare Castro a glance, continuing to toy with the cane sword, cultivating his bond with it. Castro narrowed his eyes. Are you afraid that I'll defeat you this time? Roy let out a short, sharp laugh and gave him a casual glance. Gota took a step forward, blocking the way and looking down on him, unleashing his killing intent without reservation. Boom! The killing intent, in the form of pure malice, pressed down on him through Ren. A storm of aura formed in an instant. Castro's pupils constricted. He felt as if he had been plunged into the deepest hell, alarms blaring in his mind. Unbeatable. I have to run. If I don't run, I'll die. The instinct for survival screamed at him to retreat, but his legs wouldn't obey. He managed only a single step back before stumbling and falling to the corridor floor. Ha, ha. Castro gasped for breath. Only then did he hear the voice of the opponent he had sworn to defeat in this lifetime drift out from the room. Ignorance is bliss. I think you understand now. Bam. As the words fell, the door slammed shut, separating you and me into two different worlds. Castro sat there, legs splayed, for a long, long time before finally picking himself up and leaving, dejected. The corridor lights cast a long, lonely shadow behind him. Gota, his ears sharp, listened until he was certain Castro was gone, then turned to Roy. You are too kind, young master. As I said, killing him would have been simpler. Killing can solve most problems, but not all of them. The blade slid back into its sheath, and the sword in Roy's hand once again became an ordinary-looking cane. The boy, his sun and mountain earrings glinting, looked calmly at Gota. If I draw my sword just because someone is an annoyance, what's the difference between me and the Harrison you described? Gota was undoubtedly loyal, and his every action was based on Roy's best interests. He didn't concern himself with conscience or morality. So, it was up to him, his master, to consider those things for him. I'm hungry. Go prepare dinner. It was 4 in the afternoon, time to add more points. Using hunger as an excuse to send Gota away, Roy opened his system panel. Having learned his lesson from last time, he stripped off his clothes and hid in the shower. With a muffled grunt, the transformation began. A minute passed quickly. When the boy emerged again, he was slightly taller than the day before, his physique even more heroic. When Gota returned with a food cart, Roy enjoyed a grand feast and recovered his strength. The next day, he received tickets personally delivered by Wing. He went to the spectator seats and waited for the show to begin. How did this kid's aura quantity suddenly spike again? When a student was on stage, their master naturally had to be in the audience to watch. Biscuit was sharp-eyed. The first thing she saw upon entering the stands was Roy. Or rather, she was the one who had instructed Wing to buy adjacent tickets in the first place. She plopped down right next to him. Good evening, handsome. With a flick of her twin pigtails, the maiden first greeted Gota, who was giving her a cold look, then leaned in close to Roy with a grin. Little Roy, have you eaten? Big sister has some candy. Want some? Biscuit pulled a few lollipops from her pocket, stuck one in her own mouth, and offered another to Roy. Seeing that Roy didn't refuse, she beamed and sat there, giggling foolishly to herself. Soon, the announcer entered the ring and began to hype up the crowd. Tens of thousands of spectators roared at her command, their excitement building to a fever pitch. The atmosphere was electric. Roy, caught up in it all, couldn't help but be affected. He found it amusing. Biscuit leaned her head over. You look like you're having fun, she said. A smile played on Roy's lips, but he ignored her completely. It wasn't until Wing and Morris entered the ring and the crowd's excitement reached its peak that the boy began to tap his fingers on the armrest, thoroughly enjoying himself. Biscuit was a little surprised. To show your happiness so openly, you'd be a terrible assassin, she said seriously. Roy wasn't annoyed. He watched as Wing rolled up his sleeves, preparing to fight. I'm just not like some people who enjoy putting on an act, he retorted sarcastically. It's not an act, it's about confusing the opponent, Biscuit argued defensively. Yes, that's it. Confusion. Whatever you say. Roy couldn't be bothered to argue. The old hag was probably past menopause. As long as she was happy, it had nothing to do with him. And now, the match officially begins. The announcer roared. The battle was underway. Wing and Morris moved at the same time. Their fists and palms, wrapped in aura, collided and they instantly retreated. It was a simple probing attack. Wing, an enhancer, against Morris, a transmuter. Despite a 10-year age difference, they were evenly matched, both pushed back 3 meters. One had to admit, Biscuit had her own methods when it came to training her students. Humph, humph. The old hag swung her legs, shooting a smug look at Roy. The words, "See, that's my student," were practically written on her face. As Wing followed up with a straight punch and a whip kick, fighting with practiced skill and gaining the upper hand, her pigtails practically stood on end. She couldn't resist shaking a fist at Roy. "See that? That's the power of the heart. Shinjin Ryu, the school of the heart source." Roy had to admit, in terms of raw power, Wing was definitely not as strong as the larger Morris. But somehow, it was Morris who was being beaten back step by step. At that moment, Roy couldn't help but think of Netero. A prayer with every punch. The words left his mouth before he could stop them. "So this is it, to be filled with boundless gratitude for the martial art that nurtured you, and to repay that grace with your own humble efforts." The smug Biscuit suddenly froze. 61, Chapter 61, Rubberman Morris X the legendary Zoldyck Swordmaster. Chapter 61, Rubberman Morris X the legendary Zoldyck Swordmaster. It is known to the world that the strongest human is Isaac Netero. He took over as the chairman of the Hunter Association, single-handedly founded the Shinjin Ryu School, and formed the Zodiacs to serve as his sparring partners. With his hair tied in a topknot, he was a force to be reckoned with. But few people know that in his youth, Netero was a man of pure conviction, dedicating his entire life to the pursuit of the pinnacle of martial arts. At the age of 46, when he felt his body and mind had reached the absolute limit of human potential, he began to express his boundless gratitude for the martial arts that had nurtured him. He went to the high mountains and began a training regimen of 10,000 punches of gratitude a day. From a prayer with hands clasped, to opening his stance, to the final punch. The first 10,000 punches took him 18 hours. Later, it became 16, then 14, 10, 9, until, at the age of 50, he could complete 10,000 punches in under an hour. Netero chose to descend from the mountain. With a punching speed that surpassed the sound barrier, he demonstrated a monstrous level of power that left the master of a dojo so thoroughly impressed and moved that he knelt on the ground and offered Netero the dojo's nameplate with both hands. And the phrase, "to be filled with boundless gratitude for the martial art that nurtured you, and to repay that grace with your own humble efforts," became the core philosophy guiding generations of Shinjin Ryu disciples. It held an unparalleled significance, the very heart of their school. Biscuit remembered it clearly. When she was a child, Netero would often pat her little head and teach her, "When you encounter unpleasant things, don't always think of solving them with violence. Use your heart to feel, to understand. Look at the problem from a different angle, and you might just discover that the unpleasantness was merely a reflection of your own immaturity at the time." Bang, bang, bang. The clash on the stage grew more ferocious. Flurries of aura whipped the maiden's bangs into the air. Biscuit stared blankly at Roy, seeming to have forgotten that her disciple was still in the middle of a fight. Her beautiful eyes reflected only the image of the boy's smiling face. "Who told you that? Is that important?" "Extremely important." Biscuit leaned forward, her expression more serious than ever before. Roy leaned closer, close enough to smell the fragrance of her body wash. "No one," he said truthfully. Biscuit leaned back slightly. Roy gently stroked his cane. "I've also been training with a sword recently," he said in a low voice. 30,000 swings a day. I just had a small epiphany." Small. Biscuit's pigtails shot straight up with a zing. She grabbed Roy by the collar, pressing her forehead against his. "What do you take the Shinjin Ryu school for, you little brat?" she roared. "Say one more word and I'll beat you to a pulp. Weren't you the one who asked?" Roy shot a look at Gota, holding a hand up to stop the butler from moving. He leaned back nonchalantly and gestured toward the ring with his chin. "You should be more worried about your precious student right now." The clash of aura had reached its peak. Wing, who had been dominating the fight, was distracted by the commotion below and took a kick from Morris. Fortunately, he managed to block it with his arms, avoiding a critical hit. "Losing focus at a time like this, kid. Who are you looking down on?" Morris retracted his whip kick, but his assault didn't stop. He closed the distance again, intent on finishing Wing while he was vulnerable. The kid had used some kind of trick. His power didn't seem great, but his hits hurt like hell. Morris wasn't going to give him another chance. He lunged for Wing's waist, his arms suddenly stretching like two soft whips and wrapping around him. "Here it comes. Rubberman Morris's special technique, the rubber pile driver." The announcer roared excitedly into the microphone. The crowd erupted into a wave of thunderous cheers. Hearing this, Biscuit let go of Roy, and they both turned their attention to the ring, their eyes quietly coated with a thin layer of aura as they activated Gyo. The transmuter class is known for changing the properties and shape of their aura, often manifesting as soft and malleable. For example, Hisoka's bungee gum could stretch his aura to great lengths. This Morris was using the same principle, shaping the softness of his aura to imitate rubber, transforming himself into a rubber man. Whoosh! The slippery arms of Nen coiled around him. Wing wanted to slap himself for getting distracted. He quickly protected his waist with 10 to keep his ribs from being crushed, then shot his hands out, grabbing the arms and beginning a contest of strength with Morris. Unlike transmuters, who specialize in the properties and shape of Nen, enhancers focus on using Nen to strengthen themselves, pursuing physical power and maximizing their strength. Yuvijin was a prime example, ignoring hails of bullets, charging through RPG fire, and shattering the earth with a single big bang impact. He was the embodiment of channeling all great power into oneself. And now we've reached the part where they measure each other's Ren. Whoever's Ren is stronger, wins. A veteran Nen user was sitting in the row behind Roy and Biscuit. His eyes were also coated in Nen as he offered his commentary. Gotha glanced back at him, his gaze sharpening. He leaned in and whispered to Roy, "It's that divine shot guy. No one who made it to the 200th floor was a fool." Gathering intelligence on your opponents beforehand was a mandatory lesson for any veteran Nen user who wanted to survive in the Heavens arena. Roy nodded to show he understood, then glanced sideways at Biscuit. The old woman was back to swinging her short legs, seemingly unconcerned about Wing. She even had the mind to mock Roy. "So young and already learning to lie. Be careful, or I'll tell your parents. Training with a sword, my ass. That little brat almost had me fooled." No one in the Zoldyck family was a swordsman. Thinking back on the relationship between Master Netero and the Zoldicks, it wasn't hard for Biscuit to guess that Zeno, or one of the other Zoldicks, must have told Roy the secret of Shinjin Ryu. Besides, what kind of swordsman uses a walking stick as a blade? Only this little punk would try to pull a fast one like that. Biscuit glanced at the cane in Roy's hand. It was just an ordinary hiking pole, nothing special about it at all. In fact, in Roy's hand, it looked a bit old-fashioned, bringing to mind the image of a frail old man on the verge of death, needing a cane just to stand steady. Crack! The contest of strength reached its climax. Having failed in his sneak attack, Morris couldn't take down Wing in one move. Now, facing an enhancer who specialized in strength, his defeat was sealed. As expected, Wing let out a powerful Kie, and with a deep shout, he flung Morris, Nanarms and all, through the air. Boom! Morris crashed into the restricted area outside the ring, leaving a small crater. His tongue lolled out, and he passed out instantly. The fight was over. The arena erupted in thunderous applause, tens of thousands of people chanting Wing's name. As his master, Biscuit looked over smugly. The boy, unhurried, drew his cane sword. The blade, etched with a black flame pattern, reflected the light from the dome above, so bright it was hard to look at. "It's my turn. Biscuit, ? 62, Chapter 62, Piercing Hand vs. the Meat Grinder. Chapter 62, Piercing Hand vs. the Meat Grinder. Roy moved. The simple act of standing up drew countless eyes. Gotha's, Biscuit's, the divine shot guys, the ninja Kikutas, and the boys hiding in the dark corners. Castro stared, lost, at Roy's back. 10 meters away, arms crossed and leaning against a wall, stood Illumi. My foolish, dear little brother noticed Castro's gaze, and his brow twitched almost imperceptibly. Last night, Castro had returned to his dojo, utterly dejected, and sought out his master, the man with only one hand. His master had told him, "It is because you have a fist that your hand can be cut off. It is because you have legs that your feet can be severed. Child, the things you take the most pride in, there will always be someone who is better. Since that is the case, what is there to be so dejected about?" His master had been through it all and understood Castro's feelings, but Castro was still standing on the shore. He didn't understand his master. He had to see it for himself, and now he had. He had seen the thing he could never grasp, the thing called Nen. "I can't accept it, master. I know you're right, but I just can't accept it." Castro knelt at his master's feet, tears streaming down his face. His master was silent for a moment before patting his head. "What do you plan to do?" "Become his student. The one who defeated May will learn from him." Castro bowed, his forehead hitting the floor with 3 loud thuds. "Master, please, formally expel me from the school." His master laughed. "You're even more old-fashioned than I am, kid. What era is this? Expel you. If you want to learn, then go. And on the day you have mastered it, have me bear witness. I believe my student is second to none." "Master. Get out of here. Just looking at you is annoying." "Yes, sir." Castro turned and left. His master didn't see him off, but just as he was about to leave the dojo, the master raised his one remaining hand and shouted after him, "Do your best, Castro." Tears instantly welled in Castro's eyes. He nodded fiercely. And now, here he was, his gaze locked onto Roy, who was about to enter the ring. No way, this kid actually knows how. Seeing Roy draw his cane sword and walk calmly toward the stage, Biscuit's expression went blank. In the row behind her, the divine shot guy and the ninja Kikuta exchanged a stunned look. They had all heard that ELO was a master of hand-to-hand combat, that his legendary 81-win streak was built entirely with his bare fists. They had never heard anything about him training with a sword. It's strange, but he's still no match for Harrison. The sharpest blade can't cut through a block of iron. Amidst a thunderous roar of applause, Harrison made his entrance. The crowd's enthusiasm came and went quickly. The focus shifted from Wing to Harrison in less than a minute. Wing, pushing up his glasses, had just stepped down from the stage. He passed Roy and offered a word of advice with a smile. "Be careful. Enhancers are never easy opponents. Are you talking about yourself, or him? Harrison descended from the sky, leaping from the spectator stands and landing on the stage like a heavy hammer. To the naked eye, the stage floor cracked in a spiderweb pattern with him at the center. Wing narrowed his eyes. Both of us. We're both tough. Roy nodded in agreement and brushed past his shoulder onto the stage. I'll be waiting for your challenge. With that, he drew his cane sword with a sharp sking. He held it loosely in one hand, his face expressionless as he looked at Harrison. Oh ho, our reigning champion has brought a sword into the ring. Could it be that he has another surprise in store for us today? The announcer's eyes were immediately drawn to the cane sword. The sharp blade glinted coldly, and the straight spine was branded with a black flame pattern, as if declaring to the world its unbending will. That doesn't look like a killer's blade, Wing said, having taken Roy's vacant seat. He asked Gotha curiously, when did your young master start training with a sword? With a flick of her pigtails, Biscuit leaned her head over, equally curious. Gotha stared, unblinking, at Roy's not-so-tall but incredibly straight back. About 10 days now, he said with pride. 10 days. Then he's dead for sure. Kikuta, overhearing them, commented bluntly. Harrison has focused all of his aura on honing that body of steel. Bullets can't even pierce it, let alone some half-baked amateur who's only been training for 10 days. You're insulting half-baked amateurs, the divine shot lamented. It was a shame he couldn't beat Harrison himself otherwise, this windfall of ranking points would have been his. Guy picked up where Kikuta left off, shaking his head. A month for the staff, a year for the blade. Forget about actual combat, you can't even hold a sword steady without a year of training. ELO is just messing around. Are you two looking to die? Gotha pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Biscuit, chewing on her lollipop, suddenly interrupted him. They're right. 10 days is not enough to pierce this Harrison. Look at his skin. It has a bronze, almost metallic sheen to it. You don't reach that level without at least 8 or 10 years of harsh training. Although Gotha was annoyed, he had to admit that Biscuit was right. There was a reason Harrison was called the meat grinder. He loved to crush his opponent's bones with his bare fists. It was a testament to just how hard his body was. The young master will win. You just wait and see. Gotha's words sounded weak and unconvincing. At that moment, the announcer finished introducing Roy and moved on to Harrison, who was clearly much more famous. Some of the off-site betting syndicates had gone all in on Harrison, and their members were screaming for him to stop wasting time and just grind Roy's bones to dust. Harrison was 2 meters tall, built like a bear with a massive frame. He wore a long chain of bones around his neck, and his bald head was polished to a shine. He grinned, fixing his gaze on Roy. You shouldn't have accepted, he growled. But I did. You'll die if you did. Are you talking about yourself? Oh, I can already smell the thick scent of blood in the air. The announcer stood between them, listening to their exchange and screaming into the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear your passion. Let's hear you scream. I declare tonight's headline battle. Piercing Hand, ELO versus the meat grinder, Harrison. Begin. Boom. A hurricane erupted from the shattered stage. The overwhelming force of Harrison's Ren violently swept the announcer off his feet. Luckily, he was also a Nen user, otherwise, that blow would have left him dead or seriously injured. Here it comes. What powerful Ren. Kikuta narrowed his eyes. Beside him, everyone except Biscuit, Gotha and Guy included snapped their attention to Roy. The boy stood with his cane sword in hand, swaying in the hurricane of aura like a small boat that had foolishly sailed into the open ocean, in danger of being capsized by the slightest wave. Harrison watched Roy with a savage grin. What's the meaning of this? Where's your Ren? It was common knowledge that when an opponent releases their Ren, the best way to defend is to counter with your own. After all, Ren wasn't just about the application of Nen, it also involved a clash of spiritual will. Hadn't Gon and Killua nearly wet themselves in fear when Hisoka blocked their path to the 200th floor? Is this guy looking down on me? Harrison was furious. Roy held up his hands in a gesture of innocence. I don't know how. How do you release it? Harrison. Biscuit, Wing, Guy, and Kikuta. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. 63, Chapter 63, Speed is Truth x A Flurry of Stabs. Chapter 63, Speed is Truth x A Flurry of Stabs. They were all speechless. 10, Zetsu, Ren, Hatsu. These were the absolute basics. Admittedly, not every Nen user gets the chance to systematically learn the 4 major principles, but any powerful Nen user would certainly know them. In fact, just knowing them wasn't enough, they had to be mastered. Harrison had earned his hunter license a decade ago. As was customary for the association, he had been assigned a teacher of the same Nen type to instruct him. He had learned the fundamentals thoroughly and in detail, which was how he had forged his current body of steel, tempered by 10 years of Nen. And now, he was being told that the opponent he had chosen was a complete rookie who hadn't even learned Ren. Harrison didn't know if Roy was just an idiot who hadn't bothered to research his opponents, or if he was so arrogant that he thought simply opening his aura nodes was enough to master Nen. Fine. Either way, now that you've run into me, death is inevitable. Harrison cracked his knuckles and began to walk forward. In the stands, Biscuit's expression was grave. She looked at Gotha seriously. This is no joke. Has little Roy actually developed his own Nen ability or not? Biscuit didn't believe for a second that a Zoldyck would be ignorant of the 4 major principles. Since Roy said he hadn't learned Ren, it was impossible for him to have skipped that stage and gone straight to Hatsu. Without Hatsu, you couldn't develop your own Nen ability. Unless Roy was a natural prodigy, one whose Nen ability had passively awakened the very moment he opened his aura nodes and first touched the realm of Nen. Such cases weren't just rare, they were practically unheard of. It has been less than a month since the young master opened his aura nodes. Foolishness. Wing, having put the pieces together, looked at Gotha angrily. As his butler, why didn't you stop him? Facing a seasoned Nen user without even having mastered the 4 principles, do you have any idea what that means? Shut up. The Heavens Arena was full of self-taught Nen users. It was perfectly normal for them not to know the 4 principles. Biscuit slapped Wing on the back of the head, making the young man flinch. She then looked deeply at Roy on the stage. Thinking back to how his aura quantity had surged overnight, an answer began to form in her mind. Little Roy is the latter. His Nen ability was heaven-sent. Incredible. I have to see it for myself. Like someone who had just discovered a glittering, uncut gem, Biscuit's eyes locked onto Roy. She unconsciously licked her lips, the lollipop in her mouth suddenly losing its sweetness. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. Harrison swaggered forward, stopping 3 meters from Roy. Roy's sword tip pointed diagonally downwards. He looked at him, his expression as calm as still water. Why did you stop? I'm thinking about how I'm going to torture you, Harrison said calmly. What a coincidence. So am I. A gust of wind blew past. The eyes of both fighters sharpened, and they moved at the same instant. Harrison charged with a shoulder tackle. Roy raised his hand and unleashed a flying slash. Scree! The crescent-shaped slash, launched second but arriving first, tore through the air with a shriek that set one's teeth on edge as it flew toward Harrison. Harrison was shocked. You cunning little bastard. He roared. And you said you didn't know Ren. How can you use Hatsu without Ren? A Nen bullet. Wing was also confused. That's right, how can he use Hatsu without Ren? The boy instinctively looked at Biscuit. Did Master know something all along? Is that why she told me to shut up? No, that's not it. It doesn't have the feel of Nen. The maiden frowned, staring intently at the slash. It was clearly an air slash, formed when the wind from a blade was so sharp it sliced the air itself. It was just like how, when she reverted to her true form, she could throw a punch so powerful the pressure wave would form an air bullet to bombard her enemies. It meant Roy's swordsmanship was just that sharp. I've also been training with a sword recently. I just had a small epiphany. The boy's words echoed in her ears, a deafening revelation. Harrison finally realized something was wrong. He slammed on the brakes, forcefully twisting his body to dodge Roy's strike. Something's not right. Why did he dodge? We've all been fooled. This ELO guy isn't some half-baked amateur, he's a true swordsman. Gotha suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Behind him, Guy and Kikuta were staring daggers at him. 10 days. Was he playing them for fools? A loyal dog indeed. The master is on stage, and the servant is still setting off smoke bombs down here. Impressive, very impressive. Scree! The slash grazed past Harrison's side, carving a thin, straight line in the stage floor before finally dissipating a meter behind him. In a dark corner, Castro witnessed it all. He had to admit that Roy had been right yesterday. Ignorance is bliss, and he had been nothing but a frog in a well. That was close, just barely. Harrison secretly swallowed, his guard now raised to its absolute highest. This is weird. The slash had no Nen attached, so he couldn't track it with Gyo. Thank God the kid doesn't know Shu, he thought. If the slash had been imbued with aura, Harrison didn't dare to imagine how powerful it would be. It might have actually been able to break through his defenses. Is this what you're relying on? It's nothing special, Harrison said, trying to bolster his own courage. Then why did you dodge? Roy recalled something his father, Silva, had once said, the moment a person subconsciously feels fear and chooses to evade, that is the beginning of their defeat. The boy switched from a one-handed to a two-handed grip. He was done wasting words on small fry. With a step of his mastered, shadow step, he vanished with a whoosh. When he reappeared, he was right next to Harrison. He thrust his sword into his opponent's eye. In the world of martial arts, speed is truth. Even if you have a body of steel, your eyeballs won't be made of iron. Arg! A blood-curdling scream erupted. The audience was instantly in an uproar. He broke through. He actually broke through the defense. What a reversal, ladies and gentlemen. The invincible Harrison's eye has been pierced by piercing hand ELO. The announcer screamed into the microphone, and the arena exploded. Some cheered for Roy, some gasped in shock, but most were cursing Harrison, screaming at him to fight back before their sure thing turned into a total bust. Fast, so fast. His shadow step has improved again, Wing noted. Roy didn't stop at one strike. He stabbed Harrison again, then a third time, a fourth. Relying on his unparalleled speed and agility, he circled Harrison, stabbing him relentlessly. Soon, blood splattered everywhere. The meat grinder lost all power and collapsed heavily on the ground. As ruthless as ever. Good thing I wasn't up there. The divine shot guy and the ninja Kikuta exchanged a look of mutual relief. In reality, this Harrison wasn't weak. He had already consciously tried to cover his eyes, but, little Roy was just too fast. He found the weak point and hammered it without giving him a single chance. Biscuit saw it more clearly than anyone. Noticing Gota shoot her a look, she looked down and began fiddling with the hem of her dress, pretending to be very busy. Below the stage, the crowd's reactions were varied. On the stage, Roy sheathed his sword. He ignored Harrison's pleading eyes and waited in silence. As Harrison's breathing faded, a lovely female figure and 3 or 4 other blurry shadows began to drift out from his body. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 64, Chapter 64, Castro's Transformation X the Peeping Illumi. Chapter 64, Castro's Transformation X the Peeping Illumi. It was the girl who had been raped and murdered, along with the several men users Harrison had tortured to death. Roy came to a realization. His grandfather, Zeno, had said that the souls of the innocent dead harbor the deepest resentment. And now, looking at them, the girl had clearly not been a Nen user, yet her spirit was the most solid among them all. This is the power of hatred. Roy lifted his right foot and stomped, crushing Harrison's head. Without the reinforcement of Nen, the body of steel turned to mush. The lovely female figure and the spirits of the Nen users bowed to him. They straightened up, took one last, lingering look at the world, and then dissolved into points of fluorescent light, flowing into Roy's body. What was that? Wing asked, confused, turning to Biscuit. The old woman didn't answer, her eyes fixed on Roy as she fell deep in thought. Notification, life energy plus 10. The system panel updated. It was less than he had expected. Perhaps, this was the difference between a fugitive and a terrorist. The latter caused far greater harm than the former. Roy felt the amount was a bit low. He was not satisfied, even a little displeased. He rested his hand on his cane sword, his foot still on Harrison's corpse, and his cold gaze swept across the spectator stands. The divine shot and the ninja both immediately looked down, pretending they hadn't seen a thing. Trash, Gota sneered. You. Guy and Kikuta started to get up in a flash of anger, but they felt as if the seats beneath them were burning hot. They couldn't stay a moment longer and fled the scene in disgrace. Little Wing, 90 days doesn't seem like nearly enough, Biscuit said, propping her chin on her hand. Wing pushed up his glasses. Then we'll add another 90. The young man's mindset was good. He smiled faintly. A wise man adapts to the circumstances. Whenever you say it's time to fight, master, that's when we'll fight. Good boy. Biscuit patted Wing's head and gave him a playful wink. I won't let you go up there just to get beaten up, you know. ELO, ELO. The chants for Roy finally grew louder as the bitter gamblers filed out. The boy watched Guy and Kikuta leave, then cast a casual glance toward a corner of the stands. In the shadows, 2 boys stood, one on the left and one on the right. One was calm, the other was gritting his teeth. When they saw him look over, they both turned their backs and vanished into the crowd. Indeed, it was time to leave. Roy withdrew his gaze and, bathed in the lights and the attention of thousands, he walked off the stage. Wing was sitting in his seat. Seeing him approach, he stood up in advance. Congratulations, he said. Roy stopped, looking at him calmly. There's no time like the present. You can issue your challenge now. Wing let out a dry cough, but Biscuit cut in before he could speak. Hey, little Roy, would you like to become a disciple of my Shinjin Ryu school? Our master is the strongest human in the world, you know. No, thank you. Roy thought of the dream he'd had under the willow tree. Back then, Netero had made a rather pathetic escape because of his great-grandfather, Sig. If Roy were to switch allegiances, who knew if the old man, in a fit of rage, would beat him to death? It was a gamble Roy wasn't willing to take. What a shame. After we part ways today, who knows when I'll see you again. Biscuit squeezed out 2 sad tears and opened her little arms as if to pounce. Halfway there, Roy stopped her by placing a hand on her head, leaving her flailing at the air. He had no time to entertain the old lady's nonsense. He turned to Gota. Let's go. With that, he let go of Biscuit, left the stands, and walked back toward his room. Having killed Harrison, Roy had now earned the right to advance to the 200th floor. He obviously couldn't stay in room 1991 anymore and would move as soon as the officials assigned him a new room. Tap, tap. Master and servant walked down the corridor. As they neared their room, they stopped. A figure stood there unexpected, and yet, somewhat expected. Please, accept me as your student. Castro dropped to his knees at Gota's feet with a thud, his forehead hitting the ground. The movement was incredibly fluid, clearly rehearsed in his mind countless times. Gota visibly stiffened for a second, then turned to Roy. Young master, should I just kill him after all? Roy remained silent, leaving the decision entirely to him. The young butler gave him another tentative look, then frowned and lifted his right foot, hooking the toe of his shoe under Castro's chin. "Can you transform?" he asked with disgust. The young master had said he wanted a toolman no worse than Subone, one who could fly, run, jump, and swim. Castro's face was a mask of pure confusion. After a moment, he stammered, "How can a person transform?" "You mean, like that rubber man, Morris?" The young man glanced cautiously at Roy, then nodded fiercely. "I can. If you're willing to teach me, I'll dare to transform. It'd be great if I could turn into a tank and blow you to bits with one shot." Castro added silently in his head. "Young master, what do you think? You decide." So Castro, an enhancer, is fated to train in the wrong Nen type after all? Roy thought it was amusing as he walked past the boy. At least he could be sure of one thing: once you entered the Zoldyck household, even dying wasn't so easy. Click, the door opened, and Roy stepped inside. Seeing this, Gotha lowered his foot and followed him in, leaving Castro with a final sentence. "You'll start as an apprentice butler." "Yes, sir." Castro clenched his fists and scrambled up from the floor, letting out a long sigh of relief before following them into the room. The corridor lights cast a long, slanted shadow from a corner. At the far end of the hallway, a deathly pale face peeked out. Watching Castro enter Roy's room, the dead fish eyes of the figure narrowed almost imperceptibly. When he was gone, a piece of the wall, where his hand had been, crumbled away, revealing the concrete beneath. Dance, blue heaven, burning bones, summer sun, fire wheel. Evening came, and only Roy was left in the room. Gotha had originally booked tickets for just the two of them. Now, with an extra freeloader and worried that Castro couldn't take proper care of Roy alone, he had taken Castro with him to book another ticket and buy some dinner. This gave Roy the perfect opportunity to add his points. After finishing a set of the sun breathing, the boy let out a light breath and began to undress. At one point, his eyes focused, and he whipped his head toward the window, thrusting the cane sword forward. It stopped just before Illumi, who was hanging upside down outside. Only a pane of glass separated the tip of his nose from the tip of the blade. The setting sun cast its last rays, and Illumi could clearly smell the grim, murderous aura. He looked at Roy in silence. After a long moment, he asked in a dry, raspy voice, "Who is he?" "Who's who?" "The person you let into your room today." Roy retracted the sword. "Oh, you mean him," he said faintly. "Castro. Illumi, kill him. Give me a reason." "There is no reason." "Then it's none of your damn business." Swish. Roy simply pulled the curtains shut, blocking Illumi from view. In the twilight, my foolish, dear little brother hung in midair like a spider, swinging in the wind, looking utterly shattered. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. 65, Chapter 65, The Zoldyck's Weight X Seikanji Urokadak is Limit. Chapter 65, The Zoldyck's Weight X Seikanji Urokadak is Limit. Name, Roy Zoldyck. Physique, 23.75, Note, average person is 1. Remaining, life energy, 31. Night. Neon lights painted over the darkness, and the streets below were a river of traffic. After allocating his points, Roy, wrapped in a bathrobe, sat at the dining table for dinner. Gotha, having returned with Castro after booking the new tickets, stood beside him. Tonight's dinner consisted of cheese-baked lobster, a whole roast chicken with a side of flatbread, and a 1-liter bottle of fresh milk on the corner of the table. Castro had been sent back to his own room. They would meet up again tomorrow morning before boarding the airship. While attending to Roy, Gotha began packing their luggage and recounting the day's events. "After Harrison's death, I doubt anyone will be challenging you for a while, young master. The airship tickets are for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I've already informed the front desk and booked a driver in advance. The luggage that was left at the airport has been retrieved by someone Luke sent and is already back home. Also," the young butler pushed up the glasses on his nose, "we ran into young Master Illumi at the airport. The way he was looking at Castro was not right. I suspect." "The test has just begun," Roy cut in. He dissected the roast chicken with his knife and fork, speaking nonchalantly. "Stay out of it. Just consider it a necessary trial for Castro to become an apprentice butler. Countless people dreamed of entering the Zoldyck household. How could anyone command respect by just talking the talk and bowing their head, without first enduring a few hardships?" "Yes, sir." Gotha pushed his concerns down and continued. "The family called this morning to ask when you would be returning. I have already informed them of your arrival date." Gotha paused, then glanced cautiously at Roy. "Luke said he will be waiting to welcome you home, in the training room." Welcome me home with an electric baton? Roy thought of how Luke had blocked the doorway to deliver a certain person's orders as he was leaving. He picked out a tender piece of chicken breast, tossed it into his mouth, and chewed. With a slight movement of his throat, he swallowed. "Tell him to get a more powerful one. 1,000,000 volts is too low." Is the young master provoking the master? Filled with apprehension, Gotha braced himself. Yes, sir. He immediately took out his phone to inform Luke. I can't make that decision. Luke, receiving the call late at night, was at a complete loss. He felt as if he were caught between two guillotines. A step left meant death, a step right also meant death. It was an impossible situation. He had no choice but to report it and pass the ball to Silva. The moon was high in the sky. Silva, a blanket draped over his shoulders, opened the door to his room. On the large bed behind him, Kikyo was fast asleep. A single, pale white thigh dangled over the edge of the mattress. Luke quickly lowered his head and relayed Gotha's message, explaining the situation in full detail. Silva stared out through the long corridor's glass window into the thick darkness, listening in silence. Beside him, Luke bowed even lower, cold sweat trickling down his back as he finished his report. How many days has he been gone? Silva finally asked after a long pause. Luke gathered his thoughts. 4 days, sir. 5, including tomorrow. 5 days. Silva fell silent for a moment. Do as he says. Yes, sir. Luke bowed and retreated. The door closed. A small hand snaked its way up Silva's broad chest. Who was that? A lazy voice asked. Silva didn't say a word. He grabbed the woman's arm, expertly pinned her against the door, and thrust forward. That night, the silence of the old castle was broken. In a certain dimly lit room, the old man rocked in his chair, watching cartoons and tapping his fingers on the armrest, thoroughly enjoying himself. A satisfied grin spread across his face. A little over half an hour, not bad, better than last time. When you get old, you tend to see things more clearly, more philosophically. The only thing that keeps a family from falling apart is legacy. Having more kids is a good thing. Not like Zeno, not like Tsig, and not like him, Maha, who had only produced one child in his lifetime. In that respect, Silva had done well. The old man thought of Miluki, of Illumi, and finally, of the boy who bowed to him every day he passed by. He smacked his lips. It had been a few days since he'd had any of his cooking. When is that kid Roy coming back again? Right, tomorrow. Tomorrow is good. Tomorrow is a good day. Maha mumbled to himself, his voice growing softer and softer until it faded into a faint snore. Young master, I've checked the weather forecast. Tomorrow will be a fine day. You should get some rest. The night grew deeper. Gotha finished packing, turned off the lights, and lay down on the nearby sofa. 1 floor below, a boy sat in a large vat, hugging his knees in the darkness. Only his 2 vacant eyes were visible, locked on room 9 across the way, waiting to see when the lights would go out. In room 9, Castro had just finished a call with his master and was packing his few belongings. He suddenly paused and glanced upstairs, wondering if, as a new butler, he should wish the young master good night. His answer was Roy's soft snores, his hands folded peacefully on his stomach, rising and falling with each gentle breath. HSS Ya. The multicolored tunnel appeared at his feet. Passing through it led to the familiar sea. Through deep sleep, Roy entered the gate of cognition. As usual, he rolled up his pant legs and stood in the surf for a while before pushing open the gate to the Demon Slayer world. The familiar sensation of falling. When he opened his eyes again, he didn't see the pair of beautiful eyes he had come to expect. Surprised, he sat up and looked around. He found Makomo had followed Seikanji Urokodaki into the kitchen. She was crouched beside him, watching him clean a fresh river fish. We're having fish this morning. Hearing the movement behind him, Seikanji spoke without turning his head. The knife in his hand moved rhythmically, slicing sashimi, which made Makomo's mouth water. Master is too good to Iyakairo. Staying up half the night to break through the ice and catch him a fish. Hey, Sabito, I'm jealous. The little girl puffed out her cheeks. The fox-masked boy leaned against a pillar and shot her a glance, shaking his head helplessly. A prodigy deserves a prodigy's treatment. If you or I had reached Iyakairo's level when we were alive, Master would have been happy to catch fish for us every day. I'll let you in on a secret. Master caught a fish for me once, too. Makomo pulled at the corner of her eye, making a face at Sabito. Sabito's breath hitched. He gave her an exasperated look, then glanced over to see Roy walk in. Roy leaned against the pillar just as he was, silently watching Seikanji work in the kitchen. After a while, he asked, Master, what is your limit? Biscuit's appearance had reminded Roy of Netaro's past. He, too, had performed 10,000 punches of gratitude a day. His limit was completing the set in 1 hour. By that calculation, excluding the time for prayer, if Netaro were serious, he could conservatively throw 100,000 punches a day. With his back to Roy, Seikanji Urokodaki's ears twitched, but he didn't answer. Roy smiled and explained, I just want to know what level one can reach when the way of the sword is practiced to its absolute depth. This time, Seikanji Urokodaki turned around and looked at him seriously, a plate of freshly sliced sashimi in his hands. There is no absolute depth. There is only deeper. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 66, Chapter 66, Seikanji's ire AUDIOBOOks Explosive Fury. Chapter 66, Seikanji's ire AUDIOBOOks Explosive Fury. The path of the sword is long, I will seek it relentlessly. Master's fish was delicious, but it was a pity it lacked wasabi. Roy took his training blade from the wall, went deep into the forest, and began his daily practice. Behind him, Seikanji Urokadake, carrying a basket of gravel, crunched through the snow. He called for Roy to wait, then stepped forward, hung the basket on the tip of Roy's sword, and secured it with a piece of wire. Practice, he said, his face expressionless. Roy felt the weight pulling at the blade's tip and glanced over. The old man walked away with his hands behind his back, his steps much lighter than usual. Was he humming an unknown tune? He. Master is angry, Makomo giggled, covering her mouth. It's what Iyakairo gets for asking. Master definitely thinks he's getting a big head after just a few days of training. A student is not necessarily inferior to his teacher, nor a teacher superior to his student. Sabato's face was hidden by his fox mask, but his sudden words seemed to freeze the air. Is it possible that Iyakairo's current level is Master's limit? Impossible. Shinsuke did a somersault, floating down from the birch tree to circle Roy. You have to admit, this Iyakairo guy is a monster. But Master has been immersed in the way of the sword for over 50 years. He can't be inferior to him. No one said Master is inferior, Fukuda said, leaning lazily against a tree trunk, his legs dangling. Sabato was talking about stamina. Master is old. His physical strength isn't at its peak. Is it really so strange that he can't match a young man? Will you die if you don't contradict me for one day? So what if I do? I'm already dead. What are you gonna do, kill me again? I'll strangle you. Bring it on. I'll kick your balls off. Whoosh! With a gust of ghostly wind, Shinsuke and Fukuda were at each other's throats again. Makomo ignored them completely, tugging on Sabato's sleeve. Hey, what do you think Master's limit is? How many swings? Sabato was silent, his gaze fixed on the boy who was struggling to swing the blade without spilling any of the gravel. After a long moment, he said, it's definitely less than what Jiyu can do now. When Jiyu had left the mountain, he was only skilled enough to handle small fry demons. But now, Sabato figured he could probably handle 5 sessions of 10,000 swings a day. Clack! A piece of gravel fell from the basket. Roy frowned, bent over to pick it up, and placed it back in the basket. He paused to catch his breath, forced to accept the reality. Swinging a weighted sword while trying to control it so precisely was far more difficult than he had imagined. The steadier the hand, the fiercer the blade. The less it deviates, the fewer mistakes you will make. That evening, when he returned with aching, swollen arms, Seikanji Urokadake was sitting on a tree stump in the yard, meticulously carving a mask. He offered Roy this advice. He didn't ask Roy how many swings he had completed, and Roy didn't say. The two shared a tacit understanding, ate their dinner, and then lay down on their respective corners of the bed. Night. A few sparrows perched on the window ledge, preening their feathers. Roy lay with his hands behind his head, staring at the rafters, where Shinsuke was curled up in a ball, beaten to a pulp. He heard Seikanji say, Iyakairo, don't be hasty. Roy grunted a soft He closed his eyes. Makomo, though late, arrived as always, lying down on her side next to him. By a pillar, Sabato stood with his arms crossed, feigning sleep, his eyes closed. Every so often, the ghostly wind would rattle the paper window. Drowsiness crept over Roy. Before he knew it, he had drifted away from the snowy world and returned to reality. The familiar sensation of falling. The boy opened his eyes. Gota was already up from the sofa, preparing his things for him to wash up. What time is it? 4 o'clock. What's going on across the way? Roy mumbled, a toothbrush in his mouth. He noticed shouting outside and could faintly hear the wail of sirens from below. He glanced over. Gota, while packing away the medical ointment, explained, a fire. As you said, young master, Castro's test has begun. Flames were devouring room 1989, adding an intense heat to the already hot summer. After washing up, Roy pulled on his tracksuit and began his morning run. Gota used this time to prepare breakfast. Master and servant both had their tasks, just as Castro was currently busy fleeing for his life, with Illumi in cold, relentless pursuit. This psycho. What did I ever do to you? Just tell me. You don't say a word, you just light my room on fire. I didn't even pay for that room. Castro's hair was singed, and he had a fresh stab wound in his back that was gushing blood. Amidst the chaos, he checked the time. 4.5 hours until they had to meet at the airport. He steeled himself, leaped, and shattered the glass window. In midair, he formed a claw with his right hand, dug his fingers into the building's facade, and slid rapidly down the wall. In moments, he had vanished into the panicked crowd below. Roy, who happened to be running past, glanced up. He saw Illumi lean out of the broken window, and their eyes met. Roy calmly looked away. 1 second, 2, 3. My foolish, dear little brother watched Roy jog away, then pushed himself off the ledge and jumped, following Castro down. Oh my god. Look, another one is jumping. The chaotic crowd dissolved into an even greater panic as the flames roared and sirens wailed. Roy, controlling his pace, ran several laps around the Heavens Arena and returned to his room right on time for his meal. As he entered, he noticed the door was open. A girl was sitting at his dining table, in his seat, complaining that Gotha was too stingy to give her any food. Roy raised an eyebrow and walked in. "Oh, little Roy, you're here. I was just trying to be nice and say goodbye, and look at him." Biscuit pointed at Gotha, accusingly. "He wouldn't even give me one bite of porridge." "Good job," Roy said, patting Gotha's shoulder. He pulled up a chair, sat down opposite Biscuit, and treated her as if she were air, beginning to eat his breakfast as Gotha served him. Today's meal was avocado toast with a fried egg and bacon, alongside a slice of buttered toast. It wasn't extravagant, but it was nutritious. Biscuit, having been snubbed by Roy, wasn't annoyed. She watched him take a bite of egg, then a bite of bacon, and swallowed hard. "Share." Roy ignored her and just ate faster. Biscuit glared at him, exasperated. "Come on, I'm the one who paid for it." She snapped. Besides, she added silently in her head, "Wing paid for all of Roy's expenses on this trip, and isn't my students' money my money?" It was perfectly logical. Like I care. Roy couldn't be bothered to deal with her. He polished off the last of his toast like a whirlwind, washed it down with milk, and only then did he spare her a glance. He slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Spit it out. What do you want?" Biscuit pouted angrily. "Can't I just talk to you if I don't want anything?" "No." Biscuit's muscles began to bulge. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 67, Chapter 67, Joyful Praise X Farewell. Chapter 67, Joyful Praise X Farewell. So irritating. Was this kid made of ice? Impossible to warm up, inside or out. Biscuit told herself to take a deep breath. She reached into her clothes, pulled out a small booklet, and pushed it across the table. Roy took it and glanced at it. It was a notebook, and an old one. Unlike the one his great-grandfather had given him, this one was well-preserved, even exquisite. He flipped it open and saw it was filled with Biscuit's personal insights and summaries from her own training when she was young. He couldn't help but give her a suspicious look. "Let's be clear. I'm not agreeing to become your student. You don't need to emphasize it." Biscuit huffed. She flicked her pigtails, turned her head away in a sulk, and said, "Just consider it a freebie." "Is that so?" Roy turned to Gotha. "Go downstairs and buy breakfast for Lady Biscuit. And remember, make it a large one." "Yes, sir." Gotha glanced at Biscuit, then opened the door and left. The old woman pouted. "Who said I wanted it?" But when Gotha actually placed the breakfast in front of her, her expression changed faster than flipping a page. She began to wolf it down, her appetite shockingly large, highlighting a single truth: the more muscle mass you have, the more you eat. While stuffing her face, she didn't forget to lecture Roy. "You're a smart kid, at least. Considering our elderly connection, don't say I never looked out for you. Read it well and learn." Roy flipped through the notes without looking up. "You're teaching me, aren't you worried Wing will have a problem with it?" What problem could he have? Does this brat really think our Shinjin Ryu is some cheap, dime-a-dozen trash? Biscuit shot him an angry glare. "By the time you understand what the heart is, it'll be at least 8 or 10 years from now." Roy was noncommittal, reading the notes carefully. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Many of the insights aligned with certain philosophical principles. He was reminded of Netero's prayer before every punch, and his ultimate attack, the Hyakushiki cannon, which referenced the Bodhisattva of 1,000 arms. He nodded in deep agreement. To follow one's heart, and to offer joyful praise, it's really not that simple. It's good that you know it's hard. Wait. Biscuit suddenly froze. Half a chicken leg was stuck in her throat. As her small mouth opened, it fell onto the table with a splat. Gotha's brow twitched, and he barely restrained himself from stuffing it back in her mouth. "Little Roy, what did you just say?" The old woman stared intently at him. Roy closed the notebook. "What? I said you were right. Shinjin Ryu isn't simple." The line before that. "To follow one's heart." No, it was joyful praise. Biscuit was floored. She was certain she hadn't written that phrase in the notebook. She wanted him to realize it on his own. Following your own heart is easy, finding genuine joy in the success of others is hard. Why did Netero pray before every punch? Because he knew that human nature can be fickle, and few people truly wished him well. In the end, the only thing that never betrayed him was his martial art. It always encouraged him, always gave him the feedback of growth. That's why he had to repay the boundless grace of the martial art that nurtured him with his own humble efforts. And it was with this sincere heart that Netero had often taught her as a child: learn to appreciate others' success, to praise them genuinely, and to see the good in them. Only then could you avoid being consumed by jealousy and falling into a dark pit. "So, your grandfather taught you that phrase, didn't he?" Biscuit regained her composure. She finally remembered her chicken leg and, operating on the 3-second rule, picked it up and stuffed it back into her mouth. Gota's brow twitched again. As a meticulous person, he immediately classified Biscuit as a person to be avoided at all costs. Roy noticed Gota's pained expression and smiled but said nothing. As for whether his grandfather had told him, Biscuit's understanding of the Zoldyck family was too shallow. The Zoldicks don't act based on heart. They act based on whether the client has paid enough. If the price is right, they'll kill, even if they have to hold their nose while doing it. As for regrets, his great-grandfather Tsig, rumored to be dead, had apparently said, if you're not satisfied, just kill the client too. Then you'll feel better. Looks like I was right. Seeing Roy neither confirm nor deny, Biscuit felt a wave of relief and went back to her meal. Soon, she was leaning back in her chair, her little belly full. When are you leaving? Breakfast was good, but a little dry. Biscuit waved her little hand, signaling to Gota that she needed more water, and glanced at Roy. Roy pushed back his chair and stood up. Now. Not staying a few more days. No, my father is waiting at home to electrocute me. Can't keep him waiting, can I? The boy grinned, showing his teeth. Last night, Luke had called and relayed his father's exact words, the electric baton is ready. We can set the voltage as high as you want. It's NAN-powered. Biscuit. She opened her mouth, but for a moment, had nothing to say. That's a Zoldyck for you, she thought. She simply waved her hand. Well, good luck. Gota arrived with the water. The young butler gave Biscuit one last reluctant glance, then picked up the luggage and followed Roy out the door. At the entrance, Wing was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, like a statue. He'd clearly been waiting. Seeing Roy, he pushed up his glasses and smiled. Sorry. My master must have been a lot of trouble. Was she? I think she enjoyed her meal. Besides, it wasn't my money. Cough, is that so? Just as he had a few days ago, Wing extended his right hand. Safe travels, he said sincerely. This time, Roy didn't hesitate. He grasped his hand, gave a nod, and then turned, walking away with Gota. The corridor lights cast a long shadow behind the boy, as if reluctant to let him go. Wing watched him go. Just as he was about to round the corner, Wing called out, "Hey, wait for my challenge." Roy didn't turn back or break his stride. He simply raised 2 fingers and waved over his shoulder, disappearing from view. Don't stare, he's long gone. 2 minutes later, Biscuit hopped down from her chair and bounced over to Wing's side, her pigtails swinging. The young man pulled his gaze back and smiled at his master. Aren't you technically aiding the enemy, master? Biscuit jumped up and bopped him on the head. Idiot. Aren't you satisfied with having me train you personally? I am. It was just a joke. Wing feigned pain as he followed Biscuit to continue their training. He glanced back one last time at the empty doorway of room 1991. He knew that the next time they met, it would be in a different place, at a different time. He just wondered, how much would Roy have grown by then? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. 68, Chapter 68, The Worth of Number 1 in the World X Another Clash of Two Stubborn Bulls. Chapter 68, The Worth of Number 1 in the World X Another Clash of Two Stubborn Bulls. Battered, panicked, limbs weak, vision blurring. Blood loss was eating away at Castro's vitality, bit by bit. The boy was fleeing for his life, his once fair face now grimy and etched with exhaustion. The madman behind him was in relentless pursuit. Every thrust of his hand blade left another wound. He didn't understand, nor did he have time to think about why the man was so fixated on him. He just fled, filled with despair, through streets and alleys, his escape setting off a trail of screams. Closer, he could faintly hear the roar of engines. Castro wiped the blood from his face, burst through the security checkpoint, and tore himself free from the grasp of 3 or 4 security guards. He struggled to lift his head and could finally see him, the boy, standing by the gate with his loyal butler, cane sword in hand, waiting. At that moment, Castro wanted to cry. He didn't know if it was blood or tears blurring his vision. He staggered forward a few more steps, his vision went black, and he collapsed. Thump. I made it. A powerful will drove him to crawl to Roy's feet. Then, his head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past as Illumi leaped over the barrier, using Shadow Step to arrive right after him. He prepared to strike with Snake Awakens again but was stopped by a calm voice. Have you had enough? Their eyes met. Castro was dragged away by Gota. Roy looked at Illumi calmly. Illumi looked back, unyielding. They faced off in silence for a moment. Illumi finally retracted his handblade, shoved his hands in his pockets, and brushed past Roy's shoulder into the terminal. You'd better protect him forever. Airport security, armed with riot shields and batons, rushed over, but the boy had already vanished into the crowd. Roy glanced at Castro. Get him treated. He turned and followed Illumi inside. At 10 a.m., the airship departed. At 4 p.m., it landed. A black car was waiting at the exit. Gota opened the door for Roy. The young master got in, followed by a now conscious Castro. Thanks to the diligent care of the airship's medical staff, his bleeding had stopped. Wrapped in bandages, he followed Gotha into the car, his life no longer in danger. Vroom. The driver hit the gas, and the car shot forward. Castro's body lurched with the inertia. He looked past the front seat at Roy's back. He had already learned from Gotha that this boy was the eldest son of the world's #1 family of assassins. World's #1 and assassin, the combination inspired a sense of awe. In his short life, the boy had never heard such a title. He turned his head, staring out the window, his mind replaying the image of that flying slash. He watched the scenery blur past, a sense of confusion dawning. He had no idea what kind of behemoth he was about to face. Remember, the young master finds the back seat stuffy. He only rides in the front. Gotha, sitting next to him, had already begun his lessons. Castro listened distractedly. Soon, the car screeched to a halt. He followed Gotha out and looked up. Before him was an imposing, magnificent gate. It was composed of 7 massive leaves, exuding an ancient, weathered aura. A security guard stood by the side, waiting. Seeing Roy get out, he removed his hat and bowed. "Young master, I'll open the gate for you. Allow me." As a new apprentice butler, Castro felt he needed to make a good first impression. He stepped past Zebro, rolled up his sleeves, and planted himself in front of the gates of Hades. "Who's this guy?" Zebro thought, glancing at Roy. Roy and Gotha stood by silently, making no move to stop him. Seeing this, Zebro tactfully shut his mouth and stepped aside. It was now 4:20 p.m. The sun was scorching, making one irritable. Castro had intended to push the gate open with one hand, then turn and gesture for Roy to enter, welcoming his master home. But the gates of Hades didn't budge. The situation immediately became awkward. The boy, too embarrassed to look back, quickly used both hands. He pushed again. Still, no movement. He strained, his face turning beet red. A third push. Nothing. Instead, his wounds burst open from the effort, staining his bandages red. He swayed and fell backward onto the ground. "If you don't have the strength, don't try to do the job," Zebro thought, shaking his head. Castro struggled to get up, but he heard footsteps. He looked up. Roy extended a single finger, touched the gates of Hades, and the first massive gate swung open. He walked right through without stopping. "You will stay here," Gotha said. "When you can open the first gate, you will report to the butler's quarters." He followed Roy inside. Boom. The gates of Hades slammed shut, leaving Castro collapsed on the ground, staring blankly. "See, I told you we should have killed him. The Zoldicks have no use for waste." Inside the gate, Illumi was leaning against a wall, hands in his pockets, as if waiting. He glanced at Roy. Roy didn't break stride, not even bothering to look at him, and headed straight up the mountain. He left only one sentence behind: "It's not your place to comment on my affairs. Do it again, and I'll slap you." Illumi's fists clenched. He stared at Roy's back for a moment before following him up the mountain. "Young master." At the main entrance of the castle, Luke, having been notified, was waiting with a bow. He held an electric baton. It looked ordinary, but the divine script branded on it pulsed with waves of energy that were impossible to ignore. Divine script, a writing system in the hunter world that combines Nen with special technology, primarily used for weapon modification and ability enhancement. Large-scale example of use, the card binders in Greed Island. Come to think of it, Roy mused, this is probably when Jing started to get the idea for the game. I wonder if he started gathering his partners yet, like Razor. Roy glanced at the divine script and then ignored Luke, his gaze rising to the second floor of the castle. In front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, the man stood with his arms crossed, looking down, his face revealing no trace of emotion. He just watched. Silently. Luke, receiving no response, bowed even lower. "If you please, young master, proceed to the training room." Roy acted as if he hadn't heard, meeting the gaze from above without fear. Electricity seemed to crackle in the air between them. "Silva, it's time. Let's continue," a woman's voice said from behind the man, her arms wrapping around his waist. The man's body tensed. He turned, swept the woman into his arms, and walked away from the window, her squeals echoing behind him. A single sentence floated down from the second floor. "Electrocute him thoroughly." Luke looked up nervously at Roy. The boy's face was blank. He strode past him. "Are you going to make me ask you?" Oh. Luke quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gripped the electric baton, and hurried after him. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 69, Chapter 69, Let me see your limit X Tsigji-chan. Chapter 69, Let me see your limit X Tsigji-chan. As you requested, young master, this is 2 million volts. The passing standard is still 2 minutes. Please, bear with it. Inside the training room, Roy swiftly removed his shirt, revealing a physique of defined muscle. Luke, holding the electric baton, reported the details while sneaking cautious glances. He was struck by a strange illusion. Has the young master gotten taller and broader after just a few days away? It was as if he were a bamboo shoot after a spring rain, suddenly shooting up a whole section. He was growing incredibly fast. Luke was perceptive. Compared to a few days ago, Roy's physique had indeed doubled. Even though he was controlling the rate at which he absorbed life energy, the physical changes were still noticeable. Let's go. The boy stood perfectly straight, hands on his hips, his feet planted on the floor. Luke said, "My apologies, young master." He thrust the baton forward. Empowered by the divine script, the electricity exploded in a flash so bright it was hard to look at. Creak Illumi pushed the door open. Noticing the scene, he began to count silently. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Wait, why hasn't he passed out? Roy stood there as if he felt nothing, perfectly still, allowing the current to flow through him. He was immovable, not even letting out a muffled groan. It was absolutely unreal. "Young master, you've passed," Luke said, his hands beginning to tremble as the 2-minute mark was reached. "Continue. Don't stop until I tell you to." This. Luke steeled himself and increased the NEN output. The number on the baton jumped to 2,100,000 volts. "Haven't you eaten?" "Continue." The number jumped again, to 2,200,000 volts. "More. Let me see your limit." "Young master, you're the one asking for this." "Young master Illumi, you're here too. You can be my witness." Cranking his NEN to its absolute maximum, Luke let out a low roar and unleashed his REN. In an instant, the number leaped to 3 million volts. The young butler had thrown all caution to the wind. It was like a thunderclap had gone off in the room. The electricity condensed into a sphere and exploded. Roy finally staggered back 2 steps, and collapsed. Luke, still amped up, turned his red eyes to Illumi. "Young master, how many volts for you?" Illumi was silent. After a long moment, "I'll stick with the usual. 1 million volts. I guess." BZZZZT. The baton struck. Everything went black. 2 hours later, 2 heads in the garden groggily woke up. They glanced at each other, and simultaneously turned away. A milky pig was lying on the grass between them. Luke had taken care of him as an afterthought, following Roy and Illumi. 3 million volts doesn't prove your strength. It just proves you're resistant to electricity. A breeze rustled the willow branches. Illumi's dry, raspy voice broke the silence. "If I used 10 to defend, I could withstand it too." Roy said nothing. Illumi turned his head back, staring straight at Roy. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Roy simply closed his eyes. "Was I wrong?" "Shut up." "Okay." The world fell silent. It wasn't until evening, as the setting sun cast its final glow, that Roy finally regained full sensation. He was the first to climb out of the pit, shaking the dirt from his body. Hearing the noise, Milwaukee grunted, opened his eyes, and looked at Roy, then at Illumi. With a HNGH, he pushed himself up and trotted over to Illumi, pulled his pants down to his ankles, and squatted. "You wanna die?" Boom. Dirt exploded as Illumi launched himself from the pit, grabbed Milwaukee, and began dragging him toward the training room. The voltage was too light. Roy could faintly hear his brother's infuriated thoughts. He stood under the willow tree, quietly watching the dusk being swallowed by darkness, before turning and walking back toward his bedroom. The lamps in the old castle's corridor were already lit, casting the boy's shadow long and thin. At one point, he paused, bowing respectfully. Maha was standing by the window, admiring the night view. He turned and smiled, beckoning him over. Roy quickened his pace. The old man squeezed his arm and nodded in satisfaction. "You were gone a few days, but you didn't miss any meals. Now that you're back, remember to cook more. Look how skinny this old man has gotten. I can't even get hard in the morning anymore." Could not getting hard be due to other reasons? Roy pretended he hadn't heard Maha's crude joke and nodded. "Okay. And remember to slice some sausages into the food. Your Tsigi-chan likes them." "Okay, who?" Roy snapped his head toward Maha. The old man leaned against the window frame, gazing out at Kukuro Mountain. "Your Tsigi-chan," he repeated. Then, his tone grew distant, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Go and prepare. Someone will come for you tomorrow." "Roy." He gave him a deep look. "Yes, sir." He brushed past his great-great-grandfather, turned the corner, and disappeared. After he left, a shadow in a dark corner stirred, revealing white hair and a white beard. Zeno, hands behind his back, walked to the window and stood where Roy had just been, joining Maha in admiring the view. "Grandfather, isn't this a bit too soon?" he asked softly. "The family has its rules. There are many ways to learn Ren. There's no need to have father step in right from the start. This is a privilege reserved for the family heir," the former Zoldyck had left unsaid, but he was confident his grandfather understood his meaning. A nation has its laws, a family has its rules. Only by strictly adhering to them, from top to bottom, can a great house avoid chaos. The prerequisite being, "I am the rules." Maha glared at Zeno. "I can't reach." "Squat." Zeno's body stiffened. "Grandfather, I have grandchildren of my own, please." "I don't care if you have grandchildren." "Squat." "Yes, sir." Zeno covered his head and squatted. Maha raised his hand and rapped him on the head, making his skull ring. The old man spoke, annoyed. Rules are dead, people are alive. Back in the day, the family only had you and Silva as single heirs. Your father had no choice. Now, what, just because he wasn't born with white hair, you're going to disown him? Silva is trying. Get lost. Maha kicked Zeno over. This is settled. If anyone has a problem with it, tell them to come find me. This old man wants to see if any of you have grown a spine over the years. Bang! The door to the small room slammed shut. Maha vanished. Zeno brushed himself off, got up from the floor, and stood silently by the door for a long moment. He glanced in the direction of Roy's bedroom, shook his head, and walked off toward his own. The night grew deeper. The sound of cartoons resumed from the small room. Roy returned to his bedroom, took out the notebook Maha had given him, and placed it on the desk, staring into space. Behind him, Gota was silently setting out his dinner. Tell the kitchen to prepare some ingredients for tomorrow, Roy said suddenly. I'll be cooking. Gota expertly pulled a notepad and pen from his pocket and began to take notes. I need a pig's head. Actually, no, I don't know how to braise it. Just chicken, fish, fresh seafood, vegetables, and sausages. Remember, extra sausages. Anything else, young master? Yes. Roy looked up, watching through the glass window as the bright moon climbed to its zenith. He narrowed his eyes. A bouquet of chrysanthemums. Yellow ones. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 70, Chapter 70, Seikanji Urokadaka's View on Life and Death X Silva's 3 More Whips. Chapter 70, Seikanji Urokadaka's View on Life and Death X Silva's 3 More Whips. A person experiences 2 deaths. The first is when they stop breathing. The second is when they are forgotten by the world. Maha would not forget. Zeno would not forget. Silva would not forget. And now, it was Roy's turn. A great family is built on orderly succession. Late at night, after giving Gota his instructions for the ingredients, Roy showered, changed into his pajamas, and lay in bed. He stared at the ceiling, searching his mind for any memory of his grandpa Sig. The only impression he had was that one shocking image of him, Netero, and the gourmet hunter Lin, standing on the shores of the dark continent, watching a colossal sandworm burst from the ground and tear through the sky. He imagined it must have been an incredibly thrilling scene, the kind that would make you shiver with excitement just by thinking about it. Shah, Shah. The night wind rustled the corner of the curtain, revealing the thick darkness outside. Roy knew the truth. This world was a giant nesting doll. A river flowed from the dark continent, forming Lake Mobius. Lake Mobius surrounded the 6 continents, and those continents supported billions of people, of whom less than 10% were Nin users. Therefore, knowing there was a heaven beyond the heavens, a world beyond their own, Roy understood. If he were Sig, he wouldn't have been able to resist the call to adventure either. The boy thought of the dream, rolled over, and closed his eyes. He fell asleep very late tonight, because he has something on his mind. In the snowy world, Roy, as always, entered the world of Demon Slayer through his dreams. This time, he didn't wait for Seikanji Urokadaka. He took the gravel basket himself and headed deep into the forest to practice his blade. Today, he spilled more gravel than yesterday. Sabito saw it clearly. The boy wasn't focused, his concentration was off. He answered Makomo's question about why Iyakairo was not in good form today. Should he still be training, then? Makomo asked. Of course. There's no room for being sentimental in sword practice. Good mood, you train. Bad mood, you train even harder. You keep training, and eventually, your troubles disappear. Sabito glanced behind Roy. Under a birch tree not far away, Seikanji Urokadaka stood silently in his Tengu mask, watching for a while. He then returned to the cabin, and picked up his carving knife. Just as Sabito had thought, Seikanji didn't stop Roy or give him a day off as he had before. He simply began to carve. 1 swing, 3 stones fell. 100 swings, 2 stones. 1,000 swings, 1 stone. After 2,000 swings, no more stones fell. By the time the boy, drenched in sweat, had completed 3 pseudo-10,000 swings, the bangs of his hair were crusted with frost. Notification, Swordsmanship +20. Sun breathing, 83-87/100, novice. Ha! Roy sheathed his sword, exhaling a dragon of mist from his nostrils. He carried the basket of gravel, not a single stone missing, and walked back along the path to the small, familiar cabin. The oil lamp was lit. A hot pot sat on the heated table, and his master had prepared 2 plates of wild boar meat with some wild vegetables dug up from the snow. He said one word. Sit. He picked up half a plate of meat and put it in the pot. Steam rose, and the rich, savory aroma of meat quickly filled the small room. Makomo was crouching by the pot again, staring and swallowing, her self-control gone. Roy set down the basket and his training blade, sat cross-legged, and enjoyed the simple pleasure of the meal, which managed to wash away some of his worries. Are you fighting your father again? Soon, the 2 plates of meat were empty, and most of the vegetables were gone. Seikanji Urokadaka ladled a bowl of soup and handed it to him. Roy sipped it, gently shaking his head. No, I was thinking of my grandfather. I'm going to pay my respects to him tomorrow. Your grandfather? My great-grandfather. He must have lived a long life. Seikanji ladled a bowl of soup for himself. Prepare some dishes your grandfather liked. If he enjoyed a drink, bring a bottle. It doesn't have to be expensive, just whatever he usually drank. I don't know what he liked to drink. You never met him. He died before I was born. Seikanji Urokadaka. A long, heavy silence filled the room. The mere mention of life and death seemed to stifle all sound. This is too sad. Makomo, sensing the change in atmosphere, said mournfully, Master must be thinking of us. He sat again. Sabito was silent, staring at the rafters. He, too, had many unresolved regrets, things he could never speak of. For once, Shinsuke and Fukuda were quiet. The other spirits floating around them all slowed their movements and found a corner to huddle in. Roy, taking it all in, drank the last of his soup and wordlessly began to clean the dishes. He placed the leftover broth outside to freeze. When he returned, Seikanji Urokadaka was standing at the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the endless expanse of snow. With his back to Roy, he recited a string of names: Iyakairo, remember these, Sabito, Makomo, Shinsuke, Fukuda, Watanabe, Shimizu. 13 in total. Your 13 senior brothers and sisters. The old man turned his head. I never believe that they died, he said seriously, because they are always alive in my heart. When the day comes that I am old, I will go and reunite with them. When that time comes, whether they resent me, blame me, curse me, or beat me, I will accept it all. As he spoke, the weathered old face beneath the Tengu mask revealed an exceedingly kind smile. Roy listened in silence. Beside him, he heard a soft sniffle, which grew louder, finally erupting into unrestrained wails. Master, we missed you so much. Shinsuke and Fukuda were crying uncontrollably. Makomo wiped her tears. The fox-masked boy's eyes turned red. He tilted his head back and shut them. Roy remained silent. That night, he lay on the bed, his clothes loosened. I saw it, master, he thought silently. They don't blame you. He tossed and turned, listening to the cold wind rattle the paper window, and finally fell asleep. The familiar sensation of falling. He left the gate of cognition and returned once more to his bedroom. Roy heard the chime of the grandfather clock in the corner. Dong. He lazed in bed for a few more minutes, then washed up and went for his run. He left the castle, passed the butler's quarters, and reached the mountain gate. He noticed Castro asking Zebro for tips on strength training. By the time Roy returned to his room, a bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums had been placed on the floor in the hallway, just beside his door. Chrysanthemums cannot be brought inside. It's bad luck, Gota explained, wheeling in the breakfast cart. Roy hummed in agreement, his gaze moving on. He ate his breakfast and listened distractedly as Gota reported the day's training plan. The master said, now that you've learned Zetsu, you must learn Ren. He seems to know that you were pressured by someone else's Ren at the Heavens Arena. He has issued an order. He will test you again after some time. It will still be 3 whips. How long is, after some time? The master didn't say. Only. Roy forked a piece of beef, chewing as he gave Gota a faint look. Gota chose his words with care. He only instructed that it depends on his mood. If he's in a good mood, perhaps he'll forget. If he's in a bad mood. The young butler pushed up the glasses on his nose. He'll whip you any day now. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 71, Chapter 71, Maha's Warning X the Transformed Sig. Chapter 71, Maha's Warning X the Transformed Sig. Understood. Roy's expression remained neutral, neither happy nor sad. He finished his breakfast methodically, leaving Gota to clear the table. Don't forget to oil the cane sword, he instructed. Even with Snowwalker back in hand, he couldn't neglect the other blade. The boy strode out the door. Gota hesitated, wanting to say something, but finally gritted his teeth and offered a word of caution. Young master, it might be best to appease the master for the time being. All right, I'll do my best to make him appease me. Roy didn't break stride and walked away. Gota, what a mess. He cleared the dishes, pushed the cart, and followed him out. In the summer, the sky brightened by 5 in the morning. The boy strolled through the long corridors of the old castle. As he passed the small room, he paused for a moment. Cartoons played on the TV, and the old man was sprawled on the recliner, sound asleep. As always, Roy bowed respectfully and continued on his way. Maha cracked an eye open, watched him leave, then rolled over and went back to his nap. With Zeno away on a mission, the old man could finally enjoy a peaceful morning snooze without interruption. A smile touched Roy's lips. He could faintly hear the old man's snores. Bathed in the morning light, he pushed open the door to the training room. With a sking, he drew Snowwalker. First, he regulated his breathing and settled into his stance, completely calming his mind. Then, at a precise moment, the boy gripped the sword with both hands and slashed diagonally. His daily, sun-breathing, practice began. Dance. Focus. Blue heaven. Lost focus. Burning bones, summer sun. Focus. Setting sun transformation. Lost focus. Without realizing it, time passed until noon. With a final slash that cut through the air with searing heat, Roy sheathed his sword. As expected, a notification popped up on his panel. Notification, Physique plus 0.3, note, your focus duration has increased by 20 minutes compared to before. It's because my hands are steadier. Roy recalled Seikanji Yurokadaka's words from the other day, the steadier the hand, the fiercer the blade. He felt a sense of understanding. ZZZT. The red light of the security camera in the corner flickered. Second floor master bedroom. The man sipped his tea, which contained various medicinal herbs, and quietly watched the monitor. On the screen, the boy trained, drenched in sweat, his swordsmanship growing sharper. I maintain the master's sword every day. Whenever you command, I will retrieve it, Sabone said. Silva hadn't left the estate in days. Having just satisfied Kikyo, he had eagerly summoned Sabone and was now selecting a mission from the list Hall had presented. No need to grasp the form but miss the intent is ultimately useless. If he doesn't say it, he won't learn. The tea was finished, leaving only the dregs of herbs. Silva handed the cup back to Sabone. There's no need to maintain it anymore. I have my own blade. His hands are his blades. Yes, sir. Sabone took the cup, refilled it with water, and handed it back. There is one other piece of news. Speak. The oldest master has lifted the restriction, permitting the eldest young master to pay respects to Master Tsig. Did father tell you this? No. Sabone looked deeply at Silva. It was Master Maha. The old butler reported truthfully, he instructed me to inform you. If you are dissatisfied, you are to go find him, and receive 3 whips yourself. Silva. He was silent for a long moment. Understood. Sabone nodded, glanced at Kikyo who seemed to be stirring on the bed, bowed, and excused herself. The door closed with a soft creak. From inside, a voice called out, keep track of the time. Sabone replied, yes, sir. Her gaze drifted through the glass window to the monitor, lingering on the image of Roy carefully wiping his blade. A thought occurred to her. The times are changing. Braised pig's head, steamed fish, red-cooked chicken, freshly sliced sausage, salad with vinegar dressing, plus a bottle of red wine. With the help of the kitchen staff, Roy had managed to add the pig's head dish after all. Following the chef's suggestion, it was stewed with a seasoning packet, then cooled and soaked for 2 hours. Everything was arranged on a serving cart, ready for Dota to push, awaiting his great-great-grandfather's summons. At 6:50 p.m., the sun dipped below the horizon, and a pale moon appeared. Sabone, her pink pigtails swinging, arrived. She bowed, took over the cart from Dota, and said, young master, if you please. Roy didn't see Maha. He frowned. Isn't great-great-grandfather coming? The master is afraid Master Tsig would be displeased, so he will not attend. He's already dead. What does it matter if he's pleased or not? Suspicious, Roy followed Sabone. Master and servant walked down the long corridor toward the basement. The deeper they went, the darker and more desolate it became, the air growing colder. Soon, a reinforced steel security door came into view. 2 butlers stood guard before it, both advanced in age. One had a scarred face and a yellowing mustache, the other had one eye and a missing hand. They sought Sabone, nodded to her, then looked past her to Roy. The boy felt a chill, sensing a dangerous aura. It wasn't hostility, just the unintentional leakage of power from strong individuals. Scarface. One eye. We greet the young master. The 2 placed their right hands over their chests and bowed to Roy. Roy looked at them intently. I haven't seen you before. Consider us dead, young master, Scarface and One Eye replied succinctly. They straightened up, pulled open the security door, and gestured inside. Please. Their movements were crisp and efficient, clearly indicating they had no intention of further conversation. They closed their mouths and waited silently. Seeing this, Roy stepped inside, followed by Sabone who pushed the cart in after him. This is as far as I can take you, young master. Please proceed on your own. Ahead lay a dark, deep passage. 2 rows of eerie green ghost lights flickered on the stone walls, casting long, lonely shadows. Standing there, Roy felt as if he had stepped back into the world of Demon Slayer, transported to the endless snowy plains. The hair on his arms stood on end. Clang. The security door slammed shut behind him. He was alone. He had no choice but to brace himself and push the cart forward. 1 step, 2, the soles of his shoes scraped softly against the stone path. He passed through the tunnel and looked up to see a thick, airtight, moisture-proof door. The door was spotless, gleaming faintly with a metallic luster, clearly wiped down daily. Roy thought of Scarface and One Eye and glanced back. Clack, clack. Unexpectedly, the airtight door began to move, opening on its own. A massive tentacle snaked out, wrapped around the serving cart, and dragged it into the room. A second later, it tossed the cart back out. Looking closer, all the meat dishes were gone, leaving only some salad greens, apparently rejected with disdain. Sig, Grandpa. Is this really a memorial? Roy was horrified. He instinctively reached for his sword, only to find empty air. He remembered he had left Snow Walker on its stand. In his moment of panic, the tentacle shot out again, faster than any of Silva's whip strikes. It wrapped around him and yanked him backward into the room. Such powerful 10. I can't even fight back. His consciousness slipping away, the world spun around Roy. With his last shred of awareness, he looked. A giant eyeball, sprouting countless tentacles, was gazing at him kindly. It's my grandson. Activate, Game of the Dead. Dazed, Roy faintly heard an ancient voice. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a different world. Before him, a colossal sandworm erupted from the earth, churning the clouds and letting out a terrifying shriek. ROR. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 72, Chapter 72, First Step onto the Dark Continent X The Clash of Ren. Chapter 72, First Step onto the Dark Continent X The Clash of Ren. The piercing sound waves penetrated his eardrums, rattling his brain. Roy struggled to his feet. Seeing the sandworm, his pupils constricted as he remembered. This was the very monster that Netero, Lin, and Grandpa Sig had encountered on their first trip to the Dark Continent. No wonder it looked familiar. Roy instinctively turned his head. Beside him stood three figures, Netero, Lin, and Sig himself. So, have I traveled back in time, or have I been forcibly pulled into Grandpa Sig's memories? Roy didn't have time to ponder. The sandworm, stretching endlessly beyond sight, blotted out the sky. Its tail swept towards them. A loud roar came from beside him. Get down. He quickly dropped to the ground. He could dodge the tail, but the gale-force wind carrying an immensely powerful Ren tore up the earth, ripping trees out by the roots and sending everything flying. There was no escaping that. The only way was to fight fire with fire to counter Ren with Ren. Think fast, think against the clock. Imagine opening every aura node in your body in an instant, forcibly expelling all your aura output. Roy had just started to get the hang of it, releasing a Nen shroud to cover himself, when he was struck by an uprooted tree and sent flying. It felt like all his internal organs had shattered. 2 seconds. I just arrived in this world, and I'm already going back. A sweet taste filled Roy's mouth, and he couldn't stop himself from coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Then, his head lolled to the side, and he lost consciousness. Warning, detecting connection to unknown consciousness. Alert mechanism activated. Gate of cognition opening. The familiar sensation of falling washed over him. Dimly, he seemed to hear a familiar voice again. Roy groggily opened his eyes. He saw the familiar sea of cognition and the numerous wooden doors floating upon it. Surprisingly, he hadn't returned directly to reality but had instead arrived in the world of his own cognition. He struggled up from the sand. The first thing he did was check his body. Good. No injuries. All his organs were functioning properly. Everything indicated that the world with the tentacle monster had been nothing more than a dream. Just as he thought this, he rolled up his pant legs as usual and stepped into the water, letting the waves wash away his mental fatigue. Suddenly, he glanced sideways and froze. Right next to the gate to the Demon Slayer world, a new, pitch-black door had appeared out of nowhere. It was cracked open just a sliver, and through the gap, he could faintly hear the roars of strange beasts and the screams of humans. Game of the Dead. Unknown consciousness connection. Sig, Lin, Netero. Various terms swirled in his mind, forming an incredible hypothesis. Roy gradually realized, whether passively or accidentally, through his own Nen ability, the Gate of Cognition, he had connected to Grandpa Sig's consciousness, or rather, to his memories of the journey to the Dark Continent. So, this extra door led to the Dark Continent as remembered by Sig. His thoughts becoming clearer, Roy finally understood what his great-great-grandfather had meant by your Tsigjiai-chan like sausages. It turned out that even when some people died, their consciousness could persist, not yet forgotten by the world. The question was, should he continue? The boy snapped back to reality, hesitating for a moment. Then, gritting his teeth, he waded through the shallows, pushed the door open, and stepped back inside. Get down. The memory reset. Roy heard the shout again. Without thinking, he dropped to the ground and unleashed his Ren. It felt the same as before. He forced himself to expel all his aura output from his nodes, forming a Nen shroud to protect himself as wave after wave of impact crashed over him. Bang! This time, Roy was hit by a flying rock and sent tumbling. Duration, 2.5 seconds. Crash. The familiar sensation of falling returned as waves hit the shore. Unsurprisingly, Roy woke up again, whole and unharmed, back in his familiar world of cognition. This time, he slapped his cheeks. Without hesitation, he pushed open the black door and charged back in. Again, the shout, get down. He forced his aura output into a protective shroud. This time, he lasted 3 seconds before being knocked unconscious by a piece of debris. And so it continued. Enter the Dark Continent. return to the sea of cognition, enter again, return again, in an endless loop. Finally, after 7 or 8 cycles, an overwhelming weariness washed over him. The 10th time Roy returned to the sea of cognition, he struggled to roll over and collapsed onto the sand. He knew this was his limit. 15 seconds, this time, he had lasted a full 15 seconds. Zoldyck Estate, basement. Subone watched Roy push the cart into the passage. As Scarface and One Eye closed the security door, she unhurriedly pulled out a pocket watch. Seeing it brought back memories. This was the 3rd time she had stood here, the previous times being for Zeno and Silva. She was born and raised in the Zoldyck household, adopted by Maha as a child, grew up alongside Zeno, and even changed Silva's diapers. She clearly remembered how long each of them had lasted inside. She had met Sig, too, even served him for several years. She had been present when he died, so she knew what lay beyond the door. Zeno's record was 3 seconds. Silva's limit was 3.5. Now, the old butler stared intently down the passage, extending her N. The moment she detected a fluctuation in N, she pressed the stopwatch. Scarface and One Eye stood like sentinels beside her, guarding her, ensuring nothing and no one disturbed her focus. Subone counted silently. 1, 1.5, 2. Her eyebrows shot up. 2.5, 3. Her pupils widened in surprise. She continued. 3.5, 4, 5, 6. This, impossible. Her pink pigtails fluttered, disheveled by an unseen wind. Subone frowned, counting on. 8, 9, 10, 11, 15. She abruptly pressed the stopwatch again, noticing the unique Nen fluctuation had vanished. She froze. It seems the old master is very fond of him, Scarface said in a low voice. Because he lasted the longest, One Eye added honestly. They were both children Sig had adopted, playmates who had grown up with Zeno. Scarface was also Tsubone's husband, Hall's father, and Canary's grandfather. Seeing Tsubone dazed, he reminded her, "You should report this." Tsubone snapped back to reality. Still holding the watch, she took out her phone with her other hand and called Silva, not wasting a single second, not even the time it would take to walk back upstairs. Creak, creak. 2nd floor master bedroom. The soft, large bed vibrated, protesting as if unable to bear the impact, groaning in complaint. Ring ring ring. The phone rang, and the bed fell silent. The man frowned, picked up the phone, and answered curtly, "What is it?" "Master, we have the time you requested." "How long?" 15 seconds. "Humph." Silva leaped out of bed, revealing a physique seemingly forged from steel. "You know this isn't a joke." On the other end of the line, Subone could faintly hear footsteps. She looked up toward the passage. Roy emerged, pushing the cart, walking at a steady pace. The bouquet of chrysanthemums remained before the airtight door, blooming silently. "You know I wouldn't joke about this, sir." "Silva." He lowered the phone, falling into a long, profound silence. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 73, Chapter 73, Done 4. Broken Legs X the Gate to the Dark Continent. Chapter 73, Done 4. Broken Legs X the Gate to the Dark Continent. Young Master. Young Master. Young Master. The security door slid open. Scarface, One Eye, and Tsubone bowed, standing respectfully to either side and clearing the path for Roy. They bowed low, so low that Tsubone's pink pigtails almost touched her toes. Roy pushed the cart forward. "I left the chrysanthemums inside. I don't want to see them wither." Tsubone quickly replied, "I will find a vase and water them diligently." Scarface added, "I will take them out for sunlight every day." One Eye finished, "I will weed and fertilize them." The boy gave a soft hum. "Thank you for your trouble." He handed the cart to Tsubone, glanced around, and then walked away with his hands behind his back. Tap, tap. The sound of his footsteps faded. The three straightened up slowly, Roy already gone from sight. By now, the moon was high in the sky, the sunset long swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Leaving the basement, Roy strolled through the weathered corridors of the old castle. Lamps were lit along the walls. At the end of the corridor, near the dimly lit small room, Roy looked up and saw Maha again. The old man was leaning against the window frame, gazing at the scenery. For a fleeting moment, Roy had the strange illusion he was looking at an elderly Sig. The resemblance was uncanny. Roy paused. Great-great-grandfather. Maha stared intently at the willow tree in the garden, seemingly lost in thought, as if he hadn't heard. He began to speak anyway. Game of the Dead is your grandpa Sig's Nen ability. Through physical contact, he can forcibly pull a person's consciousness into a game woven from his memories. Roy listened silently. This matched his earlier speculations. The year he died, he used his bloodline as a catalyst to set a vow and limitation. Any descendant of the Zoldyck family can enter and exit his mind. The price excluding the source of the bloodline, which is me. At the time, I was so furious I wanted to beat him to death. Why wouldn't he listen? he just had to sneak off. But, before I could lay a hand on him, he closed his eyes. So, that eye is Tsig's brain, mutated after death. Roy listened quietly. Maha sounded annoyed. He always said the Zoldycks could lose anyone but me. He was afraid I'd look through his memories, go back to the Dark Continent, and seek revenge for him. That idiot. Did he really think I was that reckless? Yes, you absolutely are. Roy picked up the thread, joking, perhaps Grandpa Tsig thought you might accidentally kill the culprit, great-great-grandfather, robbing him of the chance to get revenge himself. In any case, the old man wasn't the type to let an enemy roam free while he did nothing. That wouldn't fit the profile of an enhancer. Maha shot him a glare. The boy forced a smile and quickly changed the subject. So, great-great-grandfather, is Grandpa Tsig truly dead, or just pretending? A mutated brain would still require energy. If he was truly dead, where did that energy come from? Roy suddenly thought of Scarface and One Eye. As soon as the question left his lips, his eyelid twitched. Looks like you've figured it out. Maha, old and sharp, noticed the change in the boy's expression. He's living dead, he said softly. And the ridiculous thing is, even though he hates it, he's become the very type of magical beast he despised most in life, a demonic eye that feeds on men. Is it a curse? Roy thought of Nanika. The shadow hanging over the Zoldyck family hadn't fully manifested yet, but that didn't mean it would disappear. Then, great-great-grandfather, when you told me to pay respects, did you want me to retrace Grandpa Tsig's path and find his killer? You. Maha chuckled mockingly, clapping him on the shoulder. Don't get ahead of yourself. What your grandfather and your father couldn't accomplish is hardly something that would fall to you. Ouch. Though, he really had only lasted 15 seconds, not even long enough to exchange a word with the memory of Tsig. The old man looked at Roy meaningfully. This is just a warning, so you understand the dangers. If one day you truly get the idea in your head, then. Maha smiled. This old man will break your legs, and I won't feel a shred of guilt about it. That. Roy remembered the dream, the image of Tsig being dragged under the tree and beaten mercilessly still vivid in his mind. You overestimate me, great-great-grandfather. Roy pointed to his black hair. My talent is limited, he said sheepishly. 15 seconds isn't exactly limited, you silly kid. Maha rolled his eyes. Get lost. Roy felt like he'd received a pardon. Good night, great-great-grandfather. He scurried past the old man and hurried away. It was 8 o'clock. Gota should have dinner ready by now. He needed to eat and replenish his energy. Behind him, Maha stood with his hands behind his back, watching him walk further and further away. Go visit Tsig more often, he called out. The boy agreed readily. Not just to alleviate Grandpa Tsig's loneliness. At the very least. I need to be able to withstand that monsters run first. The night deepened. The boy rounded the corner and vanished. Maha remained alone, lost in thought. The night wind rustled his clothes. Hurried footsteps approached from behind. It was Tsubon. Oldest master, the time is confirmed. I know, 15 seconds. Maha waved his hand and went inside, the door closing with a bang. Tsubon bowed respectfully, unsurprised. Coming here was just a formality. She glanced toward Roy's bedroom, then hurried away. Roy's bedroom. Tonight's dinner was Western style. He had hoped to eat the offerings he brought back from the memorial, some proper Chinese food. Reality taught him otherwise. The world is full of unexpected things. Except for a few salad leaves, all the meat had gone into Tsig's stomach. Resigned, Roy could only bite into a sandwich, reflecting on how deep the Zoldyck family's secrets ran. Without sufficient strength, there were places he couldn't even go. And in the future, if he ever truly decided to explore the Dark Continent, judging by the old man's words, he would have to get past Maha first. Otherwise, just look at how badly Tsig got beaten in the dream. The consequences were clear. Young master, Zebro called. He said that Castro boy managed to push open the first gate this evening. Gota handed him a glass of milk. I've already arranged for him to report to the butler's quarters. Roy took the glass, downed it in one go, and handed it back empty. His talent isn't weak. Train him well and assign him to guard duty. A guy who could hold his own against Hisoka in the original story was naturally no slouch. Leaving Gota to clear the table, Roy finished eating, took a quick shower, and went straight to bed. His mind was buzzing. He couldn't wait to see if the gate to the Dark Continent, which had appeared in his sea of cognition after disconnecting from Tsig's consciousness, still existed. If it did, the boy narrowed his eyes. He could easily imagine, once his strength was sufficient, even without the old man needing to break his legs, he could bypass all the limitations of this world and glimpse the true face of the Dark Continent before anyone else. And he could come and go as he pleased, whenever he pleased. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 74, Chapter 74, Sun Breathing Proficiency X Kikyo's Pregnancy. Chapter 74, Sun Breathing Proficiency X Kikyo's Pregnancy. He saw it. The door was still there. Unfortunately, it was locked. Roy, having entered the sea of cognition through deep sleep, once more, noticed this and gradually formed a hypothesis. This door, after all, was an import. Grandpa Tsig's consciousness was the key, only by connecting could it be opened. Fortunately, as long as the door remained, it wasn't an insurmountable problem. As Maha had said, he just needed to visit more often. Ultimately, he needed to train his Ren anyway. The image of the sandworm bursting from the earth and churning the clouds flashed through his mind again. Roy pulled his gaze away and pushed open the gate to the Demon Slayer world to continue his swordsmanship training. There's an old saying, a month for the staff, a year for the blade, a lifetime for the spear. The sword, known as the commander of 100 weapons, follows a path of unyielding power. Novices slice stone, the proficient slice iron. To cut through steel with a single stroke is enough to earn the title of Swordmaster. Note, as this is based on Japanese manga, sword and blade are often used interchangeably. Therefore, wanting to achieve mastery in swordsmanship overnight, without accumulating vast amounts of experience, was nothing short of a fool's dream. September 17, 3000 swings with no stones dropped. Swordsmanship plus 30, sun breathing plus 1, physique plus 0.31. Lasted 17 seconds against the sandworm's Ren. September 30, 4000 swings with no stones dropped. Swordsmanship plus 33, sun breathing plus 1.5, physique plus 0.4. Lasted 32 seconds against the sandworm's Ren. November 16, completed the 10,000 swings with no stones dropped for the first time. Swordsmanship plus 50, sun breathing plus 3, reaching the proficient level. Total concentration duration extended to 1 hour. Physique plus 1. Lasted 1 minute against the sandworm's Ren. Spoke the first words to Grandpa Tsig. He asked whose kid I was and how I got on the ship. I didn't even know how to answer him before I was knocked out by a flying ship's helm. Time always seems to fly when one is focused and busy. On November 16, after visiting Grandpa Tsig, Roy left the basement and returned to his bedroom. Dragging his exhausted body to the desk, he meditated to recover his mental energy while opening his system panel to review his training progress. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye, and the improvement was obvious. Name, Roy Zoldyck. Physique, 71.7. Note, average person is 1. Sun breathing, 1/1000. Proficient. Aura output, D, 170/10,000. Note, rating based on Chimera and benchmark. Potential aura, D, 236/10,000. Note, rating based on Chimera and benchmark. Nen ability shape change, 17/100. Novice, property change, awaiting activation. For major principles, 10, LV1, 38/100. Zetsu, LV1, 69/100. Ren, LV1, 23/100. Hatsu, awaiting conjuration. Swordsmanship, LV2, 996/1000. Applied Techniques Shadow Step, Master, 278/1000. Rhythm Echo, Proficient, 174/1000. Snake Awakens, Proficient, 783/1000. Title, Apple Tree Sapling Ready for Plucking. From a mere sprout to a sapling, he had to grasp both Nen and swordsmanship firmly. Roy studied the panel carefully. His Ren needed further strengthening, and his swordsmanship was just one step away from the next breakthrough. Young Master, Hall's wife gave birth. At 8 in the evening, Gota arrived punctually with the dinner cart. Tonight's meal was rosemary seared steak, matsutake mushroom cream soup with buttered toast points, and a large bottle of milk. Have they chosen a name? Roy closed the panel and cut a piece of steak, putting it in his mouth. If he remembered correctly, Hall's child Subone's granddaughter was named Canary. Canary, the master chose it 2 months ago. Hall has been absolutely ecstatic, bragging to everyone he meets. Such an insufferable, gloating face, it really gets on one's nerves. Gota seemed to have quite the opinion of his predecessor. Then again, Hall was known for being slick, not Gota's preferred type. Roy recalled the man's smiling face but made no comment, his thoughts drifting. He vaguely remembered that not long after Canary's birth, it was Killua's turn. Sure enough. The madam is pregnant again, Gota whispered. The master is delighted. Every butler in the household has received a double salary increase. Not just double. After the birth, it'll be tripled. It's a silver-haired child, after all. That's good. Roy finished his steak and drank the soup, his expression unchanged. Go buy some practical baby supplies and send them to Hall. He served me for 2 years, after all. We should show some consideration. Gota pushed up his glasses. You are too kind to us servants, young master. That man just got lucky to have served you for a time. Don't talk like that. Just go. Yes, sir. After the meal, Gota cleared the table and went downstairs to prepare the gift. Roy sat at the table in a daze for a while, then got up and went to the window. He gazed out at the night view under the moonlight, letting his food digest. His eyes inadvertently caught sight of 2 or 3 figures strolling hand in hand in the garden. A woman held onto a man's arm. She was newly pregnant, not showing yet, but deliberately puffed out her stomach, enjoying Silva's company. The electronic eyes on her face displayed happy heart shapes. This one will definitely have silver hair. Roy could almost hear the woman's thoughts. He watched silently for a while. At one point, he noticed the man seemed to sense something and turned his head to look up. The boy turned back into the room, closing the door with a bang. Time rolls ever forward, never backward. Rejecting Silva's prying gaze, Roy silently reminded himself to focus and not let irrelevant matters distract him. He took a cold shower, changed into his pajamas, lay flat on his bed with his hands folded, closed his eyes, and entered his dream. The familiar sensation of falling, passing through the multicolored dream tunnel, arriving at the familiar sea of cognition. Roy glanced at the locked gate to the dark continent and remembered Sig's words. "Whose kid are you?" With a sigh, he turned and pushed open the gate to the Demon Slayer world. As usual, he took his training blade and basket, heading deep into Sagiri Mountain to practice, followed by a troop of ghosts. No need for the gravel today. His master leaned against the doorframe, stopping him. "Don't forget the feeling of swinging unburdened. Try to push past your limits." "Okay." The basket filled with gravel was set aside. Roy took his training blade and walked into the forest, his steps deep in the snow. Behind him, Seikanji Urokodake followed at a steady pace, stepping carefully into his footprints. Makomo and Seibito circled around them. The little girl looked back and forth between Roy and Seikanji, whispering to Seibito, "Master must think Iakairo's hands are steady enough now. He wants to see what he can do, so he can adjust the training plan." Seibito rested his hand on his beloved sword, his eyes fixed on Roy. He gently shook his head. "No, Master isn't adjusting the plan. He has always been training Iakairo at 10 times the intensity he used for Jiyu. It's Iakairo who has disrupted Master's plan." 10 times? Makomo mumbled softly, "I always thought it was 20. You're a girl." Seibito didn't elaborate. All he could say was, even among humans, individual limits vary greatly. That Iakairo fellow couldn't be judged by normal standards. Without the restriction of the gravel, who knew what heights he would reach today? Could he, already be stronger than Jiyu? Seibito narrowed his eyes, filled with anticipation. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 75, Chapter 75, 10-meter sword aura X. The fourth gate opens. Chapter 75, 10-meter sword aura X. The fourth gate opens. The year's end was approaching, and the wind and snow grew fiercer. A thick fog blanketed Sagiri Mountain, dampening Roy's hair and crystallizing into a layer of frost. Freed from the burden of the gravel, Roy restarted the 10,000 swings. The sword in his hand felt as light as air, almost glued to his palm. It moved like an extension of his own arm, effortless and free. His master, Seikanji Urokodake, stood silently behind him, watching. 10 meters ahead stood the wooden post, wrapped in hemp rope. The boy closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. He spread his feet, centering himself, and fixed his stance. Opening his eyes, he gripped the sword with both hands and slashed forward the first strike of the day. Then came the second, the third, the 100th, the 1,000th, the 10,000th, the 20,000th, the 30,000th, the 35,000th. Seeing that he had surpassed his previous limit set during the gravel training, Roy felt his body heat up, his strength still abundant. He tore off his scarf and continued swinging. 36,000, 37, 38, 40,000. That Iakairo guy. He's making me lose count. Makomo pouted, her big, pretty eyes spinning. High in the tall birch tree, Seibito watched silently. Below him stood the equally silent Seikanji Urokodake. 40,000, 42, 47, 49, 50,000. At a certain moment, the boy's eyes narrowed. Hand, waist, and foot moved as one. He stepped forward and slashed. The wind from the blade tore through the air, letting out a teeth-grinding shriek as it formed a crescent-shaped slash, cutting clean through the wooden post 10 meters away. Clack! The post split in two and fell to the ground. The surroundings fell utterly silent, so quiet that only the boy's heavy gasps echoed through the wind and snow. That Iakairo guy. Shinsuke, who had been lying down, shot upright. Even though he had braced himself, knowing Roy would break his limits again after the gravel training, perhaps reaching an astonishing 40,000 swings, she hadn't expected this. He had still underestimated him. Seriously, I'm numb, Fukuda said, standing beside Shinsuke and looking down at Roy with a self-deprecating laugh. From now on, if someone tells me Iakairo chopped up the Demon King, I won't even be surprised. He's not freaking human. A 10-meter-long slash. And the crucial part is, Iakairo hasn't even learned a breathing style yet. Makomo finally stopped counting, dizzily leaning on Seibito for support. Seibito, the one being leaned on, stood stiff as a board, as if Roy's last slash had struck him, shattering his resolve in two. Silence was the theme on Sagiri Mountain today. Jiyu, Seibito thought, perhaps the rank of Hashira is your limit, but it cannot possibly be Iakairo's. Gazing at Roy's back, he could almost imagine the sheer terror that unleashing such a monster upon the world would bring to the demons. Iakairo, Seikanji Urokodake's shoulders were covered in snow, and his voice, hidden beneath the Tengu mask, was somewhat hoarse. He watched the boy quietly. Roy sheathed his sword, exhaled a long dragon of white breath, and shook his head. No, I still need to train. The boy's voice was calm. He broke into a smile, revealing his teeth. If Netero could throw 100,000 punches a day, then why couldn't he, Roy, deliver 100,000 slashes? There was no reason. When I truly reach my limit, I will tell you, master. You, ha ha ha. Seikanji Urokodaka's shoulders shook with laughter. The laughter grew louder until he threw his head back and looked at the sky. A rare ray of sunlight broke through the mist, as if dispelling the gloom that hung over the hearts of all mankind, the demons. Good. The old man turned, gratified. Tonight, he decided, he would add a pig's leg to the boy's meal. Notification, Swordsmanship plus 40. Swordsmanship, LV2 996/1000, LV3 36/10,000. Dong, Kukura Mountain. At 4 o'clock in the morning, a bell chimed. In the small room at the easternmost end of the third floor of the butler's quarters, Castro opened his eyes as usual, lying in bed and staring blankly at the ceiling. It had been over 2 months since he arrived at the Zoldyck estate. He had transformed from a clueless newbie into a slightly less clueless veteran newbie, finally realizing the true weight behind the name Zoldyck. The 100-kilogram bulletproof vest was worn 24/7. The shoes on his feet were weighted. The cup he drank water from weighed 20 kilograms. Pushing open any random door required at least 500 kilograms of force. This wasn't the butler's quarters, it was a freaking gravity training room. 10 times gravity, at that. When Castro first reported for duty, he had desperately wanted to curse someone out. But then he realized that all apprentice butlers aspiring to become official butlers went through this. And the weakest among them was actually Zebro, the very man who had kindly coached him to successfully push open the first testing gate. The boy calmed down, cut his long hair, and accepted reality. If for no other reason than to one day punch that detestable man with glasses in the face, to show him that if he could do it, Castro could too. Right, what was his name again? Gota. At 4:05 a.m., Castro rolled out of bed and began his morning exercises. From 4 to 4:30 was the only time in the day he could truly call his own. Usually, he would run to the testing gate, practice his tiger bite fist form, and then chat with Zebro for a bit, clinging to the small shred of security he had left. That's right. Once you entered the Zoldyck domain, it was like diving into the deep sea. Besides being heavy, there was absolutely no safety to speak of. Any random dog that ran past could knock him over with the sheer force of its wind pressure. To this day, Castro's heart still pounded whenever he heard Mike's bark. Heh, you'll get used to it. Zebro smiled, handing him a cup of water. He was a genuinely warm old man. In the original story, he was the one who helped Gon and the others. And now, after 2 months, he had come to greatly appreciate the young man before him. Diligent, driven, good hair, and most importantly, obedient and easy to command. He had the makings of a butler. Thank you. Castro finished his form, nodded his thanks, and brought the water to his lips. Suddenly, he heard familiar footsteps. He looked up. The boy with shoulder-length, thick black hair was running down the mountain as usual. Castro quickly bowed. Good morning, young master. Having finished his sword practice last night and enjoyed a hearty meal of braised pork knuckle with Seikanji Urokodake, Roy had slept unusually well. He passed through the gate of cognition and returned to reality. He didn't need the usual minute or two in bed to shake off the mental fatigue. He immediately washed up and went for his run, quickly arriving at the foot of the mountain. The boy stopped. He had run 5 kilometers without breaking a sweat. He gave Zebro, who had tipped his hat, a slight nod. His gaze settled on Castro. Are you settling in all right? He asked with a smile. Castro immediately stood at attention. Don't worry, young master. I can handle it. Roy patted his shoulder. Good. He walked past him, straight to the testing gate, and stopped. Young master, are you going out? Zebro thought, I don't see Gota anywhere. Dutifully, he rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Allow me to open the gate for you. Roy, no need. He looked up at the 4th testing gate, gently raised a hand, and placed it on the surface. Seeing this, Zebro froze. Castro sensed something was about to happen and turned his head. A tremendous boom echoed. The 4th gate, weighing a colossal 32 tons, swung wide open, revealing the dashing boy standing in the middle, bathed in the morning glow, clapping the dust from his hands. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 76, Chapter 76, Poison Resistance Training X Tsigs 3 Soul Questions. Chapter 76, Poison Resistance Training X Tsigs 3 Soul Questions. I heard you went to see that Castro. November 17th. Overcast. As autumn turned to winter, the days grew colder. It seemed people's luck was taking a turn for the worse as well. In the long corridor leading to the training room, Roy walked through the morning light as usual, Snowwalker hanging at his waist. Beside him walked Illumi, hands stuffed in his pockets, his face fixed in its usual dead-eyed expression. The Zoldyck brothers walked side by side, yet apart, neither touching the other. From a distance, they looked like two parallel lines, destined never to intersect, always maintaining their distance. "Does it concern you?" "Yes," Illumi replied flatly. "He's not worth your effort." Roy didn't break stride, his eyes fixed ahead. "Are you?" Illumi faltered, stopping in his tracks. He watched Roy's retreating back merge into the morning light, then chased after him with a muffled sound. "The fourth gate, if you can do it, so can I. In short, don't think you can ditch me," the boy added silently in his head. He covered the remaining distance in just a few steps, using shadow step. Not only did he catch up, but he actually overtook Roy, pushed open the training room door first, and stepped inside. He tilted his chin up. "I got here first." Childish. Roy entered right after him, brushing past his shoulder without a second glance, completely ignoring him. He looked ahead. Luke was already waiting, but this time, he wasn't holding an electric baton. Instead, he held 2 vials of poison. The lethal dose neurotoxin LD-50, and the semi-lethal dose LC-50. The master said that while electroshock training is necessary, poison resistance training cannot be neglected either. Luke pushed the lethal dose vial toward Roy and the semi-lethal dose toward Illumi. "Young masters, if you please," he said respectfully. With lightning speed, Illumi snatched the lethal dose vial and swallowed its contents in one gulp. He wiped his mouth, stuck out his neck, and glared defiantly at Roy. Then, the whites of his eyes rolled up, and he collapsed, stiff as a board. "I'm not weaker than him," Roy could faintly hear his thoughts. "Young Master Illumi." Luke cried out in alarm, rushing to catch him. In just those few moments, my foolish, dear little brother's skin had visibly turned purple. What was that all about? "Young Master Roy, you have to bear witness for me. Young Master Illumi did this himself. There's a camera in the corner. Someone is watching," Roy said calmly. Sure enough. ZZZT, the electronic eye in the corner flashed red. Less than 3 minutes later, 2 more test tubes were brought in. One contained poison, still a lethal dose. The other held the antidote. The poison went into Roy's mouth. The antidote went into Illumi's. Luke calmed down and checked Illumi's condition. Noticing his breathing stabilized from erratic gasps, and seeing him even open his eyes a few minutes later, he finally relaxed. "Young master, that was too reckless," Luke said, acting as a cushion to make Illumi more comfortable. But the boy just stared with his vacant eyes, watching Roy, who had finished the poison and was now digesting it with his eyes closed. His older brother stood firm, Snowwalker held upright like a staff, looking much better off than he was. "Bury me." November. The mountain wind had shifted to its frigid winter mode. It blew into the training room, chilling Illumi's body and making his heart even colder. He desperately needed the comfort of the earth. Luke followed his instructions and buried him in the pit, leaving only his head exposed, facing the training room. Illumi reluctantly closed his eyes. Inside, Roy savored the numbness and intense pain as the poison ravaged his body. After letting himself adapt for a moment, he drew Snowwalker with a sking and began to practice the sun breathing. Having just dealt with Illumi, Luke turned around to see this and felt a splitting headache coming on. Never before had his job felt so miserable. "Young master, you mustn't move," he pleaded. "It will accelerate the spread of the poison." But the more it spread, the more numb he felt, the more it hurt, the more he needed to train, the more he needed to move. An enemy won't let you go just because you've been poisoned. Dance. Blue heaven. Burning bones, summer sun. Fire wheel. As the final slash, dragon sun halo head dance, connected into a roaring sheet of flame, the boy pointed his blade diagonally at the camera and smiled silently. "Am I right, father?" Second floor master bedroom. Ever since Kikyo's pregnancy, Silva had switched back from medicinal tea to red wine. He swirled the glass, watching the monitor and the boy across from him. A corner of his mouth lifted. He summoned Subone. "Double it." "Good. Very spirited. That means the poison isn't strong enough. I don't want him standing." "Subone, then I shall make him lie down." A few minutes later, a larger dose of poison was delivered to the training room. The result, that afternoon, as sunlight filtered through the bare willow branches in the garden, Roy groggily woke up. Beside him, Illumi's eyes fluttered open as well. Illumi watched him silently. "I thought you were supposed to be so tough." Roy didn't reply. Luke, who had been watching over them, acted as his mouthpiece, informing my foolish, dear little brother that the eldest young master had downed 3 more lethal doses before finally collapsing. "Illumi." He retracted his head completely into the pit. The fresh earth didn't smell like Miluki. Apparently, that kid had also started poison resistance training and hadn't left the toilet since. Roy finally regained feeling in his limbs, broke free from the earth, shook off the dirt, turned, and walked away. Tap, tap. The footsteps faded into the distance. Illumi finally poked his head out again, silently staring at Roy's retreating back. The sunlight cast a long, slanted shadow on the ground. For a long moment, he couldn't bear to close his eyes. "Young master. Young master." Grandpa Tsig's brain repository welcomed the boy as usual. His expression serene, Roy gave a slight nod to Scarface in one eye, who guarded the entrance. They bowed respectfully and pulled open the security door. The deep, lonely passage stretched before him. Roy stepped inside, then paused and turned back to the two butlers. On behalf of Grandpa Sig, thank you both for your many years of service. His tone was utterly sincere. If conditions permit, I will tell him of your deeds. Scarface and One Eye exchanged a look, then placed their right hands over their chests and knelt on one knee. It would be our honor. Please, young master, be sure to tell the old master that all is well at home. Roy was silent for a moment, remembering the phrase, "Whose kid are you?" He took a deep breath. I will. He turned again and walked through the passage. He saw the well-tended chrysanthemums before the airtight door, saw the writhing tentacles, saw the kind eye, and then everything went black as he entered the game of the dead. Get down. Before the familiar shout could even finish, Roy, now experienced, dropped to the ground the instant the first syllable was uttered. He unleashed his Ren, forming a Nen shroud to withstand the sandworm's Ren and the debris it flung up from the earth. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute. Finally, at 1 minute and 5 seconds, a head of spiky silver hair leaned in, studying him curiously. Whose kid are you? The voice asked again. How did you get on the ship? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 77, Chapter 77, Shaping Nen into a Shield X Roy's New Year's Gift. Chapter 77, Shaping Nen into a Shield X Roy's New Year's Gift. Yours, Roy, ever the honest kid, chose to answer truthfully. Sig glanced at the boy's thick, black hair and chopped down with a hand blade, slicing through a piece of flying debris. Kid, my son wasn't nearly as green as you. Can't even control your Ren properly. Emitters excel most at Ren and Hatsu, especially a transcendent emitter like his grandson Zeno, whose dragon dive could blanket the entire royal palace of East Gorto. Vum. Under the impact of the sandworm's Ren, the Nen shroud trembled like a soap bubble, about to burst. Sig was right, Roy was reaching his limit. 1 minute and 10 seconds was his maximum. Idiot, that's not how you use Ren, Sig scolded. Whichever side takes the impact, you raise that side. Making a bubble to cover yourself seems like a good idea, but it's the biggest waste of Nen. Unfortunately, it was too late. The corpse of some magical beast slammed into him. Roy's vision went black, his consciousness slipped away, and the connection to the game severed. When he opened his eyes again, he was, unsurprisingly, back in his world of cognition. Beneath him was the soft sand, beside him the boundless sea of cognition. The boy rolled over and lay on the beach, carefully mulling over Tsig's words. They sounded familiar. After chewing on them a few times, he finally remembered. It was Nen shape transformation. Nen could be stretched, compressed, or shaped into a thin film to cover objects, as seen in 10. Naturally, through imagination, one could also compress a sphere into a plane, increasing its efficiency. Lost in thought, Roy stood up again and pushed open the gate to the Dark Continent. Get down. The familiar roar echoed. This time, Roy hit the ground but didn't rush to open all his aura nodes. Instead, he concentrated, driving his aura from the soles of his feet, up along his knees, abdomen, chest, neck, until it erupted from the crown of his head, forming a Nen shield in front of him. Compared to the Nen shroud, the Nen shield abandoned the other three sides, maintaining only the forward-facing plane to block the impact. This significantly improved both its efficiency and solidity. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes. Sig glanced over. Not bad, kid, quick learner. Finally, the game loop at 1 minute and 10 seconds had shown some progress. Roy felt much less strained and figured he could last longer. He smiled. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. That notebook great-great-grandfather gave me is probably gathering mold in a drawer. Looks like I need to pull it out and read it more often. Don't celebrate too early. The big one's coming. The Nen shield in front of Tsig was thick and wide, a strange iron-gray color, looking like a slab of refined steel, deflecting flying sand and rocks with clangs and pings. Alerted by the warning, Roy focused his gaze ahead. Roar. The world changed color. A tail sweep shattered the landing craft. The colossal sandworm charged, low to the ground. The resulting gale and Ren, intensified by the proximity, rose several levels. The direct effect on his Ren was. The Nen shield Roy had just formed instantly began to waver again, showing signs of cracking. The boy struggled, increasing his aura output. He glanced at Sig. His great-grandfather, hidden behind his iron shield, looked far more relaxed. Why is your shield so thick? Is there some trick to it? Roy asked, unembarrassed. Sig replied faintly, this shield holds 20 years of effort. It's all raw power and hard work. Roy fell silent. His Nen shield instantly shattered. He was struck by a broken mast and sent flying. His vision went black again. With his last shred of consciousness, he couldn't help but think. Sweat, that's not something you can just figure out through enlightenment. This time, he had lasted 1 minute and 40 seconds. He continued the cycle, enter the Dark Continent, returned to the Sea of Cognition, back and forth 7 more times. His maximum endurance reached 1 minute and 45 seconds. Finally, Roy disconnected from the world of consciousness, returning to reality utterly exhausted. Clack, clack. Behind him, the airtight, moisture-proof door closed, releasing the slightly damp air of the passage. Roy took a deep breath, crouched down, plucked a chrysanthemum petal, and chewed on it. The bitter juice helped ground him, merging his consciousness with his body, dispelling the daze. He then stood up and left the basement. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Darkness had fallen early due to the overcast sky, making the atmosphere feel heavy. Gotha had thoughtfully lit several candles on the dining table. The soft candlelight made the meal feel a bit more comforting. He was a considerate butler. At least, Roy found this meal particularly satisfying. The boy forked a piece of fried pork cutlet, chewing while flipping through Tsig's notebook, searching for information about Ren. He savored the pleasure of the food for a moment, then looked up at Gotha. "Gotha, let me see your Ren." "Huh." The young butler, who was wiping spilled wax from the table, met Roy's gaze, straightened up, and replied crisply, "Yes, sir." "Vum." A milky white nen shroud instantly erupted, enveloping Gotha from head to toe. Roy observed it carefully. The color and shape were similar to his own, but compared to Grandpa Tsig's, the difference was night and day. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Fortunately, assassins are masters of concealing emotions. Roy skillfully hid his disappointment and calmly told Gotha to retract it. He was already considering getting the water-breathing style for Gotha. After all, he was one of his own people. He couldn't favor Hall and neglect Gotha. Roy finished dinner and lay down, still clothed. Gotha cleared the table and blew out the candles. Darkness and silence became their companions. In the quiet, the boy measured the ceiling with his eyes, his mind preoccupied with how to further strengthen his Ren. Drowsiness gradually crept in, and he fell into a deep sleep. The familiar sensation of falling, the multicolored dream tunnel beneath his feet, passing through to the familiar Sea of Cognition. Roy glanced at the locked gate to the Dark Continent, recalling Tsig's question. "Whose kid are you?" With a sigh, he turned and pushed open the gate to the Demon Slayer world. He opened his eyes, and there again were Makomo's sparkling, pretty eyes. "Hey, I noticed something. Iyakairo is growing so fast." Makomo compared her own height, then glanced at Roy from head to toe. In just a few months, the boy had shot up quite a bit. It made her envious. "What's so strange about that?" Shinsuke dangled a leg from the rafters. "He's at that age where he eats and drinks a lot. It's perfectly normal." Fukuda shot him a look. "Then why are you so short?" That hit a nerve. Whoosh, a ghostly wind swept through the cabin again. Sabito shook his head helplessly, his attention entirely on Roy. He noticed him climb out of bed, now genuinely taller than him. The fox-masked boy sighed with emotion. "This is what a genius is. Strong in every aspect. Just like that stone Hashira you mentioned. Jiomei Haimjima." "Humph. Iyakairo is nothing like a monk," Makomo retorted indignantly on Roy's behalf. "I never said he was a monk," Sabito defended himself. "That's what you meant." "I did not." The bickering continued on this snowy morning. Roy turned his head toward the kitchen. Seikanji Urokodake was making porridge alone, his back looking desolate and lonely. Even though his beloved disciples were always with him, he was completely unaware, silently enduring his solitude. Roy spoke up. "Master, the new year is almost here. I need to go home for a visit. However, before that, I want to give you a precious gift," Roy thought, glancing at Sabito and Makomo. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 78, Chapter 78, Ode to Solitude X A Boy's Resolve. Chapter 78, Ode to Solitude X A Boy's Resolve. Go home. Had another year really passed already? Seikanji Urokodake's hand paused as he sliced the pickled radish. He looked up, out the window. The snow had been falling, year after year. It seemed like nothing had changed, and yet, everything had. After a moment of silence, he simply said, "Okay. Bubble, bubble." The porridge simmering on the stove bubbled up, pushing the lid open. The old man hurriedly lifted it, scalding his hand. "Master." Makomo scampered over, pouting and blowing on his burn. Then, a pair of broad hands, calloused from long hours gripping a sword, took over for Seikanji. Roy lifted the lid and turned off the heat in one smooth motion. "Master, let me," he said with a smile. "You always take care of me. Let me handle these small tasks." The porridge was ready. All that was left was to slice some pickled radish and the leftover cured boar meat from last night. Simple enough. Seikanji Urokodake nodded without further comment, left the kitchen, and sat quietly by the heated table to wait. Makomo knelt beside him, her expression downcast. "Iyakairo is going home. Master will be alone again for the new year. What can we do about it? Haven't things always been this way?" Shinsuke touched the large bump on his forehead, wincing in pain. Fortunately, Fukuda was in worse shape. His face was swollen like a pig's, completely unrecognizable. That was the price for making fun of his height. Look on the bright side. Once Iyakairo avenges us, there'll be even fewer people to keep master company next year. If you can't say anything nice, shut up. Fukuda snapped, noticing Makomo lower her head, her eyes growing dimmer. He opened his mouth to say something, but it was swollen like a sausage, making it impossible. He ended up sighing. To remain in the world of the living due to lingering regrets was already a blessing. One shouldn't ask for too much. But I just want to. Makomo stubbornly bit her lower lip, tears welling up. Her body unconsciously leaned closer to Seikanji Urokodake, but a sword suddenly interposed itself, blocking her. Calm down. Sabito held his tachi, looking seriously at Makomo. Master spirit is too strong. You know approaching him will burn you. Burn? So that's why Sabito could pull Tanjiro into his own consciousness but couldn't do anything to Seikanji Urokodake. Roy, slicing radishes in the kitchen, quietly observed the scene out of the corner of his eye. He understood what Sabito and Makomo lacked, a medium, a bridge built of nen, to communicate with the living. Roy himself wasn't opposed to being that bridge. He was willing, just as he had helped Hiro Minamino see his family. The boy calculated the timing and decided, the night before he left for the new year. That was a time for family reunions, for celebration, for happiness. Makomo eventually calmed down, moving half a body length away from Seikanji. Sabito sheathed his sword, sighing silently. He didn't know how to comfort her. Fortunately, a cheerful voice broke the somber mood. Porridge is ready. Roy brought out the breakfast, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. Makomo sniffled, seeming to revert to her usual hungry kitten state. Roy deliberately tempted her, waving the plate of cured boar meat under her nose. The girl licked her lips, the light returning to her dull eyes. Whoosh outside, the snow fell heavily inside, steam rose gently. It was as if nothing had happened, and yet, everything had. After the meal, Roy took the initiative to wash the dishes without Seikanji having to lift a finger. He then took his training blade and went out to practice. After he left, Seikanji Urokodake quietly went to the head of the bed, felt under the bedding by the pillow, and pulled out a sock. He counted out some silver coins and put them into a small cloth pouch embroidered with a fox head. Heh, that Iyakairo guy sure is lucky. What's master doing, preparing New Year's money for him? Shinsuke watched jealously as Seikanji carefully tucked the pouch away close to his body. The sour feeling made his teeth ache again. He wasn't sure if it was from Fukuda's punch. Hey, did master ever give you New Year's money? Makomo poked Sabito. The fox-masked boy stiffened slightly and shook his head. Since he and Jiyu had been adopted, they hadn't seen a single copper coin, let alone lucky money. Master provided for all their needs. They were too grateful to even think of asking for money. However, Makomo beamed, her big eyes curving into crescents. I'll tell you a secret, she whispered, I got some. That's because master sees you as a girl and takes care of you. I don't care. All I know is, I got some, and you didn't. That's enough. Sabito feigned exasperation and followed Roy out toward the forest. Well, at least Makomo is happy. That's what matters. The fox-masked boy tightened his grip on his tachi and vanished into the snowstorm. 47,000, 49, 50,000, 51,000. Adding another 1,000 swings each day was the minimum requirement Roy set for himself. Notification, Swordsmanship plus 53. With a backhand slash, the boy's blade grazed past Sabito's ear and struck a cypress tree behind him. Crack. The cypress, thicker than two people could wrap their arms around, was split cleanly down the middle. The sharpness and accuracy of the blade were astonishing. Sabito felt his fighting spirit ignite, his hand instinctively reaching for his hilt, but he quickly suppressed the urge. Roy let out a long breath and sheathed his sword, pretending not to notice the boy's hand on his tachi. That night, he returned to the cabin, had a simple dinner, and lay down on the bed, still clothed. Night deepened, and fatigue crept in. Roy fell into a deep sleep. Once again, through the method of deep sleep, he left the world of Demon Slayer and returned to Kukuru Mountain. The familiar sensation of falling, though delayed, arrived. The boy opened his eyes on the soft, large bed, the familiar chime of the grandfather clock's pendulum striking the gong echoing in his ears. 4 in the morning. Another day. Roy rolled out of bed, went for his usual morning run, and returned to eat breakfast while listening to Gota report the day's training plan. It's poison resistance training again today. Gota pushed up the glasses on his nose, glancing cautiously at Roy. Also, there's one other thing. The oldest master has requested that you prepare dinner for him tonight. Which old master? There were many old masters in the house, Silva, Zeno, Maha. Roy looked up. The young butler, who had been growing his beard for several months, finally sported a respectable shape. It's Master Maha, he clarified, probably craving something different again. Roy thought, nodding faintly. Understood. He listed 2 dishes for Gota to relay to the kitchen, chicken and mushroom stew and smashed cucumber salad. Gota noted them down, cleared the dishes, and left with the cart. Roy picked up Snow Walker from its stand, followed him out, and headed to the training room. He endured the poison resistance training, practiced the sun breathing, and then went down to the basement again to hone his ren. This time, he only lasted 1 minute and 43 seconds. Not much progress. Could it be true, as Grandpa Sig said, that from now on, only time can refine it? The boy left the secret room with a heavy heart. The airtight door slammed shut behind him. He took a deep breath of the air outside, recalling the training scenes of Gon and Killua with Wing and Biscuit. He walked out of the passage, not even hearing Scarface and One Eye greet him, and wandered through the castle corridors from memory, lost in thought. At one point, he stopped, seeing a thin, frail figure, hands clasped behind his back, leaning against a window frame, admiring the night view. Only then did Roy remember that his great-great-grandfather had asked him to cook tonight. It's already 8 o'clock. Where's this old man's dinner? Speak of the devil. Maha turned his head. Roy gave a sheepish smile and quickly made excuses. I'll go make it right now. Forget it. Maha waved his hand dismissively and turned back to the window. The moon was high, the night perfect. Dining on moonlight wouldn't be so bad. Seeing this, Roy tried to slip past him quietly. Just as he was about to brush past his shoulder, Maha stopped him. This old man hasn't eaten, and you think you can? Get over here and stand with me. Yes, sir. Roy silently retracted his foot and stood beside Maha, joining him in looking at the view. The old man pointed to the willow tree in the garden. What do you see? A willow tree. And willow branches. Maha glared. I'm asking you about what's on it. This time, Roy focused his gaze, even using Gyo. It's a bird's nest. Oh, so you do know it's a bird's nest. I'm not an idiot. You are an idiot, Maha retorted, shooting him a look. Even baby birds know to chirp and beg the mother bird for food. Why don't you? Roy frowned. The old man glared at him, exasperated. Do you know what Silva hates most about you? What? That self-righteous attitude of yours. That naive belief that you can handle everything on your own. Roy was silent. You're too strong-willed, Roy. And too arrogant. Maha turned back to the window. A mother bird flew back, carrying several insects, and landed on the edge of the nest. The chick that chirped the loudest ate the most. Because you're too strong-willed, the old man said gravely, you think you can do everything yourself. You've never thought of relying on anyone. That's why Silva feels unneeded. And when a father feels unneeded, anger naturally arises. Sha. A cold wind blew past, rustling the boy's bangs and the willow branches together. Roy listened intently, his memories flooding back. Ever since childhood, thanks to the system panel and his reincarnation, he had felt he could rely on himself. Whether it was studying or training, he avoided asking for help whenever possible. The number of times he had asked Silva for anything could be counted on one hand. Recently, the only time was when asking to learn Nen, and even then, he had gone through Gotha, taking a roundabout route. Thinking about it now, he had indeed been too independent. Independence had turned into aloofness, gradually slipping out of control, becoming arrogance, and ultimately, utter disregard for others. Finally, Roy looked out. In the nest, the one chick that hadn't opened its mouth to chirp was pushed out by the others. It fell to the ground with a soft thud. Before it could even open its eyes to see the world, it was gone. Do you understand? Maha asked softly after a long pause. Roy took a deep breath and bowed. Thank you, great-great-grandfather. The old man turned away, humming noncommittally. Get lost. Roy straightened up, turned away from the direction of his bedroom, and headed toward the second floor. Tap, tap. Under the lights, the boy's shadow already resembled that of an adult. He rounded the corner and disappeared. In a dimly lit corner, a shadow stirred. Zeno emerged, hands behind his back. He glanced toward the second floor, then slowly walked over to stand beside Maha. Grandfather certainly has a way with him. Just a few words, and you've subdued the boy. If I hadn't stepped in, this family would be falling apart, Maha snorted. Squat. Zeno. This has nothing to do with me. Grandfather, we need to be reasonable. Squat. Yes, sir. Zeno covered his head and squatted. A sharp rap landed on his skull. I am reason. The old man yelled furiously. Your grandson, my grandson, don't you understand the principle of leading by example? Kill, kill, kill. Can't you take a dump without killing someone first? If you bother this old man again, I'll beat you to death with a stick. Crude enhancer brute. Zeno felt wronged. How was he supposed to know he'd end up with a house full of stubborn mules? One wouldn't bow his head, the other refused to yield. Besides bringing out the oldest master, what else could he do? Fortunately, it had worked. Zeno silently endured Maha's verbal abuse. Once the old man had calmed down, he gently massaged his back, helping him relax. In the small, dimly lit room, the cartoons came back on, the rocking chair started rocking again. The old man enjoyed Zeno's massage and grunted, hungry. When that kid comes back, tell him to prepare a meal. This old man absolutely must have a taste of something fresh today. Zeno. So stubborn. The night deepened. Walking up the stone staircase from the first floor to the second, Roy felt as though the simple act of climbing stairs had never taken so long, like ascending to the heavens. Torches flickered on the walls, stretching his shadow long behind him. Step by step, he finally reached the second floor. He paused before a bedroom door not particularly grand, but possessing an aged dignity, and stood still. Through the crack under the door, he could see a light was on inside. The boy raised his hand, held it hovering in the air, took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, no longer wavering, no longer lost or evasive, and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. The door opened. A tall figure blocked the entrance, silver hair cascading down to his waist. He looked down at Roy, completely eclipsing the light from behind him. Silva's face was devoid of expression. What is it? Roy looked straight back. Something. What is it? About learning. Why should I teach you? Because you're my father. You should teach me. Teach you what? Teach me how to defeat you, Roy said seriously. I thought we could start with Ren. Silva was silent, staring intently at him for a long moment. Then, a low chuckle rumbled in his throat. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The laughter grew louder, wilder, startling Kikyo on the bed. Who is it, Silva? She called out. The man stepped out, standing shoulder to shoulder with the boy. He placed a large hand on Roy's shoulder. From today on, whatever you want to learn, I will teach you. I will stand right here, I won't dodge, I won't evade. I'll be waiting for you to come and kill me. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. 79, Chapter 79, Asking the Heart X the Sun Also Rises. Chapter 79, Asking the Heart X the Sun Also Rises. Ren is will, Hatsu is action. People use thought, to command, action. They win through sheer presence. They can repel enemies without even moving. Those who practice Ren must first have a sufficiently firm will. If their mind is weak, they can easily become stubborn, unable to correct flawed thinking, leading them down a dangerous path. In severe cases, they may even perish. Therefore, when practicing Ren, one cannot simply dwell on the surface appearance of Nen. More importantly, one must ask the heart. Ask yourself what you truly desire, what direction you want to move in the future. Once you have firmly established your path forward, then it is not too late to speak of practicing Ren. Late night. The moonlight washed over father and son, draping them in lunar gauze. Kikyo carefully eased herself out of bed, holding her waist, and peeked out from the doorway. Two figures, large and small, stood with hands clasped behind their backs at the window, gazing out at the night view of Kukuro Mountain. There was a strange sense of harmony between them. Is it just my imagination? The electronic eyes on the woman's face flickered. Roy stood beside Silva, listening quietly. A phrase surfaced in his mind: skill can approach the Tao, art can connect with the divine. When any skill or art reaches its pinnacle, it eventually converges towards the way. Father, you mean that the essence of Ren is not on the material level controlling the opening and closing of aura nodes, but rather, arming the mind with thought, interpreting responsibility through action, wielding one's will as a blade to inflict spiritual impact or damage upon the enemy. Silva paused, slightly stunned. He turned his head to look at Roy. The boy's frowning, contemplative expression seemed to glow faintly. Perhaps it was the light spilling through the slightly open door, or maybe the moonlight was particularly bright, highlighting his extraordinary presence. Regardless, the phrase, arming the mind with thought, interpreting responsibility through action, sounded unexpectedly fresh. The man's gaze was profound. Your grandfather mentioned you often have peculiar ideas. It seems that wasn't just empty talk. Kikyo, bring me the notebooks from my drawer. Kriaik. The door opened a little wider, and the woman slipped 2 notebooks through the gap. Silva said, these contain some of my experiences regarding the 4 major principles from my early years. Keep one for yourself, give the other to Illumi. Roy accepted them with both hands, flipping through the handwritten pages. He bowed respectfully. Thank you, father. I won't keep you waiting long. Ha ha ha, let's hope. A gust of wind blew past, whipping Silva's silver hair around like a lion's mane. The boy straightened up, nodded to Kikyo, and turned, walking back the way he came, leaving the couple with the sight of his not so imposing, yet no longer frail, back. He's grown up. He's grown. Be careful not to catch a chill, for the child's sake. Silva watched Roy leave, his gaze lingering, before helping Kikyo back into the room. The bedroom door closed, but the ties of blood could not be severed. Walking once more through the castle corridors, steeped in the aura of ages, Roy felt his thoughts clear, his mood lightened, a stark contrast to the heavy depression of an hour ago. You seem quite pleased with yourself. Did you go see Castro again? The lethal dose of neurotoxin had been potent. Even with the antidote, the residual poison had taken Illumi a full day to recover from. Now, on the way to his own bedroom, the boy ran into his older brother. Good timing. It saved Roy the trouble of looking for him, not that he would have, anyway. He would have just instructed Gota to deliver their father's notes. Yours. He tossed the notebook over. Illumi caught it, flipped it open, glanced through it, and then, craned his neck, staring at Roy. Have you had a change of heart? Why would you just give these experiences to me? Father gave them, Roy said calmly, not even bothering to look at him as he turned to leave. Illumi stood holding the notebook, staring blankly at his retreating back, a sharp pang of disappointment piercing his heart. "I thought it was a gift from you." The boy remained frozen in place like a statue, facing the direction Roy had gone, gazing for a long time before finally turning his back on him and returning somberly to his own room. The moon was high overhead. Looking down from above, the Zoldyck brothers walked left and right, like two straight, thin lines, never to converge. Dong. 10 o'clock at night. The grandfather clock in the corner chimed. His mind filled with thoughts about Ren. After bidding farewell to Silva, Roy returned to his bedroom. He looked up and saw Gotha, unusually, not preparing dinner, but waiting at the door holding a pair of white gloves. Roy paused. "Young master," the oldest master gave instructions. "Learn what you must learn, eat when you must eat, and if you've promised something, you must do it." Gotha mimicked Maha's tone. "My stomach is empty, and I require food now." Roy. For a moment, he didn't know whether to praise the uncanny imitation or scoff at the poor mimicry. He put Silva's notebook away with the ones from Biscuit and his great-great-grandfather, closed the drawer, and headed towards the kitchen. "Let's go. We can't let the old man starve." "Yes, sir." The young butler followed Roy. Moments later, they arrived at the kitchen. He peeked inside. Maha was sprawled languidly on a chair, one foot propped up, casually munching on a cucumber. Seeing Roy, he grunted. "No need for the smashed cucumber. Just make the chicken stew." One probably wouldn't be enough enhancers were bottomless pits, each one eating more than the last. Roy, having foreseen this, had already instructed the kitchen staff to prepare 6 chickens. He set up a large wok over the fierce fire of the earthen stove. The stove, built by the chefs from bricks, was specifically for cooking large meals for the butlers. Since Roy needed it, it had naturally been cleared beforehand. Roy took the spatula, Gotha stoked the fire, and Maha sat lazily, waiting for his meal. He occasionally glanced over, tapping his fingers on the armrest, thoroughly amused. Soon, the stir-frying was done, water was added, and the lid was placed on the pot. With the chicken stew simmering, Roy finally had a moment of leisure. He took the opportunity to ask Maha about the aspects of Ren he didn't understand. The old man cracked an eye open and shot him a look. "Your father alone isn't enough. Now you want to fleece this old man too? Greedy kid." "This isn't fleecing, it's seeking guidance," Roy corrected seriously. "You were the one who told me, the child who cries gets the milk." Ha! The boomerang he'd just thrown came flying right back. Maha looked at the boy grinned back at him. They stared at each other for a moment until finally, with a sigh, "Fine." The old man grumbled, "Asking the heart isn't about teaching you some empty, grandiose, bullshit principles. Thought must also be grounded in reality to become a weapon." Roy listened quietly. "What is reality?" "Concrete experience, knowledge, tangible, intangible, the things lurking deep within your heart, the most unforgettable reference points in your memory." Maha tapped his fingers on the armrest, looking profound. "Humans cannot imagine things beyond their own comprehension. A sword, an event, a blow suffered, a gain achieved, a moment of visualization, all can become objects of a reference. After that, you draw lessons, imitate, and finally, create, turning it into something that best suits you. So, anchoring the most deeply ingrained reference point in one's heart is the key to asking the heart." Roy frowned, deep in thought. Maha didn't answer, taking another bite of cucumber. "The pot's boiling." The boy snapped back to reality, turned off the heat, served the food, and sat down to eat with his great-great-grandfather. He kept glancing at him, wanting to ask more, but unfortunately, the old man only had eyes for the chicken now. He devoured the food ravenously, then dropped his chopsticks and vanished in a flash. "So fast. Every time I see Master Maha eat, I wonder if my eyes are playing tricks on me." You can't even see his chopsticks move. Gotha cleared the ravaged table. The old man had devoured nearly 5 of the 6 chickens, leaving only one for Roy's stomach. The boy slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin, left the kitchen, and went out into the garden. He looked up at the sky. It was nearing midnight, the moon a bright disk overhead. He reached out a hand, catching a sliver of moonlight between his fingers, staring at it intently. Gotha stood silently behind him. The young butler suddenly heard him ask, "Tell me, what is eternally unchanging?" Gotha paused for a moment, saw him looking at the sky, and tentatively suggested, "The stars." The boy let out a short laugh. "How dare the light of a firefly compete with the bright moon?" "Then it must be the moon," Gotha said with certainty. "It rises in the east and sets in the west. No matter how the world changes, the moon rises every day." "Is that so?" Roy released the strand of moonlight, letting it drift back into the night. He turned to Gotha, and in his deep pupils, 2 divine flames ignited, burning brighter and brighter. "It's the sun, you idiot. Above the heavens and below the earth, I alone am honored. Where the light reaches, is where my eyes see," the boy declared profoundly. He clapped Gotha on the shoulder and walked back toward his bedroom with his hands behind his back. Gotha watched him leave, his figure shrinking in the distance until he vanished completely. The conversation between him and Master Maha echoed in his mind. He stood rooted to the spot, lost in thought for a long, long time. It wasn't until the next day, when Roy saw him again, that the young butler sported 2 dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept well. By the master's order, you have 2 days of leave to ask your heart, Gotha relayed Silva's exact words. Not necessary. Roy took a bite of his beef burger. Training continues as usual. As for asking the heart, the boy lowered his voice to a chuckle. Go tell him I've already found my direction. Gotha thought of the boy's shining eyes from the night before and cautiously asked, if the master asks. Just say, the sun. Yes, sir. Gotha gave Roy a deep look, served him the rest of his breakfast, and left with the cart. Just as he reached the door, a soft call stopped him. The butler turned. The boy looked at him seriously. You need to work harder, Gotha. Pick up your Ren training again. I don't want to have to search for you amongst the dust later. That encounter with Hisoka in the forest, it wasn't pleasant. Rest assured, young master. Gotha adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and blinked. Even the sun needs its court of stars. I will show you my growth. You. Roy shook his head, amused. He opened a drawer, took out Silva's notebook, and spread it on the table. I can't give you the original, but you can copy it here. When you're finished, you can leave. But that's the master's. What master? He gave it to me, so it's mine. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 80. Chapter 80. Your answer X a clear path. Chapter 80. Your answer X a clear path. The young master's words allowed no refusal. Gotha felt a warmth spread through his chest. He said nothing needed to be said. Loyalty was his only reply. He took out his notepad and pen and began to copy the notes. Roy paid him no mind, retrieved Snowwalker from its stand, held it in his hand, pushed the door open, and left for the training room. At 6 in the morning in November, the sky had yet to brighten. Lamps still flickered along the corridor walls, their wavering light pulling the boy's shadow along with them. Roy savored the fresh mountain air blowing through the halls. At one point, his gaze shifted, looking far ahead. At the end of the long corridor, Zeno emerged from around a corner, walking with his hands behind his back. Behind him followed Subone, carrying 2 large suitcases. Grandfather. The boy stopped and offered a respectful greeting. Zeno walked unhurriedly until he stood before him, looking him up and down. Roy, you've gotten taller. From Physique 11 to Physique 71, in just a few short months, a 60-point increase couldn't be described as mere progress. It was a leap. It's gotten colder recently. I've been eating a bit more. It is the time to bulk up for winter. Zeno clapped him on the shoulder. There isn't a father alive who doesn't wish the best for his son. I am very pleased to see you make this change. Everything is for the sake of moving forward, Roy said calmly. Zeno agreed. In that respect, you're stronger than Silva was at your age. Was he stubborn too? Stubborn? Oh, he. Ahem. A soft cough pointedly interrupted their conversation. Following Subone, another man rounded the corner. He was tall and imposing, his muscles coiled like ropes. Even as winter approached, he wore only his sleek, black combat uniform. His signature silver hair fell to his waist, and his face held its usual stern, cold expression. He strode forward with the imposing stillness of a deep pool or a towering mountain. He stopped in front of Roy. Looking down, he asked, "The sun, is that your answer?" He was supposed to leave on a mission with Zeno this morning, but then Gotha's call had come. The man had listened in silence for a long time. "Yes. And it's your answer too," Roy replied, lifting his chin, his eyes like torches. He spoke sincerely. "I just feel that sometimes you are too cold, father. If I could let you feel what warmth is, I think I would be very happy to do so. You really have changed. You taught me well, father." Silva. He looked deeply at the boy, momentarily speechless, finding himself countered by a single sentence. He didn't know what to say, so he simply turned and left. Behind him, Zeno shook his head, suppressing a laugh. "Ha ha, practice your Ren well. Let your grandfather see it when the time comes." The "a kill a day" motto on his chest fluttered in the wind. Zeno clapped Roy's shoulder again and followed Silva at a leisurely pace. Subone nodded slightly at Roy as she walked past with the luggage. Just as the sun began to rise, casting 10,000 rays of red light and dispelling the darkness, Roy watched the current and former heads of the Zoldyck family depart, a cloak of dawn draped over his shoulders. Visualize, first observe, then contemplate. Go through drawing lessons, imitation, creation, and awaken your own unique Ren. Combining the understanding of Ren gleaned from his father and great-great-grandfather, Roy pushed open the training room door, took the poison, and began practicing his sword under the sunlight. He continued until the poison took effect, then had Luke carry him into the garden, facing the sun, to bask in its light. What is he doing? Illumi, having followed him in, witnessed the entire process. Luke leaned on his shovel, originally intending to dig a pit, but now finding it useless. He shook his head, indicating he didn't know. In his view, the Zoldyck young masters were all a bit eccentric. He didn't understand, but he respected it. Young master, it's your turn. Still the lethal dose today. Illumi. Semi-lethal, will be fine. Great-great-grandfather had just summoned him and told him to pay respects to Grandpa Sig this afternoon. He didn't want to appear before his ancestor in a weakened state. And so, on this slightly chilly afternoon, 3 figures lay sprawled in the garden before the Zoldyck family's ancient castle. One rested peacefully, hands folded over his stomach, sunbathing. Another lay face down on the ground, possibly dead. The last was buried in a pit, only his head showing, shaded by a sun umbrella. It presented a strangely distorted, yet harmonious picture, until it was shattered by 2 figures approaching one after the other. As the sun began to set, Roy sensed the weakening light and opened his eyes. He stretched comfortably, feeling refreshed. As usual, he got up and headed towards the basement. Hearing the movement, Illumi, having recovered, regained consciousness and leaped out of his pit, shaking off the dirt. He followed Roy towards the basement. Are you going to pay respects to grandfather too? They noticed each other at the same time, spoke at the same time, and then fell silent at the same time. Each kept to one side of the corridor, hands in pockets, neither getting close to the other. Tap, tap. 2 sets of footsteps echoed through the hall. At one point, Illumi stole a glance at Roy out of the corner of his eye. Seeing him walk straight ahead, minding his own path, he spoke calmly, I won't accept your things for free. The training methods for the 4 major principles recorded in Silva's notebook were exactly what he needed, especially since he had successfully learned Zetsu a few days ago but was still clueless about Ren. It was like receiving a pillow just as he was falling asleep. I told you, father gave them. Roy knew Illumi was talking about the notes and didn't mind repeating himself. But the vacant-eyed boy ignored him, insisting stubbornly, you gave it to me, so it's from you. Anyway, it passed through your hands. Whatever you say. Roy quickened his pace, not bothering with him. Seeing this, Illumi used Shadow Step to catch up, arriving at the basement even faster, where he encountered Scarface and One Eye. Young master. Young master. Scarface and One Eye bowed respectfully. Roy arrived right after and gave them a slight nod. Now, the question was, who goes first? Illumi glanced at Roy. Taking precedence, he stepped forward as Scarface and One Eye pulled open the security door. Then, less than 2 seconds later, he stumbled out, leaning against the wall, his legs trembling violently. 1.5 seconds, Scarface noted, stopping his watch. He exchanged a look with One Eye and pulled the door open again. This time, Roy went in as Illumi came out. The brothers brushed past each other without a glance. Get down. Deep within the passage, the airtight door opened. The tentacle reached out, pulled Roy in, and connected him to Game of the Dead. The familiar roar and the sandworms Ren washed over him. Roy, relying on Nen-shape transformation, erected a Nen shield in front of him. He weathered the first wave of impact from the tail sweep, once again successfully attracting Sig's attention. Whose kid are you? Your Ren training isn't half bad. Watch out, the big one's coming. The sandworm charged low to the ground, beginning its second wave of attack. This time, Roy silently visualized the sun, imagining its scorching heat, its blinding glare, its unbearable intensity. Under the immense pressure, the milky white Nen shield began to show faint red spots. The red spots radiated wisps of heat, searing the air. Sig suddenly felt warm. He raised his own iron shield again and looked over. The red spots spread, connecting into patches, radiating heatwaves that incinerated the sandworms Ren upon contact. Sig's eyes flashed. The essence of fire. He blurted out. No, it's the sun, the essence of the sun. Notification and property change activated. Note, essence of the sun, current level, LV1, 1/100. Effect, searing heat. Note, host can imbue Nen with the searing property to burn away opponent's aura. Sizzle, hiss. Flames ignited. The waves of Nen and debris assaulting Roy were burned to ash. This time, the boy lasted 2.5 minutes. His downfall was insufficient aura. Impressive. A pity you're still young, your understanding of your reference point is too shallow. Otherwise, you might have had a chance of surviving. Crunch. The sandworm bit the landing craft in half. A piece of the ship's railing flew towards him, smashing through Roy's Nen shield. As his consciousness dimmed, Roy thought he saw an expression of deep regret on Sig's face. Then, everything went black. He lost consciousness completely, disconnecting from the game. And, this time, Roy didn't return to his sea of cognition. The world spun, and when he opened his eyes again, the tentacle was depositing him back in reality. He stood outside the airtight door, dazed, beside the pot of yellow chrysanthemums he had brought earlier. Too overpowering. The sun is blinding. Imbuing his Nen with searing heat consumed a massive amount of aura, even draining the reserves he kept for entering and exiting the gate of cognition. Used well, it was a powerful weapon, used poorly. It's just a burden. Exhausted, unspeakably weary, feeling completely drained, Roy stood by the door, taking a long moment to gather himself before finally regaining control and forcing his legs to move toward the exit passage. 1 step, 2. He walked slowly, carefully. When he emerged, Illumi, Scarface, and One Eye all looked over. The latter 2 checked their watches and reported a number, 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Looks like I lost again. Illumi ran a hand through his hair. The boy had thought learning Zetsu would allow him to catch up to his older brother, but his brother was still on the far bank, while he was floundering in the river, seemingly unable to reach him. Illumi watched Roy silently for a long moment, then turned and walked away, looking dejected. A gust of wind blew past, swirling dry leaves. Roy also left the basement and returned to his bedroom. He took out the notebook Silva had given him and placed it next to Sig's, comparing them carefully. After a while, looking thoughtful, he picked up a pen and wrote a sentence on a blank page: "A loyal heart follows the sun." The sun breathing was created because of the sun. His mnen coalesced into rin using the sun as a reference point. All paths led to the same destination. Ask the heart. Ask the heart. As long as the sun does not extinguish, his heart will not perish. Roy closed the notebook. Never before had he felt such a clear understanding of the path ahead. When lost, he just needed to follow the sun's guidance. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 81, Chapter 81, A Final Reunion x The Big Bad Iyakairo. Chapter 81, A Final Reunion x The Big Bad Iyakairo. Hold on, the food is almost ready. Seikanji Urokodake was in the kitchen frying tempura. The New Year holiday was just 2 days away, and the boy was going home, unable to celebrate here. So, for the old man living alone, today was New Year's Eve. It called for oschi ryurichishi soba with tempura, garnished with black beans. Roy followed the delicious aroma into the kitchen to help out. Beside him, the ever-hungry Makomo peeked in, licking her lips. During the day, you go practice your sword. I'll stay home and make some rice balls for you to take on your journey. Tonight, we'll slice some more wild boar for sukiyaki. As the tempura crisped up perfectly, Seikanji Urokodake, unusually chatty, listed the plans. He sounded less like a master and more like Roy's mother, Ki Kamadu. Before leaving home, his mother had given him similar instructions. Now, it was Seikanji's turn. Roy listened quietly, not interrupting. Leaning against a pillar behind him stood the silent fox-masked boy. Sabito had his arms crossed, lost in thought, a touch of melancholy hidden beneath his mask. He wasn't usually sentimental, but the few days around the new year always brought a wave of sadness. He felt it, just like Makomo, Shinsuke, Fukuda, and the others, but he never showed it. He was the senior disciple. He had to be the strong one for this family. Soon, the noodles were cooked as well. At the square heated table, master and student sat opposite each other, a bowl of noodles before each. But unlike usual, today Seikanji Urokodake had taken out extra bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard. He carefully arranged them around the table, one bowl, one pair of chopsticks each neatly lined up. Counting carefully, there were exactly 13 sets. They corresponded to Sabito, Makomo, Shinsuke, Fukuda, all 13 of his departed disciples. It's the holiday. I thought, even if they can't eat, perhaps their spirits below can watch, or even just smell the food. That would be good too. Seikanji Urokodake picked up his own bowl and began distributing portions into the empty ones. Roy watched silently. Makomo's eyes reddened again, and faint sobs emerged. Roy put down his bowl and chopsticks and gently placed his hand over Seikanji's. That's too little, master. Our brothers and sisters are watching. We can't be stingy. Who is watching? Seikanji Urokodake froze. He then felt a warm current flow from Roy's hand into his own, spreading up his arm, through his chest and neck, until it covered his eyes. And then, the former water Hashira, like a weathered stone statue standing solitary guard over a ruined past, suddenly seeing his disciples return home for a visit, seemed overwhelmed with joy, simply staring blankly. Makomo. After a long moment, his hand trembled as he reached out and touched the little girl's head. Makomo's body stiffened, equally stunned. Then Sabito, then Shimizu, then Fukuda, then all the disciples who had studied under Seikanji Urokodake, many of whom he had practically raised himself, all were frozen in disbelief. A moment later, a strange cry broke the silence. Shinsuke, overcome with emotion, fell right off the rafter. Forgetting that as a ghost he could fly, he landed on the floor and didn't bother getting up. Scrambling on hands and knees, he crawled to Seikanji Urokodake, hugged his legs tightly, and wailed, "Master, it's me, Shinsuke. Wah, you can finally see me." Was it painful? To long for someone for so long without response. To always be there, yet only be able to offer one-sided companionship. Between life and death, though separated only by a thin veil, that very veil perfectly illustrated how close yet infinitely far apart they were. Master. Sabito came back to his senses, tears streaming down his face without him realizing. He removed his mask and knelt heavily at Seikanji Urokodake's feet with a thump. Fukuda, Watanabe, and Shimizu followed suit, thump, 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 forming a circle around their master. Iyakairo. Seikanji Urokodake was completely overwhelmed by the immense shock and joy. Decades of composure shattered as Makomo threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Wah, sniffle. Outside, the snowstorm raged, rattling the paper windows. Roy sat by the table, watching quietly. He acted as the medium, maintaining the flow of nen, connecting life and death, leaving the world entirely to Seikanji Urokodaki and his spectral students. He ate his soba noodles, slowly savoring their reunion and their shared longing. Master, all these years, I've just been hoping you could see me, just once. When you cook, I watch beside you, but sadly, I can't eat. Master, every time you carve, I'm right there. I try to get you to notice me by blowing the wood shavings away, but you always think it's just the wind. Master, me too. Every time you come to pay respects, I deliberately blow out the candles in the shrine to remind you I'm right here. Master. Face after familiar face, words poured straight from their hearts, striking Seikanji Urokodaka to his core. Beneath the mask, the old man's face was already streaked with tears. He touched one head, then another, wishing he had 20 arms to embrace them all. His voice trembled. Master misses you too. I knew it. I always knew you were all still here. Joy poured out through their tears without restraint. After a while, the cabin gradually grew quiet again. Everyone dried their eyes, only then remembering, with some embarrassment, that someone else was in the room. Seikanji Urokodake, Sabito, Makomo, Shinsuke, Fukuda, all turned to look at Roy. The boy slurped his noodles, picked up a piece of tempura, popped it in his mouth, chewed, swallowed, and then broke into a smile. Please, continue. Don't mind me. Ahem. As the senior disciple, Sabito cleared his throat, stood up, and looked at him intently. You did this, didn't you, Ieyakuiro? Or rather, you knew we were here all along, didn't you? The fox-masked boy's eyes were sharp, his tone almost dangerous. Seikanji Urokodake, as the conduit for the nen, could feel the warm current directly. He looked at Roy with a heavy gaze, saying nothing, yet saying everything. Whoosh! Shinsuke materialized beside Roy as a ghostly wind, slinging an arm around his shoulder with a conspiratorial grin. Well now, Ieyakuiro, you kept this hidden pretty deep, huh? Almost had us fooled. Speaking of being fooled, Makomo, hiding in Seikanji's embrace, suddenly remembered something. She peeked at Roy, noticed him glance her way as if sensing her gaze, and quickly buried her face back in Seikanji's robes. Oh no. He knows, he saw everything. Makomo, how can you face anyone ever again? The girl burned with shame. It's all his fault. Ieyakuiro is just too mean. The big bad Ieyakuiro silently finished his noodles. He neither confirmed nor denied anything. He said nothing, yet seemed to say everything. Finally, he put down his bowl and chopsticks. Let me be clear, I don't have the power to bring the dead back to life. You still can't eat what you couldn't eat before. I'm talking about the noodles, of course. No, you've already done more than enough. Sabito took a deep breath, his expression serious as he walked up to Roy. Roy could clearly see the scar on his cheek, count the stitches from years ago. The fox-masked boy bowed deeply, a formal gesture of respect. I, Fujita Shueichi, on behalf of my departed junior brothers and sisters, thank you for what you have done. So, your name is Fujita Shueichi. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 82 Chapter 82 New Year's Festival X Homecoming. Chapter 82 New Year's Festival X Homecoming. New Year's Festival. After bidding farewell to his master, Seikanji Urokodake, Roy began his journey home. The basket on his back was packed full: medicine for his father, new clothes for his mother Ki and sister Nezuko, candy for Shigeru and Takeo, a bamboo dragonfly for his youngest sister Hanako, and the lingering, reluctant gazes of Sabito, Makomo, and all his senior brothers and sisters. It's not like I'm not coming back, the boy always said with a smile. He knew. Without him as the medium, having just been reunited with their master only to be separated again, was incredibly cruel for them. Even though they were all considerate enough not to ask him to stay, Roy could still feel their intense emotions and longing. Don't worry. In the future, even when I'm not here, you'll still be able to see Master. This was the promise the boy made before leaving. The prerequisite condition to fulfill this promise was mastering Shu. Shu, an advanced application of 10. It involves using the technique of 10 to envelop an object held in contact with the body, reinforcing its properties. Even after letting go, the effect can persist for a short time, the duration depending on the user's nen intensity. Sabito clapped him on the shoulder. Of course, we believe you. His master pressed the lucky money he had prepared long ago into his robes. They all thought the boy was just offering words of comfort. They watched him leave, waving silently. Roy didn't explain further. He adjusted the basket, gave them a small smile, turned, and vanished into the mountain forest, leaving behind 2 sets of footprints that were quickly erased by the wind and snow. On his way down Sagiri Mountain, the boy hunted another wild boar, sold it in town for some silver, and bought New Year's gifts. Then, following the familiar path back up into the mountains, he deliberately quickened his pace. As the sun began to dip, he caught a faint scent. He smiled, silently activated Zetsu to mask his presence, and followed the scent. In a snowy clearing, he saw a red-haired boy repeatedly striking a dead tree. The boy bore a resemblance to him, and a flame-like mark spread across his forehead, considered an auspicious symbol in this era. Chop, chop, chop. 1151, 1452, 1779, 2000. The red-haired boy let out a low shout, his hand rising and falling as he struck the dead tree with a Snake Awakens technique, piercing right through it. Crack. Unsupported, the dead tree fell, becoming firewood pieces in the basket beside the boy. Tanjiro, axe in hand, wiped the sweat from his brow. He straightened up and stared toward Sagiri Mountain, lost in thought. It had been over 3 months since Nissen had left home. Countless times, he had wanted to set out for Sagiri Mountain to find him, but the basket of firewood and his younger siblings at home always held him back. Fortunately, although Nissen wasn't here, he sent some silver via crow every week. Tanjiro recognized the crow. It was the Kashagi crow that belonged to Nissen's master, specifically tasked with delivering messages. His mother said that as long as the crow came, there was hope. They knew Nissen was doing well, and she could rest easy. As for the money he sent, she hadn't spent a single coin, locking it all away in a wooden box, saving it for Nissen's future wedding. What's a wedding? Probably something like what father and mother have. Tanjiro snapped back to reality and let out a breath, the white mist freezing and falling to the ground. He bent down to lift the basket, but then his nose twitched. He noticed a pair of feet standing right in front of him. His gaze traveled up from the feet, past the knees, the chest, and the axe slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. Nissen. The boy leaped onto Roy, sending the firewood in his basket scattering across the ground from the sudden movement. You've grown taller, Tanjiro. Roy smiled, ruffling Tanjiro's hair. The red-haired boy choked back a sob, biting his lip to stop the tears. He clung to Roy like a koala. Roy let him hang there, picking up the firewood while listening to his chatter. Nissen, you didn't even send a letter. Mother was asking just the other day if you were coming home for the new year. I wanted to surprise you all. We don't need surprises. We just want Nissen to come home more often. Otherwise, Hanako won't even remember you. My fault. It's not Nissen's fault. Father said you're at the age for adventure, and you shouldn't let coming home for the new year get in the way of important things. It doesn't get in the way. How is father? We had the doctor come see father. His condition is stable. That's good. The sun slanted westward. The older boy led the younger one through the snow-covered forest. At dusk, he stopped, looking up at the smoke curling from the chimney of the easternmost wooden house. His arms suddenly felt lighter as Tanjiro, no longer feeling comfortable clinging to him, jumped down and stood beside him, gazing at their home just a short distance away. Faintly, they could hear the joyous laughter of children, the cough of an adult, and see a few blurry figures moving about a warm, picturesque scene. Roy took a deep breath. Let's go. He stepped forward, leading his brother through the deep snow until they stood before the courtyard gate. Creak. The gate swung open. The wind and snow seemed to pause. From the main house, the kitchen, the backyard, heads popped out one by one. A moment of silence, then an eruption of cheers. Iyakairo. Nissen. Grandma, come quick. Brother Iyakairo is home. Who? It's big brother Iyakairo. Takeo and Shigeru burst out like cannonballs, each grabbing one of Roy's legs. Their mother, Ki, wearing a headscarf, pushed aside the kitchen curtain, holding a plate of just battered tempura. Her eyes instantly reddened with tears. Nezuko helped their grandmother out, who was holding Hanako. Their father, Tanjiro, sat up straighter by the hearth. A gentle smile spread across Roy's face. I'm home. It's good you're back, it's good you're back. My precious grandson, come let grandma see you. The grandmother, her hair silver, handed Hanako to Nezuko and pulled Roy into a tight hug. Tanjiro helped his brother take off the heavy basket. The two little ones, Takeo and Shigeru, chirped Nissen. As they peeked into the basket, their eyes lighting up when they found the candy. Ki wiped her tears with the back of her hand, let the curtain fall, and went back to frying tempura. Her boy was home, he couldn't go hungry. The boy patted his grandmother's back and met his father's eyes across the room. Tanjiro smiled at him, and even his coughing seemed to lessen. That night, fireworks erupted in the town at the foot of the mountain, praying for peace and driving away evil spirits. Roy had bought some small handheld fireworks from the market earlier. He sat beside Tanjiro, watching Tanjiro lead Nezuko, Takeo, and Shigeru in gleeful play in the yard. He accepted the cup of hot tea Tanjiro offered him. Iyakairo, welcome home. Tanjiro raised his cup and gently touched it against Roy's. The year felt complete. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 83, Chapter 83, Transparent World XI of Revelation. Chapter 83 Transparent World X Eye of Revelation. A cup of hot tea warmed him against the chill. Tanjiro set down his cup and began preparations to honor the fire god. The children were left to their play. Dressing in the ceremonial robes was a task for the eldest son, Roy. Tanjiro had already laid out the ritual garments on a soft cushion nearby. He hadn't put them on yet because he had been waiting for someone. Thankfully, his wait was over. Wide sleeves, a twisted sacred rope, shimanoa, around his waist, and the fire character mask concealing his face. Tanjiro, leaning on Roy for support, rose, descended the steps, and stood ready in the courtyard. Roy leaned against a pillar, watching quietly. The man took a deep breath, began the dance, and moved with fluid grace. His mother, Ki, came over just then, carrying a plate of tempura. The freshly fried shrimp emitted an irresistible aroma. The children, tired from playing, swarmed around, only to be shooed away by Ki with a gentle slap for each. Let your big brother eat first. No one dared to cross their mother. Takeo and Shigeru reluctantly withdrew their hands, staring hopefully at Roy. Roy smiled, took one piece symbolically, and put it in his mouth, his eyes still fixed on Tanjiro's dance. Around him buzzed the sounds of "slow down, don't grab," and "leave some for your brother." Once, twice. Tanjiro danced, lost in the moment, like a flickering fire spirit. With a flourish of his sleeves, he scattered a drift of snow. Gradually, Roy narrowed his eyes. Something wasn't right. Why did his father's movements possess even more rhythm than his own? "Nissen, do you want more?" Tanjiro, chewing on half a shrimp, had managed to wrestle 2 more pieces away from Takeo and Shigeru and offered them over. But Roy didn't seem to notice, his gaze fixed intently on Tanjiro. He coated his eyes with nen, his mind racing, until a single term surfaced: transparent world. The highest state of being is to live with transparency, unperturbed by worldly matters, wholly immersed in oneself, truly achieving a state of no self, no other, no thought. Only then can one use the self as the center point, amplifying perception, keenly grasping everything in the surroundings, and making the most rational reactions and judgments. For instance, slowing down an opponent's movements, perceiving their attack lines, seeing through to the weaknesses in their strikes. In summary, there's nothing new under the sun, Roy murmured softly. Tanjiro, Issen, what are you saying? I said, there's nothing new under the sun. Notification, Hatsu, Eye of Revelation, has been loaded. Note, based on the contemplation of Ren's sun, host can see through falsehood and anticipate enemy movements for 0.1 seconds. Whoosh! 2 bright divine flames ignited in Roy's pupils. Tanjiro's hand, offering the shrimp, froze. Meeting Nissen's gaze, he felt a sudden chill, as if his entire being had been seen through. Startled, he instinctively pulled his hand back, but Roy, anticipating the movement, grabbed it, plucked a piece of tempura, and popped it into his mouth. Tanjiro blinked, rubbing his eyes. Did Nissen's eyes just glow? Chew, chew. After swallowing the tempura, Roy's gaze swept around before settling back on Tanjiro. Without turning his head, he said, Nezuko, don't let Hanako suck her fingers. In a corner by the hearth, Nezuko, who was cuddling Hanako, looked over doubtfully. Her little sister was clearly playing with the new bamboo dragonfly Nissen had, but she wasn't sucking her fingers. But, the next instant, Hanako's little hand slipped off the dragonfly's tail and expertly popped into her mouth. Nezuko. She turned to look at Roy. Big brother Ieyakuiro sat quietly with his back to her. The sun in his eyes flashed out, having lasted only 0.1 seconds. Immediately after, Roy felt the world fade into lines before snapping back to normal. Hatsu, the natural consequence of directing Ren. Like bungee gum and texture surprise for Hisoka, control and possession for Illumi, theft and collection for Crollo, heart and enlightenment for Netero. What am I? I am the sun. I can patrol the heavens in place of the gods, dispelling darkness. I can also shine with infinite light, illuminating the world. Yoriaki Tsujikuni, you must have thought the same thing back then. Hinokamai Kagura Flame Dance. In the snowstorm, Tanjiro finished the last movement, coming to a stop barefooted. The wind lifted a corner of his fire character mask. On the porch, Roy watched intently. In a hazy vision, it seemed he saw another person. He had deep crimson hair, a flame-like mark on his temple. Gazing across the divide of life and death, his figure overlapped with his father's. He gave Roy a gentle smile. Ieyakuiro, help me remove the robes. Yes. Roy snapped back to reality. His father had sat down beside him, revealing the knotted cord at his back. He stepped forward and untied the knot, simultaneously untangling a knot of fog in his own mind, glimpsing more of the sunlight beyond. This is a perfect New Year's Eve, he thought. That night, he ate the New Year's Eve dinner with his family, chatted idly, and then carried Takeo and Shigeru, one in each arm, leading Tanjiro back to the already warmed Kong bed in the west room, where they lay down together. Unlike the towns, you couldn't hear fireworks out here in the mountains. In the deep silence, Takeo and Shigeru, exhausted from playing all day, fell fast asleep. Tanjiro lay beside Roy, his eyes fluttering open and shut, seemingly still caught up in the festive joy, too excited to sleep. Hey, Nissen, are you asleep? Tanjiro rolled over to face Roy. Big brother hasn't been gone that long, but he's so tall now. No, wait, he's grown a lot taller. Head to toe, he was now a full head taller than Tanjiro. Before he left, he'd only been half a head taller. The boy secretly compared himself and pouted in frustration. Roy kept his eyes closed. Asleep. Tanjiro. Never mind. He continued anyway. Nissen, when are you leaving? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yes. Why so soon? You haven't even warmed the bed properly. Because time is short. Roy calculated mentally. It was still 2 years until the youngest child, Rokita, was born. And that was precisely when Muzan would appear and slaughter the Kamadu family. Roy wasn't one to procrastinate. From the first day he became the eldest son of this family, he had resolved to eliminate that trash Muzan under the sun ahead of schedule, to make him understand the meaning of the merciless sun. Tanjiro fell silent. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask, "Is it because of the demons?" But seeing that Nissen didn't seem willing to say more, he gave up and pulled the blanket over his head. The night deepened. The sound of rhythmic breathing echoed through the snowy night. My foolish, dear little brother fell asleep moments later. Undisturbed now, Roy slipped out from under the covers, threw on a robe, and opened the door. On the porch outside, a man sat by the hearth, warming a pot of tea. He quietly watched his increasingly tall eldest son and said, astonishingly, Ieyakuiro, congratulations on awakening the transparent world. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 84, Chapter 84, Tanjiro entrusts his family Illumi awakens Ren. Chapter 84, Tanjiro entrusts his family Illumi awakens Ren. Years ago, Yoriaki Tsujikuni once told the Kamadu family ancestor, Sumiyoshi, all those who reach the pinnacle arrive at the same place. Even if times change and everyone's experiences differ, they ultimately reach the same destination. In the original story, 10 days before his death, Tanjiro took Tanjiro and Nezuko up the mountain to hunt a bear. Even with his end near, he was still able to effortlessly slay a massive bear without emitting any killing intent, severing its tree-trunk-thick neck as easily as breathing. At that time, Tanjiro told Tanjiro, "It's a domain." What domain? When all stray thoughts are emptied from the mind, a transparent world appears before your eyes. Thus, it was defined as transparent world. Roy raised an eyebrow, unsurprised that his father had seen through him. Just like how the Demon Slayer mark could spread once one person awakened it, others would resonate and awaken it too. When Tanjiro danced while within the transparent world, his perception and insight would be greatly enhanced. It would have been strange if he hadn't noticed anything amiss. That wasn't the transparent world, Roy said, sitting down cross-legged. He took the hot tea Tanjiro offered and took a sip. "I am different from you, father. Just as you are different from grandfather, and grandfather was different from our ancestors. Each generation of Kamadu understands the Hinokamai Kagura differently. Just as the sun has countless facets, a warm glow in winter, a scorching blaze in summer, it can parch the earth and cause drought, yet it can also nurture all living things, bringing forth vibrant life." Tanjiro poured himself a cup of tea, warming his hands around it. He mulled over Roy's words, then looked at him with pleased eyes. "These few months away have indeed broadened your horizons. You're right, people are different. One cannot judge another's life based solely on their own experiences. Unfortunately, Ieyakuiro, the time left for you is short." Tanjiro held up 3 fingers. 3 years at most. You must have felt it just now. This body of mine will reach its limit. The man spoke of it as if it were the most normal thing in the world, smiling without a care. "When that time comes, I entrust this family to you." "I refuse," the boy answered instantly, without a second thought. He drained the tea his father offered, stood up decisively, and went back inside to sleep. Only one sentence lingered behind, carried by the wind and snow, warmed by the hearth, reaching Tanjiro's ears. 3 years isn't enough for you, father. But for me, 3 years is more than enough." The boy left abruptly, almost harshly. Tanjiro quietly watched Roy brave the snowstorm and close the door. His heart felt both happy and pained, ultimately settling into a long silence. Jiro, perhaps the child truly has a way. Ki, having just put Hanako to sleep, peeked out. Why not trust him this once? Tanjiro gave a bitter smile. This had nothing to do with trust. He's stubborn. Always has been, ever since he was little. Even if you tell him, he'll do things his own way, according to his own ideas. As for stopping him, with his frail body, he couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Tanjiro suddenly recalled the 2 divine flames flickering in the boy's eyes earlier, like 2 rising suns. Wine. The wind and snow extinguished the last lamp in the Kamadu house, but they couldn't extinguish a single lamp in the Zoldyck estate, because they were electric. Kukura Mountain. While Roy, through deep sleep, remained immersed in the world of Demon Slayer, back in the parallel timeline of the Hunter world. Ever since Illumi received Silva's notebook from Roy, he had locked himself in his bedroom, staying awake night after night. He sat at his desk, staring blankly at his reflection in the mirror. The notebook lay open on the desk, turned to the page detailing all the knowledge and training experiences related to Ren. The section on Asking the Heart was circled in red pen. The key explanation read, to learn Ren, one must first question their own heart, delve deep into their desires, and determine what they truly want most. Then, using that desire as a blueprint, cultivate their Ren. This is the path best suited for oneself. So, Illumi had been constantly thinking, what is my heart? What is the deepest desire within me? And what if, it's not a thing? 2 days and 2 nights passed in this state. From initial confusion, a glimmer of light finally appeared in his vacant eyes, solidifying into a determined path. At 3:30 a.m., Illumi finally opened a drawer, took out the first aid kit he always kept ready for missions, opened it, and pulled out a suturing needle. Coating it with Nen, he looked in the mirror, took aim, and plunged it in. Then, 1 needle wasn't enough. 2 weren't enough. 3. After a dozen needles, a handsome face appeared in the mirror. It had a strong jawline, a high nose bridge, and sword-like eyebrows that curved slightly at the ends, heroic yet gentle. It was a perfect replica of Roy Nissen. Illumi stared, mesmerized, at his reflection. After a long moment, he pressed his face closer to the mirror, cupping his chin, comparing the details meticulously. His empty eyes shone with unprecedented brightness. No, it's still not perfect. The boy admired it for a while, then, dissatisfied, swiped his hand across his face. The skin rippled, and in an instant, his original features returned. My foolish, dear little brother pondered carefully for another moment, then picked up the needles again and transformed his face into someone else. He now sported a sexy beard, V-shaped eyebrows, short hair, a sharp nose, and somewhat melancholic eyes. He pushed up imaginary glasses on his nose and spoke respectfully to his reflection, young master. He looked exactly like Roy's personal butler, Gotha. The only difference was, this Gotha seemed rather disgusted with himself. After setting the transformation, he didn't spare it another glance. He pushed the door open, walked out, rounded the corner, traversed the long corridor, climbed through a window, and arrived at Roy's bedside. He watched silently for a while, then activated Zetsu, suppressing his aura. He climbed onto the bed, lay face to face with Roy, and silently drew a Nen needle from his clothes. I want to possess him so badly. Illumi trembled with excitement, the whites of his eyes rolling up as he plunged the needle down. His reward was a powerful, heavy kick from Roy. Bang! Illumi crashed through the door and flew out into the hallway. Could you please try to rein in that perverse possessiveness of yours? The stench was palpable even across 2 worlds. Roy's eyes blazed like 2 suns, instantly seeing through Illumi's disguise. He leaped out of bed, chased him down, grabbed him by the collar mid-air, dragged him under the willow tree, and delivered a sound beating. Finally, he planted him headfirst in the ground, tore off his pajamas to use as rope, and hung him from the willow tree. The sounds of the thrashing woke quite a few people. In the second-floor master bedroom, Silva, having just lulled Kikyo to sleep, opened his eyes and instantly teleported to the window. It was cold now. Zeno, having just returned from a mission, was on his way to check on the oldest master as usual, but he stopped dead in the corridor. In the dimly lit small room, cartoons played 24/7. Maha rocked in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest, and smiled. Brotherly love, good, very good. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. 85, Chapter 85, The Sun Will Not Disappear X I Will Chase You to the Dark Continent. Chapter 85, The Sun Will Not Disappear X I Will Chase You to the Dark Continent. Mother Kikyo's belly grew larger by the day. Father Silva could often be seen supporting her as they took evening strolls in the garden after dinner to aid digestion. During these times, Silva would shed his usual stern fatherly facade and perfectly embody the role of a considerate husband. Roy emerged from visiting Grandpa Sig, having lasted 3 minutes this time. He leaned against the window frame, watching them quietly, relaxing his mind while waiting for Gotha to bring his meal. He heard footsteps approaching from afar. White hair flowing, Grandfather Zeno arrived, hands behind his back, joining him in admiring the night view. In the garden, Kikyo was complaining about something, playfully punching Silva's arm. Your great-great-grandfather asked me to tell you, Zeno began, our family has had only one son for 3 generations. We don't have any brothers to offer advice. So, from now on, hit him when you need to, scold him when you need to. As long as you don't kill him, the family has no objections. He went too far. Illumi was still hanging from the willow tree. He had declared that unless Roy personally untied him, he would hang there forever, might as well just die. Roy acted as if he hadn't heard. Silva and Kikyo, strolling nearby, also pretended not to see. Miluki, however, had paid him a visit that evening, urinating beneath him. If he could have reached, he probably would have aimed for his head. Even that, Illumi endured. Manipulators are all like that. The more they can't have something, the more they want to possess it. Roy, Zeno turned, looking at the boy with amusement. I reckon you'll have your hands full with him in the future. Is that so? The sun sets, but it does not disappear. The sun never belongs to just one person. How could it be possessed? Roy was unconcerned. It's not a big problem. Cross the line once, get beaten once. Until he doesn't dare reach out again. It was simple and brutal, yet effective. Zeno agreed, glancing at Illumi. My foolish, dear little brother shivered in the cold wind, swinging slightly. Zeno changed the subject. Your request to access the family's intelligence agency, I denied it. Zeno stated calmly, since you understand that some lines cannot be crossed, you yourself must adhere to the rules even more strictly. The world of hunters wasn't just about fighting, information gathering was crucial. The conversation with his father, Tanjiro, during the new year was still fresh in Roy's mind. He felt it was time to take further action, not just to delve deeper into conjuration to cure Tanjiro, but also to secure a reliable and stable source of intelligence. The official Hunter Association website was a good option. I understand. Only the successive family heads had the authority to command the intelligence agency. That was an ironclad rule. In the original story, Miluki became a computer genius. Perhaps this restriction was part of the reason. You understand well. Zeno turned, looking at the boy with satisfaction. Since you seek freedom, you must rely on your own abilities. I look forward to the day your name is heard across the continents. It will be, the boy grinned. I won't disappoint you, grandfather. Ha ha. Zeno chuckled, said nothing more, clapped his shoulder, and walked away with his hands behind his back. The weather was getting colder, and the oldest master was spending more and more time cooped up in his room. Zeno needed to check on him from time to time, if nothing else. Giving him a massage to loosen his old bones was a good thing. Tap, tap. Zeno's footsteps faded. In the garden, Kikyo got the ice cream she wanted and contentedly linked her arm through Silva's. Roy watched silently for a moment, then turned and headed back to his bedroom. Just as Gota pushed the dinner cart in, he saw the young master staring strangely at his face for a long time. Gota suspiciously touched his own beard and began setting the table. This morning, Illumi disguised himself as you and got into my bed. Roy took a bite of roast meat pizza sprinkled with chopped onions, speaking nonchalantly. Gota. He didn't know how to respond. His appearance, in bed. No wonder he'd been wondering why the young master was so furious this morning. Now it made sense. He deserved punishment. But, since it involved young Master Illumi, it wasn't appropriate for a servant to inquire further. Gota simply served Roy his meal while reporting, the tickets you asked me to buy have been booked in advance. We depart on December 27th, transfer once in Guianas, depart again on December 29th, and expect to arrive in the Sahurta Republic on January 2nd. From there, we'll take a boat to Whale Island. Roy had anticipated his request would likely be denied, so he had told Gota to prepare a backup plan, pursue the Hunter website route by getting a Hunter license first. Guianas, is that the entertainment capital famous for its performance industry? Roy finished his pizza and wiped his hands with a napkin. Gota pushed up his glasses. Yes. Their circuses are very famous. We have a one-day layover. You could go sightseeing if you wish, young master. Roy gave a noncommittal hum. The mention of circuses reminded him of someone, a man with extensive experience in apple cultivation, quite skilled with playing cards. His origins seemed to trace back to Guianas, specifically the Mauritania troupe, famous for its flying swim act. Faceless, John Doe, psychopathic serial killer. None ability, pressured to death. Roy glanced at his panel. His life energy was depleted, urgently needing replenishment. Go make the preparations. We can't be late for the Hunter exam on January 7th. Yes, sir. Gota cleared the table and left. Over the next few days, Roy ate, drank, and trained as usual. December arrived. The weather grew colder. Unlike Whale Island, which was like summer year-round, Kukura Mountain in winter had lost all its greenery, revealing a bleak landscape. Roy's routine continued, poison in the morning, practicing, sun-breathing, to strengthen his physique, poison taking effect in the afternoon, sunbathing while visualizing the sun climbing out of the ground in the evening to pay respects to Grandpa Tsig. The days passed, busy and fulfilling. Meanwhile, Illumi hung from the tree for several days before cutting himself down in the middle of the night when no one was looking. The boy emerged from the earth, hands in pockets, and followed Roy toward the basement. They walked side by side, yet apart, neither touching the other. After a while, Illumi asked, "How could you see through my disguise?" Clearly, this question had been bothering him for days. Because there's no light in your eyes. Lack of light is blasphemy against the sun, Roy stated truthfully. Illumi. He stopped, reached up to touch his face, unconvinced. Who says there's no light? Every night, he transformed into Roy's likeness, carefully comparing himself in the mirror. Back then, his eyes seemed plenty bright. Hey, the boy called out to his older brother, even if you saw through me, don't think you can ditch me. Not even if you run away to the Dark Continent. Roy didn't stop or turn back, having no intention of replying. His gaze flickered to the corner. The camera there flashed red, clearly capturing the boy's defiant words. So, my foolish, dear little brother, perhaps you should worry about yourself first. That night. Report, Master. Young Master Illumi says he's going to the Dark Continent. Is that so? The moon was high. Illumi had just cut himself down, only to be promptly hung up again. Maha gave the order, Zeno relayed the message, Silva did the deed, and Miluki provided the urine. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 86, Chapter 86, Castro's Challenge X The Zoldyck Brothers Who Can't Escape. Chapter 86, Castro's Challenge X The Zoldyck Brothers Who Can't Escape. Imagine stretching your nen out long, bending it into the shape of a fishhook. Let it pierce the water's resistance, seek out the fish's trail, and actively hook onto it. The key is, injecting imagination. Hunter Calendar Year 1986, December 27th, Winter. Less than 10 days remained until the start of the 274th Hunter exam. Deep within Kukuro Mountain, beside a pond, Roy sat cross-legged on a mossy green rock, draped in a thick cotton coat. The notebook from his great-great-grandfather rested on his lap. He held a half-finished fishing rod, attempting to fish. It was half-finished because it lacked any accessories: no hook, no line. It was simply a bamboo pole, hastily stripped of its branches. Having decided to improve the quality of his nen to counteract the drain from the sun, Roy spent his last few days before departure practicing Grandpa Tsig's training method, hookless fishing. He aimed to temper his nen threads and deepen his understanding of the essence of nen shape transformation. It was similar to how Hisoka infused his nen with imagination, mimicking paper to create thin nen skins for his texture surprise. Roy enveloped the bamboo pole with ten, imagining his nen extending outwards. At the tip of the pole, a faint tendril of aura appeared, gradually beginning to droop downwards. "Young master, the luggage is packed. We can depart now." Behind him, Gota stood quietly, two large suitcases beside him. He had been there for a while, noticing Roy was engrossed in his training and tactfully choosing not to disturb him. Only when a rudimentary nen thread began to form at the end of the pole, only to snap with a soft pop because he pulled too quickly, did Gota finally speak. The boy silently cursed his luck but wasn't discouraged. He put away the fishing rod and stood up. "Let's go." He took the lead, heading down the mountain path. Gota followed with the luggage. As they drew closer, they could faintly see the mountain guard Butler standing quietly at the path's entrance like a statue, holding a staff. He had neat white hair, wasn't particularly tall, and looked somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, it was Castro. Roy had heard from Gota a few days ago that right after Gota had opened Castro's nen nodes, Castro had immediately issued a challenge and received a sound beating, which seemed to have calmed him down. Unfortunately, his aptitude test revealed he's an enhancer. It will take some time to cultivate him in the direction of a transmuter. Gota periodically checked on Castro's training progress, still fixated on molding him into a toolman surpassing even Subone. Roy, however, wasn't concerned. Transmutation was at least adjacent to enhancement. It was better than letting him train blindly and end up with conjuration-type clones. "Young master." Footsteps echoed on the mountain path. Castro heard them, opened his eyes, and looked back. Seeing Roy, he bowed respectfully. The boy's face was still swollen like a pig's head. Roy glanced at Gota, suspecting that Gota, perhaps jealous of Castro's good looks, had focused all his blows on his face. Look what he'd done to the kid. He was even lisping when he spoke. Gota, holding the luggage, looked up at the sky. "Nothing to do with me." Roy rolled his eyes, nodded at Castro, and walked past him. The boy listened as the footsteps faded into the distance. He straightened up and suddenly called out, "Young master, if I defeat that guy, can I become your personal butler?" Roy stopped. He abruptly felt a powerful killing intent surge upwards. He looked back. Gota had turned around instantly, dropping the luggage. He pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, his eyes narrowed, glaring at Castro. "Are you serious?" Castro stuck out his neck, showing no fear. "I wasn't talking to you. I was asking the young master." Gota shoved both hands into his pockets, gripping several coins. He looked at Roy. "Young master, should I just kill him after all?" Veins bulged on his forehead. He was clearly on the verge of losing control. If Roy gave the order, he would tear Castro limb from limb on the spot. Roy watched the scene with amusement, then clapped Gota on the shoulder. "Let's go." He responded to neither of them, simply continuing down the path. Gota shot Castro a look that clearly said, "Watch yourself," swallowed his anger, and followed. Only the boy remained at the path's entrance, watching them leave, his fists clenched tightly. Now less than 100 meters from the mountain gate, Roy walked ahead, Gota behind. Silence stretched between master and servant. Seeing Zebro remove his hat and bow to Roy, Gota took a breath and spoke in a low voice, "Young master, I want to become stronger." Roy didn't stop walking. Gota continued, "I must become stronger." The young butler's voice held unprecedented seriousness. "I cannot accept losing you." "And then what?" Roy stopped before the gate and turned to face Gota. "You'll kill yourself." "Yes." Gota placed his right hand over his chest. "That is my vow, and it will be my honor." He knelt on one knee, lowering his head. A vow and limitation. A cold wind blew past, rustling his collar. Roy remembered the words Gotha had spoken that night. He stood before him, watching silently. Rest assured. Even if the day comes when you wish to die, you won't do so without my permission. It was 11:30 a.m. The car was waiting outside. Zebro reminded them, young master, the gate is open. He flexed his arms and, with a rumble, pushed open the mountain gate. Sunlight streamed in, dispelling some of the chill. He watched Roy and Gotha get into the car, pretending he hadn't seen their exchange. Holding a thermos, he looked up at the sun and sighed warmly to himself, what a fine day. Vroom. The driver hit the gas, and the black car sped away. The mountain gate slammed shut, simultaneously cutting off a line of sight. At 11:31 a.m., a call reached Illumi. Young master, the eldest young master has departed. Understood. The call ended. Behind Illumi, his suitcases were already packed. He sat at his desk, staring blankly at his reflection in the mirror, having, at some point, changed his face back to resemble Roy's. Who says he left? He's always been right here with me. Illumi touched his chest, unable to tear his eyes away from the mirror. Then, his figure flickered. The door creaked open and swung gently in the breeze. In the small room separated by a long corridor, a certain old man heard the noise and retracted his magnified ears. It was unclear whether he was listening to the cartoons or something else, definitely not the corner of the wall. He rocked in his chair, smiling with narrowed eyes, thoroughly enjoying himself. Ah, youth. He chases, he flees, but he can't escape even if he grows wings. Finally acting a bit like brothers. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot, thank you. 87, Chapter 87, First Encounter with Hisoka x John Doe of 100 Faces. Chapter 87, First Encounter with Hisoka x John Doe of 100 Faces. Young master, it's Luke on the phone. Inside the speeding car, a phone rang. Gotha held the phone, cautiously seeking Roy's permission. The boy was gazing out the window, one hand propping up his chin. Seeming to sense something, he said calmly, answer it. The call connected. It's Luke, relaying the master's exact words. He reminds you not to forget about the 3 whips. The Zoldyck family doesn't tolerate idleness. Butlers must train rigorously, and their masters even more so. Roy could almost picture Silva's stern, unsmiling face. He continued to watch the scenery blur past, saying nothing. Screech. Soon, the car stopped at the airport. Gotha got out first, opened the door for Roy, then retrieved the luggage from the trunk and followed. Master and servant activated Zetsu, suppressing some of their aura, and disguised themselves as ordinary people entering the terminal. They boarded the airship bound for the Sahurta Republic, landing in Guianas. Throngs of people poured out of the terminal. Just outside the exit, the difference between this city and Padokia was immediately apparent. Colorful ribbons fluttered, whistles blew, sounds of juggling acts and crowds cheering filled the air. It was far livelier than Padokia. Guianas truly lived up to its name as the city of performance. Young master, shall we go explore? The suitcases had been checked. With a full day ahead of them, Gotha slung a small bag over his shoulder and followed Roy into a taxi. Driver, do you know where the Moritonio troupe is performing? There's a show at the Royal Glam. Hey, are you folks here for the flying swim, too? That Moritonio guy is amazing. No idea how he does it, but he really flies without any strings. The driver chattered excitedly. Without needing prompting, he stepped on the gas and drove them straight to the theater. Gotha paid the fare, and followed Roy inside. Above them shone the 5 large characters, Royal Glam. He wondered curiously why the young master was familiar with this particular circus troupe. Little did he know, Roy wasn't familiar with it, nor did he have any desire to watch the show. He was here purely to collect life energy. Not knowing and not killing is different from knowing and choosing not to kill. Since he clearly knew Moritonio was a psychopathic serial killer, and he happened to be here with time to spare, there was no reason not to kill him. Even though Roy didn't consider himself a good person and didn't come from a normal family, he acted as he pleased. Who could stop him? Besides, the sun naturally dispels darkness. To maintain the clarity of his heart, it was a simple matter, really. Wow, flying swim. It's Moritonio. They bought tickets and entered. The performance was in full swing. Gotha accompanied Roy, leaning against a wall near the central stage rather than taking a seat. A middle-aged man with a top hat and a lush beard under his chin held a cane even more ornate than Roy's cane sword. He floated effortlessly through the air, drawing gasps and screams from the audience. Nen. Young master, this, Moritonio, is a Nen user. Relying on no ropes to soar through the air clearly violated the laws of nature. Gotha had been suspicious ever since the taxi driver mentioned it. Now, coating his eyes with a thin layer of Nen, he saw it clearly, a Nen thread connected to the ceiling, suspending Moritonio and allowing him to perform his swimming motions in mid-air. Nen users have to eat too. It's not strange for them to perform for a living, Roy said. His perception went deeper and broader than Gota's. Besides Moritonio, there were other Nen users present. For example, Moritonio's assistant, the girl Abeki who tossed him props, and, not far from them, hidden in the darkness, watching Moritonio intently, was a red-haired clown licking the ace of spades. Ha ha ha. Instead of watching the show, why are you looking at me? The clown seemed to possess a keen intuition, sharply catching Roy's gaze. He tilted his head. The boy is about my age, his eyes are interesting, seem to hold many stories. Hisoka's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, meeting Roy's gaze across the dim light. Roy pulled his gaze back, letting it merely brush past Hisoka before returning to the stage. Hisoka remained, biting lightly on the card, his shoulders shaking with ambiguous laughter. Amazing. Moritonio. Encore. Encore. Don't leave the stage. Half an hour later, the performance neared its end. Big star Moritonio, unable to resist the audience's enthusiasm, performed for an extra 5 minutes before finally retreating backstage to rest. Director, have some water. Abeki gathered the props and followed him into the dressing room, handing him a glass. Moritonio drank it, catching his breath. Where is Hisoka? Looking for me. The curtain parted, revealing a face painted with a star and a teardrop. Hisoka leaned against the dressing table, arms crossed. The entire Moritonio troupe was now accounted for, just waiting for Berlitzo, the laborer driver, to take them back to their hotel. Moritonio removed his costume. Staring out the window as the sun slanted westward and night crept over the horizon, his expression turned blank. He went into the restroom and emerged moments later, completely transformed. Vacant, stiff, like an executioner lost in the darkness, unsure of the way back. He left the hotel, blended into the crowd, and began to prowl for prey. He spotted a lone girl and began to follow her. Caw, caw. Night deepened, crows called out. Unlike the brightly lit main streets, the alley was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The girl, her 2 pigtails swinging, had just left her tutoring session, dreaming of going home and not having homework. Suddenly, she saw a dark figure. Her eyes widened. A hand clamped firmly over her mouth, shoving her against the wall. Surprised? Such a fresh face. Be good, child. Let uncle get a good look at that terrified, desperate, absolutely splendid expression of yours. Quick, open your eyes wider. Yes, just like that. Crying? Why are you crying? Smile. Smile for me. Shink. A brilliant flash of a blade sliced through the air, taking an arm with it. Blood sprayed onto the wall. Moritonio froze. The girl vanished, now held protectively in the arms of a young man with a beard. Standing before them was a boy, leaning on his cane sword, watching him expressionlessly. Should I call you John Doe of 100 Faces, or the big star Moritonio? Have I been found out? Moritonio clutched his face, his voice muffled as he laughed. Young man, you are very brave. Could you perhaps let me see your surprised expression as well? Screech. The cane sword in Roy's hand suddenly moved. Moritonio pointed a single finger at Roy. The cane sword turned against its master, Roy's grip, spun around, and thrust back towards him. Iron-stained bipolarity, the ability to convert aura into magnetic force, controlling metal at will. This was also the secret behind how Moritonio used Nen threads to hook onto the ceiling. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 88. Chapter 88. The Old Magician's Final Curtain X The Stitched Up Reality. Chapter 88. The Old Magician's Final Curtain X The Stitched Up Reality. There are 2 kinds of evil, one innate, one cultivated. Moritonio belonged to the former. Drawn to the surprised expressions of his audience, he chose the path of magic. But performances eventually end, the surprise fades, leaving only emptiness. Moritonio sought ever greater thrills, until he could no longer derive even the slightest emotional value from the surprised faces of his own family. He knew he had grown bored. And so, he killed his younger sister, harvesting one last wave of pleasure from her expression of disbelief. He remembered that day clearly. He had trembled with excitement, as if discovering a new continent. Using stitched-up reality for disguise and the magnetic pressure generated by iron-stained bipolarity, he constantly moved through the darkness, reveling in the terror and despair of people on the brink of death. From then on, he walked a path of no return. I often feel empty after a performance, he had once told Hisoka. To fill this void, I constantly seek more stimulation, develop more magic tricks. But now, the girl didn't matter, Hisoka didn't matter. Moritonio's eyes were fixed solely on Roy. Just as when he had chosen to kill his sister, he once again felt that soul-shuddering excitement. Genius. A young genius. A genius ripe for the harvest, no cultivation needed. Could there be anything more delightful than killing him? Ha ha ha. The director seems quite excited, doesn't he? The show is just beginning. Looks like I arrived right on time. Cue. Tap, tap. From the darkness, 2 pointed clown shoes appeared. Hisoka materialized atop the wall, arms resting on his knees, his gaze sweeping the scene. Gota comforted the frightened girl, cautiously moving closer to Roy while remaining vigilant. Ignore him. The cane sword struggled in Roy's grip, its tip lunging towards him, but a gentle caress from the boy calmed it. A swordsman's blade is paramount. Where the blade is, the swordsman is. If the blade breaks, the swordsman dies. This was the very first lesson Master Seikanji Urokodaki had taught Roy when he first held a sword. And he had always been an obedient child, following those words. Shrieing the cane sword let out a sharp cry, furious at being controlled, urging Roy to cut down its manipulator. A corner of the boy's mouth lifted. With no discernible wind-up, his figure flashed. Mastered, shadow step, engaged. In an instant, he closed the distance to Moritonio and thrust forward. Sun-breathing sunflower thrust. The tip of the blade ignited from friction with the air. As it neared, Moritonio felt a wave of searing heat wash over his face. Startled, he unleashed his ren, shaped it via Hatsu, and compressed it with magnetic force into hardened iron, forming several shields before him. Crack, crack, crack. One shield shattered, then the second, then the third broke apart, revealing the completely exposed serial killer. Before Moritonio's horrified eyes, the blade pierced his shoulder blade. Such a fast blade. Hisoka's eyes narrowed. Such sharp swordsmanship. Ripples spread across Moritonio's bleeding shoulder as a layer of Nen's skin peeled away. He detached himself from the cane sword's influence, revealing the large hole Roy's thrust had actually made in the wall behind him. Gota noticed the thin, handkerchief-like layer of Nen. He frowned. An illusion. The young master had clearly aimed for the throat, yet ended up striking the wall. He couldn't believe his aim would be off by so much. Not just that, there's magnetism too. Having followed Moritonio for so long, Hisoka had long noticed that whenever the director performed his flying swim, the metal accessories worn by audience members in the front rows would subtly drift towards him, irresistibly drawn as if by a magnet. The blade went astray because of the magnetic pressure, Hisoka explained, stretching his arms wide in admiration. That's our director for you. He can attract and repel. Refined steel can't even get close. Hisoka, I really should have killed you sooner. Moritonio flung out a hand, using magnetic force to latch onto a nearby lamppost. He swung himself up, putting distance between himself and Roy. To have his secrets revealed so easily undoubtedly put a seasoned Nen user at a disadvantage. This was a lesson learned over many years by a failed hunter exam candidate. That's right, during his exam year, only one person passed. His name now echoed throughout the world, Pariston Hill. Moritonio, you are strong, but unfortunately, you encountered me. That was the straightforward dragon's honest assessment of his old rival back then. He had even said that if Moritonio took the hunter exam again, he would surely be among the top candidates. But, I came here for thrills, not humiliation. Moritonio couldn't accept his performance ending in failure. He had left the Hunter Association behind, choosing instead to tour the world, and then, he picked up Hisoka. The old magician clutched his severed arm, perched atop the lamppost. Without hesitation, he swept his hand downwards. Iron-stained bipolarity activated, condensing dozens of sharp spikes in mid-air, which shot rapidly towards Roy. He planned to use this opportunity to escape the predicament. Ooh la la. He's trying to run away Q. Hisoka suddenly stood up, shedding his lazy posture. A piece of pink gum was somehow already stuck to his palm, ready for action. Gota shot him a look. We don't need you to point that out. Just then, Roy pursued, sword in hand, his focus absolute, not even sparing Hisoka a glance. He met each spike with a precise slash, effortlessly ran up the wall, leaped into the air like a great bird taking flight, and, moving faster despite starting later, appeared above Moritonio. Then came a searing, fiery blade technique. Searing essence sun-breathing fire wheel. The cane sword blazed, coated in an incandescent red glow. The circular slash tore across space, attacking. Moritonio's pupils constricted. Magnetize. The magnetic pressure instantly bore down on Roy, attempting to immobilize him. Even just 1 second would be enough for Moritonio to escape. But, what the old magician hadn't expected was that the boy possessed not only a flaming blade but also fire magic. Before the magnetic force could even touch him, it sizzled and hissed, burned away into nothingness. Moritonio's eyes widened in disbelief. While still stunned, a sharp pain shot through his chest. He had been cut clean in two, from shoulder to waist. Plop, plop. A rain of blood fell as Moritonio's halves hit the ground, resembling the minced meat patties he supposedly favored, split down the middle with gore scattered between them. Wow, Hisoka murmured, cupping his mouth and retracting his gum. High above, Roy floated, bathed in moonlight, the full moon a halo behind him, twin suns blazing in his eyes. He landed softly on the wind, his blade tip coming to rest diagonally at Moritonio's throat. Cough, cough. Bungee, gum. The show is over. Moritonio coughed up blood, looking up weakly. A pity, the audience was a bit small, just a few kids. Before he could finish, Roy thrust his blade through his throat. If you're going to die, die quickly. No need for speeches. You. With a twist of the blade, Roy shredded his throat. The psychopathic killer's head lolled to the side. A hazy film played before his eyes. Brother. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 89, Chapter 89, Neteros visit X Roy's Fury. Chapter 89, Neteros visit X Roy's Fury. In the world of darkness, a bright light shone upon a little girl. She wore a pink butterfly hair tie. Her eyeballs and tongue lolled out grotesquely as she reached for Moritonio. From the darkness behind her, countless hands surged forth, some grabbing his hair, some covering his mouth, some strangling his neck, others clinging to his legs, desperately pulling him into the endless void. The resentful men of those unjustly killed often returns to the earth after vengeance is achieved, making it difficult to utilize or capture. That child Roy is different. He seems able to absorb the power of the deceased to strengthen himself. The day after Roy left home, Zeno came to give the oldest master his usual massage. Talk inevitably turned to the children of the family, accompanied by the usual critiques. Old people seem to share a common trait: they love to talk about their grandchildren. Maha tilted his neck back so Zeno could reach his back better, letting out a comfortable grunt. Everyone's path is different. If he can do it, that's his ability. It's good for him to go out. Staying cooped up at home will turn him into a giant manchild sooner or later. Refining the heart through worldly experience. How can one refine the heart without entering the world? A truly powerful men user must first have a sufficiently strong will. Whether good or evil, they cannot be the type to shatter at the slightest touch. You speak wisely, grandfather, Zeno agreed. That child's reference point is the sun. Taking it upon himself to illuminate all beings, it makes sense that the spirits of the dead would be drawn to him, even from a philosophical standpoint. Philosophy? Maha shot Zeno a sideways glance. Is the kid trying to make a point? What philosophy? What illuminating all beings? Is that brat Netero coming over again? The old man's tone was sharp, his gaze turning dangerous. Ever since Zig died, that kid had been looking for excuses to visit every few days. Did he really think Maha was just a decoration? Zeno fell silent, neither confirming nor denying. He had always known his grandfather held a grudge against Netero for luring his father away back then. But with the 20th anniversary of his father's passing approaching, and Netero requesting to see his dear friend, Zeno, as his son, couldn't refuse. And so, wham! Maha kicked him clean out of the room. Go find your philosophy. This old man disowns you as a grandson. Crash. Glass shattered. Zeno became a black dot receding into the distance. He had almost been kicked hard enough to trigger Nen after death. It showed just how terrifying accumulated resentment could be. Gianna's. In the darkness, the girl wrapped herself around Moritonio's neck. Brother, she whispered, I missed you so much. I really, really missed you. It's been 40 years. Can you tell me now, why did you strangle me that night? You don't know how much it hurt, how awful it felt. I couldn't breathe at all. I begged you to let me go, but you squeezed even harder. So, my dear brother Moritonio, answer me. Am I really your sister? Look me in the eyes and answer me. Shriek. Pitch-black resentful men shot towards the sky, startling nearby birds into flight. Moritonio was torn apart as he fell into hell. He, who had spent his entire life chasing thrills, finally discovered that he, too, could feel fear, could feel terror. He couldn't bear to face his sister's miserable, dead visage. He could only look pleadingly at Roy, as if to say, save me. Roy remained unmoved. He pulled his cane sword free with a wet schlick, dripping blood. Your sister is right here, he said calmly. Why don't you ask her for help? Moritonio. He never thought the blade he had wielded years ago would circle back and finally strike him down. He struggled to reach out a hand, only to be dragged down by even more hands. The resentment surged. Of all the spirits Roy had encountered, the girl's malice was the strongest. He couldn't imagine the agony of being murdered by a loved one simply because one's expression wasn't surprised enough, and then suffering in silence for 40 years. He watched quietly. Pop. Moritonio's soul burst like a bubble the moment it was fully submerged in darkness. Just then, an evening breeze swept through the alley, lifting Hisoka's red hair back. The boy stood atop the wall, watching with rapt attention. The resentful men, now without a vessel, lingered, stunned, for a long moment. It turned to look at Roy, then curtsied respectfully. Roy could even see the pretty pink butterfly bow tying her hair as she lowered her little head. He faintly heard her say, thank you, brother. You're welcome. Roy sheathed his sword and gave her a slight nod. A realization dawned on him: the girl was strong. Her resentment was immense. She wasn't like the other remnant souls he had absorbed, whose spirits were too weak to exist independently and simply dissipated once their anchor was gone. Instead, her hatred had birthed resentment, and coupled with the blood tie, even without a host, she could linger, with the sky as her blanket and the earth her bed, perhaps even finding some measure of freedom for a time. It all depended on whether she wanted to. The night grew deeper. A few leaves drifted down onto Moritonio's corpse. The girl straightened up, floated on the wind, seemingly wanting to see the world. She saw the flashing neon lights of the street, the endless stream of cars, the passage of time. 40 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Everything had changed, there was no place left for her here. So many things she didn't recognize, so many people wearing false masks, so many fake smiles that felt alien and frightening. When she landed again, without hesitation, she plunged into Roy's embrace, as if only there could she find a sliver of the warmth she craved. No, brother, I hate this world. I don't want to be human again. Notification, life energy, plus 50. Faintly, Roy seemed to hear the girl's whisper. He leaned on his cane sword, looking up at the sky, letting the night wind blow through his bangs. His emotions stirred, tinged with a faint sadness. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke the silence of the night. Hisoka spread his arms wide. What a spectacular performance, he praised, his expression ecstatic, clearly wanting more. Gota shot him a look and moved closer to Roy. The girl he had shielded had already safely left the alley. She was probably home by now. Only the two of them and the clown remained in the narrow passage. It felt somewhat eerie. If I told you that you actually stole my prey, would you believe me? Hisoka shoved his hands in his pockets, jumped straight down from the wall, his eyes locked onto Roy as he licked his lips. Drop the act. Gota mirrored the gesture, hands in his pockets, gripping several coins, and glared back. In that instant, it felt like time warped, bringing a fated encounter forward. The young butler shielded Roy protectively, his voice cold. Moritonio was your director. As his troop member, you had countless opportunities to act. Why didn't you do it sooner? Now that the man was dead, blaming the young master, Gota had to make him understand that a butler's patience has limits, especially when it concerned his master. Ha ha ha. Hisoka covered his face, peering at Roy through his fingers with a sinister grin. Because, your master is far more enticing, you see. Ah, Subarashii. So beautiful, so wonderful, I want to devour him. His expression gradually twisted, and a wave of malice uncontrollably surged from him towards Roy. Gota narrowed his eyes, discreetly pulling out his coins. Just as he was about to strike, a hand pressed down on his. A cool breeze brushed past his shoulder. The next moment, the boy, his sun and mountain earrings swaying, left after images in his wake. In Hisoka's widening pupils, twin suns ignited whoosh, seeing through the clown's every move. Roy slammed a hand onto Hisoka's head, embedding it, neck and all, into the wall. Only his body remained outside, twitching twice before falling still. So, why the hell do I keep running into psychos? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 90. Chapter 90. Controlling Magnetism X, the 7 most beautiful colors in the world. Chapter 90. Controlling Magnetism X, the 7 most beautiful colors in the world. Because they're extremists, Gota replied calmly, putting away his coins. Years ago, when I accompanied the master on missions, I heard him say that people who get stuck in their own ways are particularly dangerous. They only believe in their own methods, which often makes them purer than ordinary people. If they lean towards good, they become paragons of virtue. If they lean towards evil, they become truly monstrous. And when they awaken, then, the more extreme they are, the stronger they become, the more obsessive, the crazier. The friends they make tend to be similar. Like Moritonio and this guy. The law of deviant aggregation, like attracts like, opposites repel. Is that what he meant? Roy released Hisoka, slowly calming down. A spark of insight flashed through his mind, but he couldn't quite grasp it. He stood still, frowning in thought. Just then, an evening breeze blew past, peeling back the skin on Moritonio's face, revealing his true features. The boy paused, then walked towards him. In Moritonio's already glazed eyes, he saw his own reflection. Iron-stained bipolarity, injecting magnetism into aura to exert physical pressure on others. Moritonio, because he wanted to attract people, the Nen ability born from his Ren was, in essence, magnetism. Or rather, every object with mass possesses a magnetic field. The force generated by manipulating this field is magnetism. And the sun also has a magnetic field, solar flares, and the ability to attract and repel, achieving the effect of manipulating magnetic fields. Roy's eyes grew brighter. He felt he had grasped something. Inspiration struck. He tried visualizing the sun in his mind, imagining infusing his Nen with magnetism, mimicking a magnet. He reached out towards Moritonio. Several fallen leaves trembled, struggled, and then lifted into the air, firmly caught in his grasp. Notification, Nen property change +10. Note, essence of the sun, current level, LV1, 11/100. Effect, magnetism. Note, host can imbue Nen with magnetism to manipulate others' magnetic fields. Control strength depends on level. The higher the Nen intensity, the wider the range of manipulation, and the stronger the target that can be controlled. The corner of the boy's mouth lifted. He clenched his fist, crushing the leaves to dust. As he opened his hand, the wind swept the ashes away into the distance. Tonight's performance was finally over. He picked up his cane sword and turned away without a backward glance. Let's go. In the dark night, master and servant left the alley, hailed a taxi, and sped away from the scene. Tap tap. About 10 minutes after Roy left, light footsteps echoed. From the darkness emerged a new Roy. His eyes were vacant. He stepped over Moritonio's severed body and walked expressionlessly towards Hisoka. Suddenly, an unsettling laugh echoed from within the wall, reaching his ears. Friend, mind giving me a hand? It's a bit stuffy with my head stuck in the wall. Illumi considered this, watching him silently for a moment. He stepped forward, pulled out a nen-pin from seemingly nowhere, aimed it at Hisoka's chest, and plunged it in. Don't worry. Once you're dead, it won't feel stuffy anymore. Ha ha ha. That's certainly one solution, but... Boom. Hisoka swung his aura-enveloped fist, shattering the wall and pulling his head free. Using Gyo, he dodged Illumi's incoming nen-pin, took 2 steps back, and looked at him strangely, a smile playing on his lips. You're not him, yet you've disguised yourself as him. Let me guess, you have a crush on him, so you attacked me out of jealousy? Hisoka's eyes narrowed into crescents, his gaze burning into Illumi. Illumi remained silent, but his shoulder-length black hair floated backwards, like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. Swish, swish. Without a word, he flicked his wrist, sending several more nen-pins flying fast, vicious, and all aimed at Hisoka's vital points. Hisoka laughed happily. Ho ho ho. Looks like I guessed right. He reached into his pocket and flicked his wrist as well, sending several aura-infused playing cards spinning towards the incoming pins. Clang 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 clang. The sound of metal striking metal echoed relentlessly through the cold night. V-room. Gianna's taxis were as wild as Gianna's magic shows. On the way back to the airport, Roy flicked his fingers, manipulating coins through the air, back and forth between himself and Gota, familiarizing himself with the magnetism property. The middle-aged driver kept glancing back, praising him. Impressive, young man. That trick of moving things without touching them looks just as good as that, what's his name's flying swim. You could make a fortune performing. It's Moritonio, Gota corrected, catching the coins Roy tossed over. He was equally surprised by his young master's new skill. It really did resemble Moritonio's ability, with a subtle, pulling force embedded in the nen. Right, Moritonio. The driver slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. I was planning to take my daughter to see him in a few days, and I already forgot. You won't get the chance. Screech. They arrived at the airport. Roy flicked his fingers, sending several coins flying toward the driver. Keep the change, he said without looking back, opening the car door. He got out with Gota and headed into the terminal. The driver scratched his head, perplexed, then stepped on the gas, leaving behind a cloud of black smoke smelling faintly of gasoline. Beep. They passed through security. As their departure time for the Saherta Republic approached, Roy noticed the Guyana's terminal waiting area held significantly more strangely dressed individuals compared to Padokia. Someone was wrapped head to toe in bandages, only their eyes visible. Another wore a turban with a cobra coiled around their neck. Someone else carried a bow and arrows, several colorful feathers stuck in their headband. A man built like a bear stood bare-chested, revealing powerful muscles. Yet another, dressed as a ninja, was doing one-handed handstand push-ups, his head shaved clean. These must be candidates heading for the hunter exam. Anyone who registered would be allowed in here, Gota explained. He accompanied Roy to an empty seat. Noticing his young master staring intently in a particular direction, he discreetly followed his gaze. At the right end of the opposite row of seats sat a quiet young woman. She had beautiful blonde hair, simply tied back with a hairpin, and wore distinctive ethnic clothing, a blue top and white pants. She was engrossed in a book. Aside from being pretty, there didn't seem to be anything particularly noteworthy about her. Young master, do you know her? Roy shook his head. It wasn't knowing her, but rather recognizing her. The girl's unique ethnic attire was too distinct. Plus, she kept reaching up to adjust her glasses, seeming very conscious of her eyes. Roy was certain she belonged to the Krita clan, possessors of the scarlet eyes, one of the 7 most beautiful colors in the world. Hello. Perhaps sensing Roy's gaze, the girl looked up, her beautiful eyes meeting his. She offered a polite smile before returning to her book. Glancing at the cover page, it seemed to be a travel journal. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 91, Chapter 91, Zodiac Rat Pariston X Hatred and Happiness. Chapter 91, Zodiac Rat Pariston X Hatred and Happiness. Hello. Roy returned the smile, sat cross-legged in his chair, and likewise pulled out a book to read attentively. Not a travel journal, however, but Grandpa Sig's notes. He turned to the page on hookless fishing and began to study it carefully. The 50 points of life energy gained from killing Moritonio were temporarily stored on his panel. The waiting hall was crowded and full of prying eyes, most of whom were candidates heading for the hunter exam competitors. Rashly absorbing the energy and entering a temporary weakened state was not a wise choice, even with Gotha standing guard. Ring ring ring. The airport broadcast announced that it was now 10 o'clock at night. More and more people flooded into the waiting hall. At one point, Roy's gaze flickered, and he turned his head toward the entrance. Two tall figures flanked a young man as they passed through security and entered, drawing considerable attention. The young man also had beautiful blonde hair, stood ramrod straight, and was exquisitely dressed, with the standard handsome face. He resembled one of those newly debuted celebrities from Roy's previous life, complete with 2 bodyguards. A slight smile from him could charm a crowd of fangirls. All 3 are Nen users, Gotha whispered, noticing Roy's gaze. Indeed, the trio radiated their aura openly, as if afraid people wouldn't notice. The young man was the most ostentatious, the aura visibly manifesting above his head, thick as a water bucket. Roy stared intently at the young man for a while, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he had seen him somewhere before. The blonde boy's intuition was remarkably sharp. He glanced over immediately, the corner of his mouth pulling up into a slanted smile. Hey, little Hill. You smiled. Told you should smile more, then maybe we'd get some of those adoring looks from the ladies too. Shut up, Clark. The thin bodyguard scolded the fat one, then looked frowningly at the boy. Pariston, what did you see? From his understanding of the blonde boy, he knew Pariston never made meaningless gestures. A sudden smile meant someone was about to suffer misfortune, or was already on their way there. I saw someone interesting. The blonde boy retracted his gaze and stepped on a leather ball rolling towards him. The vast waiting hall wasn't just filled with hunter exam candidates. A father and son, waiting for flight L754 to the Kukinu Kingdom, were kicking a ball around to pass the time. Unfortunately, the little boy missed a block, and the ball shot between his legs, rolling right to the blonde boy's feet. Excuse me, mister, the little boy said politely, can I have my ball back? The blonde boy smiled warmly. Of course. He lifted his foot, and brought it down hard. Bang! The leather ball exploded, sending scraps of rubber flying. All that remained was a small, pointed leather shoe and the little boy, staring blankly in shock. Wah! After 3 seconds, the boy burst into tears. The blonde boy's eyebrows lifted, his face showing an expression of extreme enjoyment. Destruction, the cuter something is, the more I want to destroy it. Ah, Subarashii. He spread his arms, tilted his chin up, and closed his eyes. The boy's furious father rushed over, only to be shoved aside by the fat bodyguard named Clark. Who is this guy? What a nasty personality. Damn, he's asking for a beating. Keep it down, don't let him hear you. I bet he's some rich kid from a big corporation, just here for the hunter exam thrills. Whispers rippled through the crowd. The boy's father, having been pushed, knew he couldn't afford to cause trouble and quickly hurried his child away. Undeterred by the numerous stares, the blonde boy seemed to revel in the attention even more, as if, from the moment he stepped into the waiting hall, this had become his personal stage, every reaction calculated and accounted for. Yet, even this didn't seem to satisfy him. The boy opened his eyes, cleared his throat, surveyed the room, placed his right hand over his chest, and bowed to everyone. Straightening up, he announced loudly, "Hello everyone. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Pariston Hill. I am a candidate participating in this year's hunter exam. And now, I'd like to ask you all for a small favor." The boy paused, noting that the mention of the hunter exam had drawn everyone's attention. He smiled with satisfaction. "Please, withdraw from this year's hunter exam to ensure my advancement." Sure, it was as if someone had hit the mute button on the waiting hall. Instant silence. The man wrapped in bandages, the snake charmer with the cobra around his neck, the bare-chested muscleman, the bald ninja, every single one of them frowned. Including, the girl sitting to Roy's right. She finally seemed willing to pull her attention away from her travel journal, her delicate brows furrowing as she looked at the boy. Roy could almost hear her mouth the word scum. Yes, exactly. Scum. Gotha wholeheartedly agreed. He figured every sane person present felt the same. He pushed up his glasses, subtly edging closer to Roy, and glanced over. The young master was watching the scene quietly, perhaps a little surprised. Indeed, it was somewhat unexpected for Roy. He truly hadn't thought he would run into the infamous vice-chairman of the Hunter Association, the future Zodiac Rat, during this exam cycle. 2 of his famous quotes immediately came to mind. "I only feel happy when people hate me. Honestly, whenever I see something cute, I can't help but want to hurt it, for no reason at all." Pariston had said it, and he certainly lived by it. His scheming that led to Netero's death during the Chimera Ant arc undeniably involved both him and Beyond. The irony was even sharper considering one was the capable subordinate Netero himself had promoted, specifically to oppose him and find some amusement, while the other was the rebellious son obsessed with reaching the Dark Continent, willing to do anything. The strongest human in the world certainly had his hands full in this life. "Who the hell do you think you are? Telling us to withdraw just like that? You think the hunter exam is your private playground? Kids these days really don't know their place. Think a little family money can solve everything. Ridiculous." Hey, if you've got guts, come spar with me. Let Gramps see what you're made of, talking so big. An uproar exploded. Pariston had angered the entire crowd. If looks could kill, he would undoubtedly be sliced into 1,000 pieces on the spot, not even bone fragments left behind. Yet, this was exactly what he wanted. Sub-Arashii. That's right. This feeling. Hate me. Despise me. Please, let the curses come even harder. The blond boy lowered his head, reveling in the feeling, struggling not to laugh out loud. When he looked up again, he raised one finger, surveyed the room, made a sh gesture, and said sincerely, I believe you've all misunderstood me. I am simply trying to save everyone time. After all, everyone here is trash, aren't they? 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 92, Chapter 92, The High Wall of Nen X Rat or Jerry. Chapter 92, The High Wall of Nen X Rat or Jerry. The world doesn't belong to a class society, yet class has always existed. It uses various privileges to divide people into different tiers. In the hunter world, the hunter exam is a prime example. Anyone who passes the exam and obtains a hunter license gains access to 90% of countries that normally forbid entry, 75% of restricted areas, high-value loans using the license as collateral, free use of 95% of public facilities worldwide, for life, the ability to sell the license. The proceeds can support 7 generations of descendants in comfort. Therefore, to obtain these privileges, the candidates gathering for the hunter exam each year are elites from across the continents. Some have even fought through brutal competitions, even deadly battles, in their own countries or tribes just to secure a precious spot. And now, to be blocked at the door and humiliated like this, even a clay doll has some fire. The scene quieted. The waiting hall turned red, saturated with furious aura. The man in bandages, the snake charmer, the muscle-bound giant, the bald ninja, every single hunter exam candidate glared daggers at Pariston. The blond boy, far from being intimidated, was ecstatic, his very soul trembling with excitement. Yes, just like this. These eyes that wish they could kill me, they're just too wonderful. Pariston reveled in it, lost in the moment. He hugged himself blissfully, seemingly oblivious to the crowd surging towards him. Soon, he was surrounded. The bare-chested muscleman reached out for him, his movement powerful and swift. Kid, let Gramps play with you. Donovan doesn't accept being called trash. Donovan. It's Donovan the Strong. Someone recognized the giant. Donovan the Strong has won the World Powerlifting Cup 16 times in a row. His bench press record is 36 tons. With him here, smack. A crisp sound echoed. Before Donovan's hand could even touch Pariston, the fat bodyguard beside him struck out. Donovan was instantly reduced to meat paste. Hiss. The acrid smell of blood filled the air. The gruesome remains lay splattered before them. Gasps echoed through the hall, quickly followed by terrified screams. Chaos erupted. The surrounding crowd retreated in unison, as if rehearsed. Many clutched chairs, vomiting. Some collapsed, their legs giving out, fouling themselves. The pristine waiting hall instantly transformed into a purgatory of panic. Young master, that fat one is likely an enhancer. A slap enhanced by Nen was like a heavy hammer, anyone hit would die. It wasn't that Donovan was weak, it was simply that a Nen user fighting an ordinary person was a dimensional beatdown. Gota, using Gyo, saw it clearly. Roy showed no reaction, but he did cast a surprised glance at the Krita girl sitting diagonally across from him. Her face had paled for only an instant before returning to normal. Her composure was unusually strong. Alright, I've said my piece. Who agrees, and who objects? With Donovan as an example, Pariston smiled and surveyed the room. Before him stood countless potential little Donovans. The crowd fell silent. Someone shouted, just change the ticket. Maybe we can still make it. No need to die fighting this psycho. A few people started to leave, then a small group, then a large crowd. After about 5 minutes, the vast waiting hall was nearly empty, leaving only a dozen or so people. Among them were the man in bandages, the snake charmer, the boy with the bow, the ninja, the Krita girl, Gota, and Roy. Clap clap clap. Pariston applauded. It seems you gentlemen are quite confident in your abilities. Good, very good. The blond boy's gaze swept over each of them, lingering on Roy for a moment. His smile widened. He pulled up a chair, sat down, and rested his chin on his hand. As I said, I asked you all to do me a favor. Since you refused, then. Pariston looked at them playfully. Either I kill you all, or you all get killed by me. Your choice. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. Attention passengers on flight L8975. Boarding has now begun. Please proceed to gate L6. Ring ring ring. The airport broadcast announced boarding for the flight to the Saherda Republic. The atmosphere plunged to freezing point. The blond boy watched them quietly. The snake charmer and the boy with the bow exchanged a look, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. Pride had kept them there, but Donovan's gruesome end could not be ignored. They had to admit they couldn't beat the fat bodyguard. Ha ha ha, a wise man knows when to yield. Safe travels, gentlemen, don't let me keep you. Pariston waved at their retreating backs, then turned his gaze to the man in bandages. The man tensed, quietly clenching his fists. Finally, after a wary glance at Pariston, instinct telling him this boy was likely even stronger than the bodyguard who had just struck, he too chose to turn and leave, opting for the next flight. Hopefully, he could still make it. Oh my, is everyone leaving? The ninja rubbed his bald head, glanced at Roy and Gotha, and sighed regretfully. I thought it was 3 against 4, advantage us. But now that one's gone, a ninja doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. I'm out. With that, his figure flickered, and he followed the man in bandages out of the waiting hall to change his ticket. Soon, only Roy, Gotha, and the Kurta girl remained. The girl pushed up her glasses, closed her travel journal, stood up without a word, and walked towards the gate. As she passed Roy, she gave him a polite nod. Roy returned the smile. Across the rows of seats, only he and Gotha were left. One sat cross-legged, the other stood with hands in pockets. From start to finish, they had sat quietly, showing no intention of leaving. Whoosh! A cold draft blew in through the glass windows. Pariston whistled, looking over with a beaming smile, as if he had expected this outcome all along. He spread his arms wide in praise. The world's #1 family of assassins certainly has presence. He had exposed Roy's identity with a single sentence. Behind him, the fat and thin bodyguards both looked over, their expressions filled with surprise and uncertainty. Hey hey hey, playing is playing, messing around is messing around, Little Hill. Protecting you is one thing, but asking me to kill a Zoldyck? Count me out. The fat bodyguard said, stuffing his hands definitively into his pockets. Beside him, the thin bodyguard shot him a glare, frowned deeply, but also remained silent. Pariston shrugged. See, even my own men are too scared to make a peep. Roy Zoldyck, how about we play a game? If you lose, the exit is just to the left. If you win, I'll bow and see you off, without another word. How about it? Young master. Gotha looked at Roy. The boy closed his notebook, clasped his hands under his chin, and smiled back at Pariston. I think killing you would be better. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 93, Chapter 93, Unto Others X Roy vs the Rat. Chapter 93, Unto Others X Roy vs the Rat. Nothing new under the sun. All schemes crumble before absolute power. If Netero had been younger, or just a little stronger, even without the poor man's rose, he would have killed the Ant King, and without sacrificing his own life. Roy watched Pariston with an amused smile. Their gazes clashed, sparks seeming to fly in the air between them. Behind them, Gotha stood with his hands in his pockets, clutching several coins. The thin bodyguard silently prayed, clutching the cross hanging on his chest. Whir, whir. An old woman drove a floor-cleaning machine past, sweeping the ground. Pariston glanced at her, then clapped his hands, breaking the stalemate first. What a pity. Congratulations, Roy Zoldyck. You win. This game is called Yes or No. The side that chooses No wins. Since you refused my proposal, the blond boy bowed deeply and gestured towards the gate. Please, proceed. Roy watched him with interest. The boy calculated every step, his wit exceptionally sharp. He already showed the makings of the future vice-chairman. Roy stood up and walked towards the boarding gate. 1 step, 2. He passed the old woman driving the cleaning machine again. He even had the leisure to joke, Grandma, isn't it a bit early to be washing the floor? Can't be helped, dearie. Us folks on fixed wages get docked if the boss sees us slacking. Put, put, put. She slowly drove the machine past. Roy nodded, smiled, and waved. Take care, now. He took a few more steps, brushed past Pariston's shoulder, and stopped at the ticket checkpoint. Pariston kept his word, maintaining his deep bow. Behind him, the fat and thin bodyguards tensed slightly, their eyes locked onto Roy, not relaxing for a second. Just then, Gotha caught up, carrying the small bag. Young master, you forgot your cane. Roy acted as if he'd just remembered. Oh, right. He reached back. The cane sword, held in Gotha's hand, shot out of its sheath with a sking. It pierced the air with a sharp whistle, streaked forward like lightning, and then a cold gleam flashed, grazing Pariston's handsome face, leaving a thin line of blood. Finally, Roy caught it firmly in his hand. Little Hill. Pariston. You bastard. Don't move. A sharp command froze his own companions. Pariston straightened up, took a folded handkerchief from his breast pocket, and calmly wiped the blood from his face, looking at Roy. Why? I clearly declared you the winner. Why would you still do this? The blond boy's voice was heavy. Roy Zoldyck, you don't play by the rules. Because, from start to finish, my young master never even saw you as part of the game. Gotha stepped forward, sheath in hand. He kept several coins ready in his right hand, prepared to strike at any moment. He stopped before Roy and bowed slightly. "Young master, please forgive my presumption. You did well." Roy gave the sword a flourish, pointed the tip down, and stabbed it into the floor. He leaned on it with both hands crossed, quietly observing Pariston and his guards. "Introductions are unnecessary, you already know who I am. Since that's the case, would the three of you do me a favor?" Pariston frowned. The boy smiled brightly. "Would the three of you please withdraw from this year's hunter exam to ensure my advancement?" Whoosh! A cold wind blew through the hall, silencing all noise. The boomerang he had just thrown seemed to fly right back. The waiting hall fell utterly silent. The thin bodyguard's face fell instantly. Beside him, the fat bodyguard let out a strange yo-ho-ho-ho laugh. They flanked Pariston. The blond boy looked seriously at Roy, then covered his face and started to chuckle. Ha ha ha. At first, the laughter was soft, then it grew louder, finally erupting into wild peals, before abruptly cutting off. His face darkened as he glared at Roy, squeezing out a few ice-cold words. "And if I say no?" "No." Roy smiled. Fush twin suns ignited in his pupils. The boy's black hair stirred without wind. He casually swept his gaze over them. Both the fat and thin bodyguards behind Pariston took an involuntary step back, alarms instantly blaring in their minds. It was as if they had been stripped naked and thrown onto the street, exposed completely by a single glance. "Hatsu, eye of revelation, see through falsehood. I'm not an unreasonable person either." Roy gripped his cane sword and drew a thin, straight line on the floor with its tip, starting from his own feet. "This next flight is mine. Anyone who dares cross this line. Reach out a hand, I cut off the hand. Take a step, I cut off the foot." At the end of the line, the cane sword swung around and rested lightly on Pariston's shoulder. Roy asked with a beaming smile, "What do you think?" Pariston. He could clearly feel the sharpness of the blade. Instinct told him that if he dared to utter a single word of refusal, the next second, the blade would slice open his neck. The blond boy took several deep breaths. Experiencing defeat for the first time in his life, his expression shifted rapidly before he finally raised both hands. "Whoa, whoa, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Clark, Golem, what are you standing there for? Let's go." Pariston carefully backed away until he could see the tip of the cane sword, then let out a sigh of relief. He gave Roy one last deep look, turned, and left. Behind him, the fat and thin bodyguards followed, slinking away like defeated dogs, their earlier arrogance gone. "Young master, they've suppressed their aura," Gotha noted, handing over the sheath. Roy smoothly sheathed the blade with a flick of his wrist, gave a noncommittal hum, turned, and proceeded through the checkpoint to board. The young butler pushed up his glasses, cast one last glance at the trio, picked up the bag, and followed. The thin straight line remained on the floor, 3 feet from the checkpoint. For a long time, no one dared to cross it. Vroom. The engine spun the propellers, churning the air. 10 minutes later, the airship took off. Outside the terminal, Pariston leaned against the railing, watching the airship climb higher and higher until it became a red dot in the night sky and vanished. The boy spread his arms wide, letting the cold wind whip through his bangs. He closed his eyes involuntarily, the corners of his mouth pulling up into a strange, unsettling smile. "Ah, so this is what failure feels like. Roy Zoldyck, you are simply magnificent. I really, really, want to play you to death." "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." His laughter pierced the clouds. Pariston's shoulders shook, startling a flock of birds into flight. A passing passenger glanced over and muttered under their breath, "Psycho." The fat and thin bodyguards glared, and the passenger scurried away. After a moment, the blond boy gradually calmed down. The fat bodyguard asked cheerfully, "Little Hill, are we still taking the exam?" "Of course," he declared emphatically. "From now on, wherever Roy Zoldyck is, I will be there too." "What about the others?" The thin bodyguard glanced at the candidates who had changed their tickets and were now regathering in the waiting hall. The man in bandages, the snake charmer, the boy with the bow, the bald ninja. "If you want to play, we can play again." His face was expressionless. After all, that guy is gone now. "No." Pariston's expression turned weary. He was bored. "They're all trash, not even worthy of carrying Roy Zoldyck's shoes. No need to waste time on them." So said the boy. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 94, Chapter 94, Physique breaks 100x Roy's rating. Chapter 94, Physique breaks 100x Roy's rating. Thanks to St. Pariston clearing the way, Roy had the entire airship to himself. All 3 decks held only 1 passenger. After spending about half an hour thoroughly checking for any threats and confirming it was safe, Roy sat cross-legged on the sofa in the VIP lounge and began allocating his points. Gotha stood guard outside the door, swatting away a fly that dared to approach the room. Crack the limiter holding back his growth shattered. The familiar, intense pain spread throughout his body. This time, Roy didn't hold back, he went all in. 50 points of life energy were spent in one go. He let out a muffled grunt, nearly losing consciousness. Biting his tongue kept him awake, allowing him to witness his cells rapidly dividing, bones thickening and lengthening, muscle fibers tearing and rebuilding, hair falling out and regrowing. Finally, with a deep thud, his heart gave a powerful beat. Visibly, a larger version of Roy shed his old skin, reborn. Notification, Physique plus 50. Name, Roy Zoldyck. Physique, 75.7 125.7. Note, average person is 1. Aura output, D, 170/10,000, D+, 200/10,000. Note, rating based on Chimera Ant benchmark. Elite Squad Leader D, Division Commander C, Royal Guard B, Ant King B+. Potential Aura, D, 236/10,000, D+, 8431/10,000. Note, rating based on Chimera Ant benchmark. Pop, pop, pop. Roy rolled his neck, stretching his new body. His joints cracked like popping beans, catching Gota's attention. Young master, are you all right? The butler asked through the door. Fine. Sigh. The door slid open, revealing Roy's strikingly heroic face. Gota took one look and froze. In just a few seconds, the young master seems to have grown a whole head taller and filled out considerably. The tracksuit he was wearing would definitely need replacing. It was stretched so tight his muscles looked ready to burst through. Let's go eat. His stomach rumbled again, demanding nourishment. Roy pretended not to notice Gota's astonishment and headed towards the dining area. The young butler snapped back to reality and followed, one step behind, silently observing his master's broader back. Faintly, it reminded him of Silva in his prime. The young master is really growing too fast. Demon Slayer World. Nearly a month had passed since the New Year's festival. Roy's swordsmanship training had plateaued at 59,000 swings a day. He hadn't made any progress for 10 consecutive days. Although the boy said nothing, everyone, including Seikanji Yurokadake, Sabito, and Makomo, could clearly sense it. Ieyakuiro had reached the limit possible for someone his age. Late at night, the boy slept soundly on the bed. In a corner of the cabin, an oil lamp flickered quietly. Beneath it sat an old man wearing a tengu mask, writing a letter of recommendation. As a former water hashira and a cultivator, Seikanji Yurokadake had a duty to report any exceptional talent he discovered to his superiors, specifically, the current head of the Yubayashiki family, Kaguya Yubayashiki. With the demons growing stronger, every genius brought a glimmer of hope. Seikanji Yurokadake lifted his brush, carefully choosing his words. Beside him, Makomo generated a ghostly breeze to help him grind the inkstone. Behind him, Sabito leaned against a pillar, watching silently. As for Shinsuke, Fukuda, and the others, ever since their reunion with Seikanji, they had become much quieter, preferring to perch on the rafters and stare blankly, rarely going out. Hey, what rank do you think master will give Ieyakuiro? Makomo peeked curiously at the letter Seikanji was writing. Seeing her master pause as he reached the ranking section, she whispered the question to Sabito. Sabito closed his eyes and thought. According to the current Demon Slayer core ranking system, Mizunoto, Mizuno, Kanoto, Kano, Suchinoto, Suchino, Hinoto, Hano, Kainato, Kino. I would rank Ieyakuiro as Kino, the fox-masked boy analyzed carefully. Slayers below Hano rank have practically no combat ability against demons. They mostly handle information relay and logistics. Hano and above can assist the Hashira in battle. Kainato can handle ordinary demons alone, but are still no match for the powerful moons. As for Ieyakuiro, Sabito opened his eyes, looking at the sleeping boy. If my peak self encountered him now, I would be instantly killed. Therefore, considering his skill and potential, I believe he's strong enough to single-handedly defeat the lower moons you mentioned. Ranking him, Kino, ready to become a Hashira, is no problem at all. Master, Sabito ranked Ieyakuiro as Kino. Just as Sabito finished speaking, the ghostly wind guided the ink stick to write a line of small characters on the table. Makomo playfully made a face at Sabito, having instantly betrayed him. The fox-masked boy gave a helpless smile, making no attempt to retract his assessment. Kino was Kino. Once Sabito decided something, he wouldn't change his mind. Seikanji Yurokadake chuckled, turning his head towards where he knew Makomo was. And you? He asked gently. Do you think Ieyakuiro deserves Kino? I'll go with whatever master says. Makomo immediately tossed the question back, without a second thought. Another line of characters appeared on the table, followed by a cute little, tongue-sticking-out face. Seikanji Yurokadake smiled fondly at the spot. After a moment, he nodded. Then Kino it is. He lifted his brush and wrote a large character for Kino on the recommendation letter. Then, after the character, he added another, upper, making it upper Kino. Finally, after some thought, he added a comment. I dare inform the master, if anyone in the future can slay Muzan Kibatsuji, it will surely be my disciple Ieyakuiro Kamadu. Written in haste. Night of March 12th, Seikanji Yurokadake, respectfully. Lifting the brush, the old man picked up the paper and held it near the lamp to dry the ink. The final comment stood out clearly in the light. Sabito and Makomo exchanged a look, stunned. The same thought occurred to both of them. They had still underestimated Iekairo's standing in their master's heart. The girl stiffly turned her head. What rank was Jiu-senpai? She asked Sabito. Sabito was silent for a moment before uttering a single word, Kainato. Whoosh. Early spring. The snow on Sagiri Mountain hadn't fully melted yet. The cold wind rattled the paper window. A long silence fell over the room. After finishing the letter, Seikanji Urokodaki opened the window and let the crow in. He placed Roy's daily training logs along with the letter into a small bamboo tube, tied it securely to the crow's leg, and released it. The crow dropped a single black feather and flew off towards the forest. A few days later, it arrived at the Yubayashiki estate, circling overhead. It was noon. Inside the main house, a Hashira meeting was underway, discussing strategies to subjugate Upper Moon 3, Akeza, whose location had recently been discovered. Suddenly, a crow's cry interrupted them. Kaguya Yubayashiki extended an arm, allowing the crow to land. He opened the bamboo tube, unfolded the letter, and began to read. As he reached the end, his pupils dilated slightly. He cast an unreadable glance at Jiyu Tomioka, who was kneeling below, and paused the meeting. The 9 Hashira looked up curiously. The stone Hashira, Jiomei Hanjima, spoke first. Master, has something happened? Kaguya Yubayashiki was silent for a long moment, then beckoned Jiyu Tomioka forward. Jiyu, read this aloud for everyone. Yes, Master. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 95. Chapter 95. The Faces of the 9 Hashira x Jiyu Tomioka rushes forth. Chapter 95. The Faces of the 9 Hashira x Jiyu Tomioka rushes forth. Jiyu Tomioka was a calm and introverted child. Protecting his master and exterminating demons was his life's purpose. At the same time, Jiyu was also incredibly nostalgic and deeply attached. He always wrote letters home to his master during festivals and holidays. The red haori he wore was a memento from his late sister, Tsutako. When his sister died protecting him from a demon, the boy resolved to live on, carrying her portion of life as well. He took the letter from Kaguya Yubayashiki. A single glance confirmed it was Master Seikanji Urokodaki's handwriting. Thinking back on how he hadn't returned for the new year because he was tracking Akeza, the boy felt a pang of guilt. He composed himself and began to read aloud seriously. To Master Yubayashiki, may you be well. From Seikanji Urokodaki. 6 months ago, I took on a student named Iekairo Kamadu. His talent is extraordinary. I report this specially to the master. So, master has taken a new student after all. Jiyu Tomioka couldn't help but feel happy for his master. He had always known how much his master suffered, especially after Sabito died protecting him from the hand demon. His master had been utterly devastated. For him to finally move past it was truly remarkable. Jiyu gathered himself and continued reading. Iekairo is the most outrageously talented child I have ever encountered in my life. According to his younger brother, Tanjiro, even before becoming my student, he had already slain demons twice on his own. Jiyu's eyes flickered. This new junior brother has some skill. He continued. When we first met, he passed my selection test in less time than it takes to brew tea. After that, in less than half a month, he completed 10,000 swings for the first time, achieving an air slash with a reach of 3 meters. 10,000 swings in half a month, and an air slash. Iekairo is stronger than I was. The speaker had yellow hair tipped with fiery red. The flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. Talent must be realized to become brilliant. No need for modesty, Kyojuro. A man with white hair wrapped in a flashy jeweled headband, gold ornaments on each ear, and 2 short swords linked by a chain on his back. The sound Hashira, Tengen Uzui recalled his own arduous path as a shinobi. He wasn't overly surprised. In fact, a certain vacant-eyed child nearby seemed even calmer than him. Muchiro Tokaito, as usual, showed no interest in anything, indifferent to everything. 10,000 swings in half a month. Please. He was the man who became a Hashira in just 2 months. Hiss, hiss. The white snake, Kabarameru, flicked its tongue, seemingly impatient. If the master hadn't specifically asked Jiyu Tomioka to read the letter, Obanai Iguro wouldn't have bothered listening. His own haiku were far more interesting. Beside him, the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, was even more restless, barely suppressing his agitation so as not to be disrespectful in the master's presence. As for some genius named Iekairo, killing demons was far more satisfying. Jiyu, continue reading. Sensing the growing restlessness, the stone Hashira, Jiomei Hanjima, clasped his hands together with a sharp clap. Silence. The air in the main hall seemed to freeze for an instant, falling completely quiet. Jiyu Tomioka looked at Kaguya Yubayashiki, who gave him an encouraging nod. The boy continued reading. Iekairo, completed 20,000 swings in the 2nd month, 30,000 in the 3rd, 40,000 in the 4th, 50,000 in the 5th. Now, he is approaching 60,000. His air slash can even reach a distance of 20 meters. And this is without me teaching him any breathing styles, achieved purely through his own effort. After the restlessness and forced silence, the atmosphere in the room finally shifted subtly. The insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko, looked thoughtful. If what former Hashira Urokodaka says is true, then we must admit, this child is talented. The young Shinobu had been interested in pharmacology since childhood. To prescribe the right medicine, she had devoured medical texts on human anatomy. She had a profound understanding of the human body's limits. At the very least, she stated matter-of-factly, it indicates that Iyakairo possesses exceptional natural physical strength, comparable to that of an average demon. She glanced at Gyomei Hinjima, another individual whose physique rivaled, or even surpassed, that of demons. Nama Amida Butsu. Gyomei Hinjima fingered his prayer beads, tears streaming down his face again. Whether it was because he found a kindred spirit or something else, he was moved to tears. Jiyu Tomioka took it all in, continued reading towards the end, but the words caught in his throat. He couldn't speak them. He simply froze. Instantly, the room fell silent once more. Finished. Sanemi, hearing no more, couldn't help but shoot him a sideways glare, his eyes heavily bloodshot. Jiyu Tomioka didn't answer. The other Hashira looked over, puzzled. The boy finally seemed to react, stiffly turning his neck to look at Kaguya Yubayashiki. Allow me to read the rest, Yubayashiki said with a gentle smile. Yes, master. The letter returned to his hands. The head of the Yubayashiki family, who had fought Muzan for nearly 1,000 years, surveyed the room and said meaningfully, therefore, I have rated this child, Iyakairo, as, upper Kino. If anyone in the future can slay Muzan Kibutsuji, it will surely be my disciple Iyakairo Kamadu. That name, Seikanji Urokodaka, how arrogant. Boom. The atmosphere in the room instantly ignited. Kyojuro Rengoku burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I really want to meet this fellow. To have the former water Hashira vouch for him like this, he must be truly remarkable. Perhaps it's all just appearances. I'd like to see if that child is as flamboyant as imagined, capable of even killing Muzan. Tengen Uzui was intrigued as well. Beside him, Muchiro Tokaido stared with his hazy eyes. Is it over? The love Hashira, Mitsurai Kenroji, nodded vigorously, her stomach rumbling. She was hungry again. I wonder if this Iyakairo child can eat as much as I can. The Hashira reacted variously. Finally, the stone Hashira, Gyomei Hinjima, spoke. Master, let's bring the child here to see. If he is truly talented, we must cultivate him carefully. Who will go? Kaguya Yubayashiki asked, agreeing. All the Hashira except Muchiro, who was zoning out, turned to look at Jiyu Tomioka. Kaguya Yubayashiki followed suit, his gaze settling on him. Jiyu Tomioka. He uttered two cold words, I will. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, his resolve firm. Let me, his senior brother, test him and see if he is truly worthy of master's evaluation. For once, the usually taciturn boy burned with a rare passion. That same day, a Kashagi crow took flight, carrying the news of Jiyu Tomioka's impending return toward Sajiri Mountain. Meanwhile, at 5:30 in the morning, Roy finished dinner under Dota's care, once again entered the familiar sea of cognition through deep sleep, swam for a bit, and pushed open the gate to the Demon Slayer world. The familiar sensation of falling. The boy opened his eyes again, but Makomo's pretty eyes were nowhere to be seen. It seemed that ever since she realized Roy could see her, the little girl had been avoiding him, always looking down when they spoke, never meeting his gaze. It was amusing, and a little frustrating. Regardless, Roy paid her no mind, ate breakfast with his master as usual, and went out to practice his sword. Today, with his explosive increase in physique, he wanted to see if he could finally break through the bottleneck that had held him back for days. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 96, Chapter 96, Red Sun refines the heart X Seikanji Urokodaka's shock. Chapter 96, Red Sun refines the heart X Seikanji Urokodaka's shock. Roy pushed open the door and walked into the mountain forest. Winter had passed, and early spring greenery was beginning to sprout. Sajiri Mountain, perpetually sunless, showed faint touches of green, bursting with life. Sabito followed him out without a word. Makomo stayed with Seikanji Urokodaka, occasionally using a ghostly wind to help him clear away wood shavings from his carving. When she looked again, Roy maintained his stance, feet planted firmly, core engaged, driving his elbows, connecting to his hands, swinging relentlessly. He was nearing 5,000 swings. How many is that? Makomo flew up into the tree, landing beside Sabito. Her counting always got fuzzy after 3,000. She had wisely given up and passed the task to Sabito. 4,900. Huh. Makomo glanced at the sky. It was still a long way from dusk. 4,900 already? Could it be? Is Iyakairo going to break through his bottleneck today? Whether he breaks through, I don't know. Sabito said, all I know is that he took a half-hour break in the middle to eat some rice balls and drink a pot of hot tea. Makomo. Only him. Anyone else would have had their jaw drop. The girl told herself not to be surprised, she should be used to it by now. Her gaze drifted numbly back to Roy. Her brow furrowed, then she froze again. Did Iyakiro get even taller overnight? You noticed too. The sleeves and cuffs of the swinging boy's clothes were noticeably shorter, revealing his wrists and ankles. Sabito let out a soft sigh. Back when my parents were still alive, they used to tell me a story. They said never to go into a bamboo forest after it rains, lest the bamboo shoots suddenly spring up and hit you. I never believed it before, but now. The fox-masked boy gave a self-deprecating laugh. Even if Iyakiro suddenly told me he was made of bamboo, I wouldn't be surprised. You jest, senpai, Roy said, raising his blade for another slash. The whistling blade cut through the mist. I'm not joking, Sabito replied, crossing his arms, his voice tinged with envy. If I had possessed even a tenth of your strength back then, I wouldn't have died at that monster's hands. I don't need a tenth, just a 20th would be fine, Makomo said, propping her chin on her hand and calling out to Roy. Hey, Iyakiro, can you tell me what you eat to grow so fast? The little girl had always been self-conscious about her height, even in death. Sabito rolled his eyes, exasperated, unsure of what to say. Roy delivered another slash, smiling but not answering. He couldn't exactly say, eat you. When it came to soul resentment, his senior brothers and sisters here were likely no less potent than Moritonio's sister. In fact, having practiced breathing styles, their souls were probably refined and almost tangible, containing an extraordinary amount of life energy. The thought made Roy pause, surprised that hunger could trigger such a dark impulse, the idea of consuming his own seniors. He frowned, quickly realizing something was wrong. Within his own heart lurked many negative emotions. He hadn't noticed them before, but now, calming his mind and examining himself closely. Some came from the vengeful souls killed by the terrorist Joker. Some from the girl and other Nen users tortured by the meat grinder Pariston. Some from Moritonio's sister and the victims he had turned into art or crushed into paste. Even Hiro Minamino, the first spirit Roy had helped, was among them. These victims actually held no ill will towards Roy himself. They had remained dormant, showing no signs of unrest, until today, when Makomo's words stirred his hunger, making them active. Roy frowned, deep in thought. Humans, as individuals, are inherently complex. The human heart can never be completely free of dust. There will always be a bright side and a dark side, existing simultaneously, opposed yet unified. In that case, since I chose to accept them, I inevitably accepted their darkness as well. Understanding dawned on the boy. He raised his blade, and his slash went wide. This must be the so-called law of equivalent exchange. To gain strength, one must accept the risks that come with it. Sure. Sabito noticed Roy's stance had faltered and quickly signaled Makomo not to distract him further. Makomo, understanding the gravity, fell silent. Roy's brow furrowed tightly. Having identified the problem, he promptly corrected his stance and continued swinging, his mind racing, figuring out how to dispel these negative emotions. If they accumulated, it was highly likely, as his father Silva had warned, that his path would twist, leading him to madness. Unconsciously, the boy swung his blade. The count passed 5,000, 5,500, 600, 700, 900, nearing 6,000. At the exact moment Sabito counted 5,999, a ray of setting sun pierced the mist, striking Roy's face. Warmth instantly flooded his heart. He paused, stunned. Twin suns ignited fush in his eyes, instantly seeing through illusion and confusion. Yes. The sun rises, the night retreats. Wherever sunlight shines, all filth naturally withdraws. Inspiration struck. Roy, guided by sudden insight, gently closed his eyes and silently visualized the sun in his mind. Vum. An inexplicable resonance emanated from him, passing through Sabito and Makomo, making their spiritual forms tremble. They looked closer. The training blade in Roy's hands began to show faint red spots. At first, just 2 or 3 scattered points, then a line, then they connected into patches, finally spreading across the entire blade. Here, on Sagiri Mountain, perpetually shrouded in fog, it erupted in a dazzling crimson glow. As the boy slashed diagonally, all the negative emotions lurking deep within his heart were instantly vanquished, dissipating like black smoke rising from his head, swept away by the wind into nothingness. Following it was a massive slash of fire, crossing nearly 30 meters, cutting through the wooden post, tearing open the ground, splitting the birch tree, and stopping just an inch from Seikanji Urokodaka's toes. Boom! The birch tree fell, sending snow flying. Amidst the white expanse, the old man, who had come under the cover of night to check on his disciples' practice, felt the Tengu mask on his face crack down the middle and fall to the ground, revealing his weathered face, utterly shocked and speechless. A red blade, sword aura like burning flames. Memories instantly flashed back several years, to the day his beloved disciple Jiyu Tomioka had graduated, a day of quiet sorrow for himself. That day, Jiyu, thanks to Sabito, had passed the final selection on Mount Fujikazan and officially become a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. While waiting at home for the swordsmith to deliver his blade, Seikanji clearly remembered something the smith had said. He was searching for a swordsman who could turn a Nichiren blade red. In fact, the entire swordsmith village was searching for this swordsman. And now, Hotaru Hagenjika, Seikanji thought, his voice choked with emotion, the person you were looking for, has been found. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 97, Chapter 97, I want sunlight to flood the earth x I want demons to have nowhere to hide. Chapter 97, I want sunlight to flood the earth x I want demons to have nowhere to hide. Master, I think I can begin the next stage of learning. The red glow faded, and the training blade returned to its normal appearance. Roy executed a clean motion, sheathing the sword. Notification, Swordsmanship plus 70. The flames dissipated, leaving behind scorched earth and a burning birch tree. Seikanji Urokadaka stared blankly at the boy, the image of that brilliant slash parting the mist to welcome the light seared into his mind, likely never to be forgotten. Have you reached your limit? The master hadn't forgotten his disciple's words. Roy had said he would learn a breathing style only when he reached his limit. Seikanji had respected his decision and waited. Sabito and Makomo leaped down from the tree, landing on either side of the old man. Snapping back to reality, the spectral boy and girl stared intently at Roy, their eyes still wide with shock, even after being stunned time and time again. A genius cannot be measured by ordinary standards. The bittersweet feeling of having one's perceptions constantly shattered filled their hearts. Sabito's gaze burned. Iyakairo, I agree with your decision. The fox-masked boy looked towards where the mist was gathering again, blocking the sunlight from the forest. Sajiri Mountain can no longer contain you, he said softly. You deserve a wider world. Whether you take up your sword to slay demons or travel the land, when you eventually go to Mount Fujikazan and avenge us, please, carry our portion of life with you, and live brilliantly. Me too. Makomo smiled, her beautiful eyes curving into crescents. That monster chewed me up real bad. Don't let it off easy when the time comes. Slice it up for me, piece by piece. Sabito glanced at her. He'd never seen Makomo act so fierce. But in his heart, he completely agreed. Demons were demons, they deserved no sympathy. Okay, Roy replied succinctly, engraving their words into his heart. After undergoing the red sun heart refinement, the boy looked at Seikanji Urokadaki again, a hint of lingering emotion and freedom in his eyes. Master, I must confess, I previously held selfish intentions. I was always thinking of surpassing myself, of at least not being inferior to certain people. An image of Netero flashed through his mind. The boy continued, now, I want to step out, bring my body and heart together into this vast world. To do more, see more, save more people. To lessen the number of demons in this world, that would be good. Of course, Roy grinned, showing his teeth, if I get the chance to kill the Demon King, so that demons no longer dare to run rampant where the sun shines. I think, when I return then to pay respects to my senior brothers and sisters, I'll have earned some face and won't be criticized. Hey now, Iyakairo. Sneaking behind our backs and tattling while we're not around, huh? Shinsuke materialized beside him. When that day comes, you won't even have to ask. I'll make Fukuda perform suicide for everyone's entertainment. Wouldn't be the worst idea. I'll just kill you both at the same time. Whoosh. A ghostly wind swept past, rustling the branches. Shinsuke and Fukuda flew over, each draping an arm over the boy's shoulders. Behind them were Shimizu, Watanabe, Kyujo, and all his other senior brothers and sisters. The sun began to set, casting a faint red glow through the thick fog on the horizon. Seikanji Urokadaka listened quietly as the boy spoke. Even without the aid of Nen, he knew they were all there. It's good that they're all here. Very good. The old man gave the boy one last deep look. Meet me under the waterfall tomorrow morning. He turned, hands clasped behind his back, and walked away through the snow. He left the Tengu mask behind in the forest. He had a feeling that soon, he, his retired old friends, and all the ordinary people in the world would no longer have to hide, living under the shadow of demons. Just as his disciple had said, sunlight will ultimately dispel the darkness. Tap, tap. The footsteps faded into the distance. Night fell, dark as ink. Still 3 days' journey from Sajiri Mountain, a young man ran through the moonlight, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, eager to return home. He had deep blue eyes, long black hair tied in a low ponytail. His black demon slayer uniform was cinched with a simple white belt. A haori, split down the middle, one side red, the other a yellow and green pattern, flowed behind him, swaying with his rapid movements. Jiyu Tomioka pressed forward. Orders received must be executed. That was the mission. A new junior brother had entered the picture. That was curiosity. To test his talent, holding on to a sliver of hope. That was anticipation. Beneath Jiyu's usually reserved and cold exterior, he looked forward to this trip, yet also felt apprehensive, afraid of disappointment, worried about being scolded by his master for not returning during the new year. In short, his heart was far from calm. In contrast, the object of his anticipation, after enjoying a sumptuous feast of wild boar meat with the person he cared for, lay clothed on the bed under the clear moon and gentle breeze, drifting sweetly into dreamland. Still the familiar sensation of falling. When Roy left the world of Demon Slayer, trod across the sea of cognition, passed through the dream tunnel, and returned to the hunter world, the sky outside the airship window was already bright. Looking down from high above, he could clearly see the red sun leaping over the horizon. Uncharacteristically, Roy had slept until 6 in the morning. It was quite strange. He rolled out of bed, washed up, and went for his run as usual. Toothpaste and water cup had already been prepared by Gotha. The young butler glanced at the boy. Young master seems to be in a good mood today. Usually, even without an alarm, his internal clock would wake him at 4 a.m. sharp. But perhaps because the negative emotions lurking deep within had been expelled, Roy felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment and joy, and had slept in for once. Not bad. A slight smile touched his lips. The boy began running laps around the airship, eventually heading straight for the deck. He spread his arms wide, embracing the sunlight, closing his eyes to enjoy the rare moment of peace. A phone call shattered the tranquility. It's a call from home. Young Master Illumi snuck out without reporting his destination. He's heading for the hunter exam. Gotha hung up, looking cautiously at Roy. The master instructed that you should keep an eye on young Master Illumi, lest someone kill him. Is it others killing him, or him killing others? The boy sneered. Gotha. Considering young Master Illumi's disposition, it was hard to say. When he looked up again, the young master was gone. Gotha quickly hurried after him. Ding ding dong. Ding ding dong. Attention all passengers. This flight is now arriving at Narita Airport in the Sahurda Republic. Please check your belongings and prepare to disembark. At 8 in the morning, the airship arrived in the Sahurda Republic. After leaving the airport, they took a ferry. Standing on the deck, master and servant, one behind the other, watched as, within an hour, an island shaped like a whale came into view in the distance. It was an entrance to the hunter exam, and the place where the entire Hunter x Hunter story began. Roy let the sea breeze blow through his hair, his bangs swaying. He thought of Gon, Killua, Karapika, Leo Rio. Then, 10 years ahead of schedule, he stepped onto the land where the dream began. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 98, Chapter 98, Whale Island x Kite's Gold Hunt. Chapter 98, Whale Island x Kite's Gold Hunt. Whale Island wasn't large, it was even smaller than the Zoldyck family estate on Kukuru Mountain. But compared to the cold austerity of Kukuru Mountain, Whale Island had towns and markets. Relying on the annual hunter exam to attract a large number of candidates, its tourism and prosperity far surpassed that of the Zoldyck home. Street vendors hawking their wares, inns and restaurants offering discounts to lure customers, street performers juggling and putting on shows, all contributed to a lively atmosphere that Kukuru Mountain lacked. Following Roy, Gotha even spotted many oddly dressed individuals, carrying various weapons slung over their backs, across their shoulders, or held in their hands, parading openly through the streets. They were likely candidates who had arrived early. Young master, there's a nicely decorated restaurant up ahead. Shall we dine there? After a short stroll, it was lunchtime. Gotha noticed a restaurant ahead that seemed popular. The dining hall was bustling and more than half full. The food was probably decent. Roy wandered through the market, feeling a sudden wave of nostalgia. His former home had streets like these. Lost in memory, he walked right past the restaurant and asked Gotha instead, "Can your phone take pictures?" Gotha paused. If he had known the young master wanted photos, he would have brought a camera. He nodded. "It can. The quality isn't very good, though." Smartphones didn't exist yet. Most phones were button-operated. A flip phone was considered high-end. Roy knew this and didn't push it. He led Gotha through streets and alleys, away from the bustling center, gradually heading towards a quieter area. They passed a field of lush green grass and saw a small taverna, typical Japanese single-family building, business downstairs, residence upstairs. Above the door were the words, Mito Tavern. The boy stopped and turned to Gotha, flashing a peace sign. Gotha. Speechless, he glanced at the somewhat dated tavern. He couldn't even hear any customers talking inside. He truly didn't understand why the young master, having passed so many scenic spots, chose this place for a commemorative photo. The young butler clearly didn't grasp the special significance. The place where the dream began held for a reincarnator. Because this was where the story started, taking a picture here was proof that he, Roy, had been here, existed, and would continue to exist in the future. Click. Gotha took out his phone and pressed the shutter button. Photo taken. Roy didn't even look at it, just told him to have it developed when they returned home. Leaning on his cane sword, he walked to the door and pushed it open. Creak. "Welcome." A bright female voice called out. From behind the counter emerged a young woman carrying a tray, wearing a headscarf. She had shoulder-length orange hair and pretty amber eyes, looking about 16 or 17. Her gaze resembled a certain someone who loved participating in reality shows, but lacked his cunning and ambition, instead radiating a gentle strength. "2," Roy said, holding up 2 fingers. He led Gotha to the bar counter and sat down. The tavern was very quiet, with only one other table occupied. Perhaps it was because Pariston had deterred most candidates, or maybe because this place was far from town, somewhat remote with only a few neighboring houses. It lacked the bustle but possessed a peaceful tranquility. "Okay, please have a seat." 2 glasses of ice water were placed before them. Mito smiled and handed over the menus. Roy casually ordered omuris with orange juice. Gotha followed suit, same as him. While waiting for the food, he took the opportunity to survey the tavern's layout, identifying exits and potential escape routes. His gaze swept past the other occupied table, lingered for a moment, then he leaned in and whispered to Roy, "Young master, that person over there seems to be a Nen user. He's not just any Nen user. A white shirt, black pants, brown shoes, a blue cap, and long, straight white hair that nearly brushed the floor as the young man sat down." Roy had recognized him the moment he walked in, Jing's disciple in name, Kite. Only a second had passed since Gotha looked over, but the hawk-like eyes under the cap snapped towards them. They rested on Gotha for an instant, then shifted to Roy. The boy's gaze sharpened. He pressed his cap down slightly and subtly lowered his head. Danger. The moment Kite noticed the boy, alarms blared in his mind. It was like seeing a ferocious beast. As a child, he had a natural affinity for animals, making him exceptionally sensitive to auras. This wasn't about Nen, it was pure instinct. Jing had discovered this talent, taken him in as a nominal disciple, taught him Nen, and upon parting, instructed him to pass the hunter exam, leaving him with one final test, find Jing. So, Kite had obediently come here, choosing Whale Island Master Jing's hometown as his starting point for the hunter exam and his gold hunt. He just hadn't expected to run into 2 experts right off the bat, especially the boy. Even without looking directly at him, he felt an intensely oppressive aura. It was like when he had wandered into the jungle as a child and encountered a fox bear. "Sir, your food is here." Just then, Mito, not yet an auntie, pushed through the kitchen curtain carrying the omuris and juice. Kite knew who the girl was. His eyes remained lowered, but a sliver of his attention remained locked on Roy and Gotha. The young butler pushed up the glasses on his nose. With his other hand, he subtly slid his fingers towards his pocket, silently gripping a coin. "Eat." Clink. A soft sound broke the tension. Roy picked up a fork and lightly tapped his plate. He pressed down on Gotha's subtly tensing hand and, ignoring everyone else, cut into the omelette, scooping up a spoonful of fried rice mixed with ketchup and broken egg. He tasted it carefully, then smiled at Mito. "Your chef's skills are excellent. The rice is delicious. My mom made it." Mito beamed, oblivious to the undercurrents of the past moment, puffing out her small chest proudly. "My brother and I loved mom's cooking the most growing up. You must be very happy then." "Oh, it's nothing special, really," Mito replied humbly with a smile. Roy nodded, then suddenly asked, "Where's your brother? Are you managing the front all by yourself?" Kite's body instantly tensed again. Gotha likewise put down his spoon. Mito's expression clouded slightly. She snorted. "Don't mention him. Haven't seen him home in years. Who knows what he's busy doing out there?" "Busy doing what?" "Starting companies, exploring ruins, restoring ancient buildings, or, having kids." Roy calculated the time. Around the same time Mother Kikyo conceived Killua, Jing had gone. He looked up again at Mito's resentful expression. The poor girl had no idea what she would have to face in the future. He smiled faintly and said no more. After finishing the meal, they paid and left the tavern with Gotha. Behind them, creak. The wooden door closed, then opened again. A thin figure in a blue cap silently followed them out. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 99, Chapter 99, Roy vs. Kite X Hunter Exam Imminent. Chapter 99, Roy vs. Kite X Hunter Exam Imminent. Kite used Zetsu to suppress his aura, silently trailing behind Roy. Master Jing had once told him, a good hunter is naturally loved by animals. Later, after learning Nen, he realized it was a talent for blending with nature, technically termed Zetsu. Top-tier hunters like Jing, if they truly wished to hide, could become completely undetectable. Kite hadn't been learning Nen for long. While he couldn't reach that level, he wasn't bad either. He figured that maintaining a certain distance and using the surroundings for cover, following the two from afar shouldn't be a problem. He hid behind trees, telephone poles, street signs, and ornamental rocks. Seeing them head deeper into the jungle, he paused, intending to turn back, when the one leaning on the cane suddenly stopped. Immediately, an overwhelming pressure descended, catching him completely off guard. His knees buckled, and he nearly collapsed. Magnetism, oppression. Roy turned, leaning on his cane sword, and pressed a hand towards Kite. The boy felt as if another giant boulder had slammed down on his head. His knee joints creaked caca, and he was forced to manifest his nen ability. A roulette wheel spins in my mouth, numbers 1 through 9. It transforms into a weapon based on the number rolled. That's me, crazy slots. Let's roll some good luck. A clown with a pointed green hat, red nose, white gloves held up to its cheeks, and a square, open mouth holding a number, popped out with a whoosh. Its first words were a complaint. NNGH, so heavy. Damn brat, who did you piss off this time? What's with this crushing force? Shut up. Kite opened his aura nodes, used 10, and stubbornly resisted the magnetic force, refusing to fall. One hand hovered, ready to spin the slots at any moment. His gaze fixed intently on Roy, he explained, I mean no harm. The boy took a deep breath. I just wanted to ensure safety and see you off. This isn't seeing off, Roy stated flatly, Gotha standing beside him with a dark expression. To be followed, and for the young master to have to point it out. The young butler was furious and ashamed. Coins appeared in his hand, ready to be flicked. He aimed at Kite. Don't try to pretty up the word, stalking. Back at the tavern, I noticed your eyes were suspicious. Sneaking glances was one thing, but daring to follow them out. Gotha looked at Roy, seeking permission. Young master, should I just kill him after all? Thin strands of nen wrapped around the coins. With just a flick of his finger, they would shoot out. The air grew heavy. Roy raised a hand, signaling Gotha to relax, then abruptly brought it down, increasing his nen output. Kite felt another boulder slam onto his body. His back arched, and he desperately reached to spin the slots. But unexpectedly, a sudden pulling force struck. Crazy slots vanished without a trace, reappearing in Roy's hand. He held it casually, his cane sword planted firmly before him, unmoving. Deprived of his ability, Kite's concentration broke. He finally gave way and collapsed face down. Crack, crack. The ground spiderwebbed around him, forming a shallow pit. Then, the sound of unhurried footsteps reached his ears. Kite struggled to lift his head from the pit. His cap had fallen off, leaving him looking utterly wretched. I don't want to fight you. It's just that you're too dangerous. He repeated, explaining himself. So. Roy walked up to him, picked up the cap, and placed it back on his head. He channeled a stream of nen into crazy slots, examining its texture. It was definitely a conjured item with physical substance. He looked quietly at Kite. You have your thoughts, I have my methods. Since you chose to follow, you must be prepared to be discovered. I taught you a lesson. Even if your master Jing were here, he couldn't find fault with it. Kite's head snapped up. He stared at Roy in shock. You know Mr. Jing? He blurted out. Heaven knows, Kite had never told anyone about his relationship with Jing. How could this guy possibly know? And his nen ability, what was it? Oppression was one thing, but what was that pulling force? 1,000 thoughts flooded his mind at the mention of Jing, leaving Kite utterly bewildered. Roy didn't answer. He released crazy slots, letting it float back to Kite, urging him to spin the wheel. He raised his right hand again, canceling the pressure, stood up, and turned to leave. Nothing new under the sun. Consider yourself lucky you're a decent person. Let's go. The boy grabbed his cane sword, turned, and left without a backward glance. Gotha gave Kite one last cold look. Count yourself lucky. He turned and followed. Moments later, a mountain breeze blew past. Kite struggled out of the pit, gazed in the direction Roy had gone, and stood there, stunned, for a long time. The mysterious boy, his immense power. Mr. Jing was right. This world is small enough, yet large enough. I still need to grow much stronger. Finally, Kite adjusted his cap, waved his hand to dismiss crazy slots, and turned to leave. January 4th. 3 days remained until the start of the hunter exam. After leaving Mito's tavern, Roy plunged into the jungle, casually broke off a tree branch to use as a fishing rod, found a lake, and began fishing. He sat cross-legged on a large green rock, Grandpa Tsig's notebook open on his lap, turned to the hookless fishing page, a small stone holding it down. Nearby, Gotha gathered firewood, built a fire, and prepared to grill fish. Young master knew that man. Master. Jing. Kite's strong reaction hadn't escaped Gotha's notice. The young butler stole a glance at Roy's back, a strange feeling rising within him. It always seemed, as if the young master knew everything about the world without ever needing to leave home. It reminded him somewhat of the gods or prophets worshipped in some small countries or tribes. Wouldn't say, knew. Just aware of some things, Roy replied without elaborating. He was surprised to encounter Kite here, but upon reflection, it made sense. As Jing's only named disciple, in name, at least, if Kite was taking the hunter exam, it would be strange if he didn't make a pilgrimage to Jing's hometown. A drop of nen seeped from the end of the fishing rod, showing faint signs of condensing into a thread as it fell. Roy continued to temper his nen thread, enhancing its texture. 1 day passed, then 2. The small whale island grew increasingly lively. Faintly familiar figures began appearing in various corners of the town. The man in bandages, the snake charmer, the boy with the bow, the Kurta girl in her ethnic attire, the blonde boy in a sharp suit slurping noodles at a street stall with his 2 bodyguards, and a strange man with dozens of pins stuck in his face, who walked with a creaking sound, his expression unnervingly stiff. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. 100. Chapter 100. The Zoldyck View on Family X. The transport ship arrives. Chapter 100. The Zoldyck View on Family X. The transport ship arrives. Was the message delivered? It was. After Luke called Gotha, relaying the instruction for young Master Roy to look after young Master Illumi, Luke immediately went to the second floor of the castle to report to Silva. In the bedroom, Kikyo lay languidly on the sofa, flipping through a magazine. Beside her, a young butler attended to her, feeding her fruit. Her belly had grown noticeably larger, pressing close. One could even hear a strong, steady heartbeat. When she had nothing else to do, she would often cradle her belly and coo to Silva, insisting with absolute certainty, "This one will definitely have silver hair." Silva always listened quietly, his mind inevitably drifting to the image of the stubborn boy who had stared him down, vowing to kill him. The oldest master always said that spirit in a child was a good thing. Keeping him cooped up at home would only turn him into waste. Silva understood this and agreed with the old man, but, these past few days, without Roy, without Illumi, Silva found himself alone in the vast, empty training room, feeling a sense of emptiness and boredom he had never experienced before. As a result, he had trained Miluki particularly hard for several days. The boy was still lying in his room, unable to get out of bed, playing dead and foaming at the mouth whenever training was mentioned. 9 o'clock in the morning. The sun rose, casting a ray of light through the floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating Silva. Today, he hadn't gone to the training room at all, instead staying in the bedroom to rest with Kikyo, sipping red wine while listening to Luke's report. What did he say? The man stood before the window like a high wall. Luke bowed slightly and replied truthfully. The young master said nothing. He was displeased. Luke lowered his head, not daring to speak. Silva drained his wine glass in one gulp and pondered for a moment. Prepare the car. Book tickets. He thrust the empty glass into Luke's hands, pushed the door open, and left. Downstairs, around the corner, through the long corridor, at one point, he paused, looking ahead. Outside the dimly lit small room, the rocking chair had been moved into the hallway. A thin, frail old man sat quietly, basking in the sun. The weather was getting colder, the daylight shorter. The rare appearance of the sun was something to be cherished. Great-great-grandfather. Silva narrowed his eyes and bowed in greeting. Maha lay feigning sleep, a blanket covering him. Where are you off to? He asked lazily. To Saherta. What for? To see the children. Which child? Both of them. Too late. The old man slowly opened his eyes. Your father left early this morning. Mentioning Zeno still irked Maha. Ever since Zeno took that kick, the damn brat had turned around and gone straight to the Hunter Association. Maha shot Silva an annoyed glare as well. Always running around aimlessly. With him there, you should stay home and keep your wife company. When you finally have a daughter, bring her here for this old man to hold. Yes, sir. Silva straightened up, said nothing more, turned, and left. As he walked away from the sunlight, he heard a soft sigh from behind him. I've watched him. That boy Roy, though stubborn, generally understands things. Even if you hadn't reminded him, he would still look after Illumi. After all, these children, we can discipline them ourselves behind closed doors, but outsiders, they can't lay a single finger on them. A cold wind blew, rustling Silva's silver hair. He listened silently, looking out the window. The sun shone brightly, high in the sky. After a moment, he said, understood. He turned and walked back the way he came, returning to the bedroom, his heart finally settling. January 4th. Fishing. Nen formed a drop, failed to stretch into a line. Nen ability shape change +10. Current progress 21/131/100. January 5th. Fishing. Nen formed a drop, successfully stretched into a line, but not long enough. Nen ability shape change +20. Current progress 31/151/100. January 6th. Fishing. Nen formed a line, extended to the water's surface, broke several times, still not strong enough. Nen ability shape change +25. Current progress 51/176/100. January 7th. The Hunter exam begins. A loud ship horn sounded. The transport ship bound for the official exam site, Doll Island, arrived at Doll Harbor. The gangway was lowered, and candidates began boarding. The bald ninja, the man in bandages, the snake charmer, the boy with the bow, and the Kurta girl followed the crowd onto the deck, instinctively keeping their distance from the figures behind them. One strange man, and Pariston, the one who had turned Donovan into meat paste at the airport. Clearly distinct groups formed as they walked towards the gangway, keeping to opposite sides. Creak, creak. The pins in the strange man's face creaked audibly. His expression was stiff, almost inhuman, drawing Pariston's attention. The blond boy, flanked by Clark and Golem, paused, allowing the strange man to board first. His gaze followed the man's back with keen interest. "Friend," he called out, "what's your name?" The strange man didn't answer. His purple hair was styled into a mohawk, and the whites of his eyes were rolled up, giving him an incredibly eerie appearance. He completely ignored Pariston. The moment his foot touched the deck, he began scanning the area with his dead fish eyes. After a moment, finding no sign of the figure he longed for, disappointment washed over him. He stood frozen for a while before finally walking to the mast and sitting down cross-legged, putting on airs. "Little Hill, want me to twist his head off?" Clark couldn't stand seeing Pariston ignored. That Roy Zoldyck fellow was one thing, but who did this guy think he was? Ha ha ha, no need. Pariston narrowed his eyes at Illumi, the corner of his mouth twitching upwards as he took an appreciative breath. Instinct told him things were about to get interesting. Besides the strange man, there was also the boy in the blue cap leaning against the ship's railing. It seemed there were quite a few interesting toys here. Of course, none compared to Roy Zoldyck. Pariston composed himself and boarded the deck. Mimicking the strange man, he immediately scanned the surroundings. The smile gradually faded from his face. He doesn't seem to be here. Golem touched the cross on his chest, his gaze sweeping the deck, a sense of relief washing over him inexplicably. Indeed, Pariston searched again, unwilling to give up, his expression growing darker. There's still time. Let's wait a bit longer. He could only console himself with this thought. He found a corner, leaned against the railing facing the azure sea, and stared at the horizon, trying to dispel his frustration. In the distance, the jungle was lush and green, flocks of seabirds occasionally flying past. Deep within, beside the lake, Roy continued to fish, lost in concentration, oblivious to the passage of time. Visibly, at the end of the branch serving as his rod, a nen thread pierced the water, extending freely, chasing an underwater shadow. It was a massive creature, at least 5 meters long by sight. Gotha watched nervously. He wanted to remind the young master that time was running out, but feared interrupting his training. He paced back and forth anxiously, wringing his hands. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long. January 7th. The nen thread moved through the water with ease. At a certain moment, Roy's eyes flashed. Up. The nen thread deep underwater shot forward swoosh, piercing the shadow. With a powerful tug from the boy, water splashed everywhere, and a giant catfish burst from the surface, dragged forcefully onto the shore. Notification: Nen ability shape change +30. Current progress LV1, 76/100 LV2, 6/1000. -20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.pat-rayon.co-m/c/inkshaper. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get: an unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.